This hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to elders both past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 31st of March 2026, and it has fixed Friday the 10th of April 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Now, understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees, unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Chair, but good to be with you again.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now it gives me great pleasure to welcome Ms Victoria Anderson, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. I believe we've stolen you from Treasury, but you've been around DAF for a little while previously. So it's our win and Treasury's loss. So welcome, and it's great to meet you, Ms Anderson. We look forward to hearing from you today. And we do congratulate you on your appointment. On saying that, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I would like to just make a very brief opening statement.
This is like a wedding, you see, that special day where everyone loves you on that first day. So the floor is yours.
Let's hope it lasts until the evening.
Let's hope so.
So thank you very much for this opportunity to make a brief opening statement, Chair. I'm honoured to have been appointed as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, commencing on the 8th of December 2025. I'm passionate about the work of the department, whether it's enabling the growth, competitiveness and sustainability of our industries, facilitating trade or strengthening our biosecurity system to protect our people, environment and economy. I've spent a large part of my career in the department, as you alluded to, Chair, and it's been a very great pleasure to return. I've been quickly reminded of the dedication, diversity and experience and expertise of our staff, ranging from scientists and vets to policy analysts and frontline staff to ICT and systems experts, all performing an incredible breadth of work right around the country to deliver outcomes for Australia's agriculture, fisheries and forest industries and the Australian community. I'd like to acknowledge the ongoing impact on our industries of persistent drying conditions in some parts of the country, as well as bushfires and floods. We remain closely engaged with industry representatives to understand the impacts and ensure that there is information available and support on offer about the support on offer. For instance, in our portfolio, we have programs available to assist those experiencing financial hardship, such as the Farm Household Allowance and the Rural Financial Counselling Service. And in other portfolios, there is disaster recovery assistance available, such as the emergency fodder support provided under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. Notwithstanding these challenges, Australia's agriculture, fisheries and forestry industries continue to grow and continue to provide the high quality food and fibre to Australians in around 190 global markets each year. The gross value of production for the sector for 25-26 is forecast to be $106 billion, with exports forecast to be worth close to $84 billion. This year's record builds on strong growth over the past 5 years, which has seen the sector reach 4 of its highest production years on record. The recent period of growth following several challenging years points to a resilient sector underpinned by relatively strong productivity growth and demonstrates the adaptability of our producers in increasingly uncertain international markets. I look forward to providing further information and support to this committee in this and future hearings. For today's hearing, I'd like to inform the committee that Deputy Secretary Justine Saunders, APM, is currently on planned annual leave, a commitment made many months ago. Ms Christy Sorzak will be appearing in her place and will be able to address relevant matters under outcome 2. Thank you very much for the opportunity for this opening statement, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Anderson. We'll go to corporate matters. Questions, Senator Canavan.
Just before...
sorry,
Matt.
There you
go.
Sorry, Chair. Just on behalf of Minister Collins and myself, we welcome Ms Anderson to the role and look forward to working with her and answering your questions today.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to Ms Anderson on your appointment. Good luck in the role. I wanted to ask a general question then, you coming into the role, as the last few years have seen a tense relationship between the agricultural sector and the government. There's been a number of flashpoints, the new levies that were proposed, the live sheep bans, of course, perhaps the most heated now that we'll get into today, I'm sure, the cost recovery arguments as well. Have you met with major agricultural representative groups in your first few weeks as Secretary?
Yes, Senator, I've made a good start. I started on the 8th of December, so obviously there was a bit of a challenging Christmas period involved. Since I've started, I've met with the National Farmers Federation, the Australian Chicken Growers Council, the Australian Dairy Products Federation, Livestock Exporters Council and the Meat Industry Council, and I've got a range of meetings scheduled with pretty much every portfolio representative body that you can think of over the coming few months as well. As you'd imagine, I've also had to meet with research and development corporations, portfolio agency heads, and not to mention all of the staff in the department, trying to do my best to get around and do that. So I've had a fairly packed diary, and noting that we've had a bit of an interruption with the Christmas and New Year period while both the department and also those industry bodies were having a bit of a stand down. So I've got more to do, but I think made a decent start.
Okay. What were the sectoral ones you mentioned? Did you say dairy?
The Dairy Products Federation. I haven't met with all of the dairy producers sort of organisations yet, but I think that's in the diary.
Haven't met with Cattle Australia yet?
I haven't met with Cattle Australia yet.
You have not?
Sorry. No, I haven't.
Okay, all right.
A requests have gone out to all of these bodies.
Okay.
We're just in the process of scheduling
all right.
it. Yeah.
Have you got some ideas or plans to repair relationships? I mean, particularly, for example, the NFF have usually been a very, I'm trying to find the right adjective I would use for them, but they're not particularly bolshy usually. But the last few years, the statements I've seen from them, I haven't seen from the NFF before about a government, either Labor or LNP or coalition. Have you got any particular plans to repair the relationship between the agricultural representative bodies and the Australian government?
Senator, I have plans to make extremely good and solid working relationships with all of the portfolio bodies that I can. That is part of the role, and I very much see myself as central to those relationships, so I'll be doing my best to not only meet them but to be available for discussions both at a general level and on a specific level over the next, hopefully a long period of time as Secretary of the Department.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Before I get into some more of the detail, I might just ask up front, and I always get confused here in this estimates about corporate matters or cross-portfolio, etc. The EU Free Trade Agreement, have you been involved at all with that in your first few weeks?
I've certainly been briefed on it, Senator. That would be a matter under outcome 1.
Okay, so you'll flick us to there. I suppose in particular, have those representative groups raised with you concerns about the negotiations for a free trade agreement with the EU?
I'm just trying to recall. Yes, I think a couple of those organisations have raised the significance of that arrangement, the free trade agreement for their industries. But more generally, obviously, I've been reading the press and being briefed by the team as well about some of the issues for the EU Free Trade Agreement.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to that in outcome one, I'm sure. Look, getting into more of the detail for additional estimates, just on your portfolio additional estimates statement, I'm just wondering, looking at page 13, there's been, or seems to be, this financial year, a nearly 500 staff increase, or increase in headcount of staff from 24-25. Why is that?
Senator, I'm going to invite Ms Bishop and I think a couple of our corporate colleagues to the table. The increase has been largely driven by recruitment of operational staff to support increased trade volumes, and so you'll find that most of those increases have been matched by revenue. I'll ask my colleagues to add more where they can.
Senator Tess Bishop, Deputy Secretary, Enterprise, Strategy and Engagement. As the Secretary did say, our cargo volumes have increased by 154%, traveller volumes have increased by 41%, and to correlate with that growth, we have seen staffing numbers increase on the front line, in particular in our frontline workforce within divisions of biosecurity operations, biosecurity plant and science services, biosecurity animal team, and this correlates with the important work that we are doing on the front line to protect the border.
Okay, those percentage increases in cargo and freight, what's the base year, and is that to this financial year, and what's the denominator?
That's Senator, from 29 to 20 and 24 to 25 years.
From what?
2019.
Oh, 2019, 20.
To 20 and 24, 25.
That would have been affected by COVID though, wouldn't it? 19, 20? At least a quarter of the year?
There was impact on COVID, so we've seen in the last, in recent years, a significant uptick in our trade volumes, and importantly, we've responded to that with investing on the front line.
What would the figures be from 18, 19, perhaps, when you don't have a COVID impact?
I don't have that one in hand, Senator, but I can get figures for you.
Okay, I think that would be more relevant as a base. And I'm just trying to wonder, did you sack people during COVID? Did you reduce numbers during COVID to take into account of the lower trade volumes?
That was before my time as Chief Operating Officer, Senator, but we can get data for you. And the department was a completely different configuration at that time.
It was the Department of Agriculture and Water and the Environment at that time, Senator, so it is a little bit.
But you still have these biosecurity, they haven't changed.
Absolutely, but how they track through, we would have to take on notice.
I'm just trying to come back to the point that if I'm just wondering how much we don't really have the data on how much trade levels are actually up pre-COVID, and there's no need to really build back staff, I don't think, because I don't think there were mass layoffs or anything of biosecurity staff. Obviously, there were people that might have been furloughed and the like, or not have to do much work, but they were still paid. So they're sort of there. So I'm still trying to wonder why there's been an 8% increase in headcount when I haven't got a good idea of exactly the trade volume.
Senator, I might jump in there. Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer at the department. So what you're seeing in the portfolio additional estimate statements, that's our actual ASL for the year, not what we were budgeted for. So in 24-25, we were budgeted for 6,171 ASL. And the reason you're seeing that staffing level lower, and I think we've previously had this conversation at estimates, when the department went through the austerity measures in 23-24, our staffing levels did remain lower, and we have been in a period of growth or moving back to what is an affordable ASL level for the department.
Right, so you did say that these positions often you recover revenue for them through charges, but obviously someone's paying for that, and we're going to get to that later. So I'm just wondering, I mean, before you add these extra costs, what consultation do you do with the customers, so to speak, who have to pay for these extra staff?
So, Senator, the figures that we refer to, they're our budgeted figures that are funded via appropriation from government and the price points of the fees that are set at that point in time.
But the Secretary said that a lot of the extra staff the cost of the extra staff would be recovered through revenue, is that right? That's what she said earlier?
I did say they were operational staff. I think we're talking about people in the biosecurity.
And
so is that what's exactly the truth here? And obviously we're looking at an overall figure, so not all of them will be potentially in these cost recovered areas, but is the evidence the Secretary gave before correct that a good portion of that 500 odd increase associated with revenue raising activities?
Senator, some of those will definitely be associated with cost recovered activities the department
Okay,
performs.
we'll come back to my question then about what consultation do you do with those people who have to pay these extra costs before putting them on?
So the biosecurity, I don't profess to be the expert in all of these things, Senator, at this point in time, but the biosecurity cost recovery arrangements are well publicised and through a cost recovery impact statement every year, and as are the export certification cost recovery side of the business as well. So both of those things are made public through cost recovery impact statements, and fluctuations to those are communicated through the relevant consultative committees at the time. But again, I'm not the expert in this area. I'll defer to others to correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Do you have does an efficiency dividend apply to the department at the moment?
Yes, Senator.
That's 1%?
Correct, Senator.
I'm going to let Mr Geisen take those questions.
Does the efficiency dividend apply to the cost recovered elements of the department?
No, it does not, Senator.
Why not?
Senator, we're required to deliver cost recovered activities in line with the principle of minimum efficient cost. So the efficiency dividend is applied to our appropriation funding from government, not the cost recovered.
I'm just wondering, obviously the government wants to save money. Yep, I understand that. Good thing. But why should the benefits of greater efficiencies only accrue to the Department of Finance, to the overall government, and not to the people having to pay you for services? Why don't they get more efficient services over time too?
Well, the efficiency dividend is not the only way, Senator, that we would look to reduce costs and drive efficiencies in the cost recovery, in all parts of the business, but specifically cost recovery. So we are well aware of the need to continue to drive efficiencies in our cost recovered business, and we do have processes in place. We've worked with industry across systems issues, a range of other things to continue to drive efficiencies in the cost recovered part of our business. So just because it's not part of the 1% efficiency dividend does not exclude it from the scrutiny that you would expect us to apply to the efficiency of those businesses that we deliver, those services that we deliver, I should say.
Well, I'm sure you'd love to have the same rule applied by the Department of Finance to yourselves. That there's no need for any particular rule or cut, but we'll just apply scrutiny. I mean, it's a vague enough term. You can get away with whatever you like, and we'll come back, as I say, to the cost recovered issues. So, have you received any correspondence from the Department of Finance since the last time we met, since December, around the need for efficiency dividends in 25-26, sorry, 26-27?
Senator,
next financial year.
If I might, I'll pass to Ms Bishop or her team to answer, but I think we're conflating a few different processes. So there's the 1% efficiency dividend, there's the government savings target, which was applied to all government departments, which was an election commitment that was applied as at MyEFO. And then there is the usual sort of budget discipline applied through the offset requirements in the BPAWs. And then we have the 5% deprioritisation process. So I just want to be clear about what we're discussing. So you're talking about the 5%
specifically mentioning
deprioritisation.
just before we had estimates in December, the Treasurer was quoted and there was lots of reporting about the potential need for a 5% efficiency dividend in 26-27. So have you received correspondence from the Department of Finance about an efficiency dividend for 26-27?
No, Senator, we've not received further correspondence on the 5% process.
I didn't ask about that. I just asked about have you received correspondence about an efficiency dividend for next financial year?
So the 1% process is built into budgeting, as far as I understand.
Correct.
Right.
Correspondence about the 5% related to the deprioritisation process, and that was provided to ministers. The savings target was an election commitment, and we did receive a proportion of that savings target to apply to our department.
So how much was that?
Mr Geisen?
It is 15.4 in the current year, as is disclosed, Senator, in the portfolio additional estimates.
15.4 million.
In the current year.
And the 5% process, what's that?
The 5% process has not led to any decisions at this point in time. It's being considered by government. So we've put forward
When
ideas.
does that kick in?
I understand it's being considered in the budget context, Senator.
Okay, so it'd be for next financial
But
year.
it's not necessarily a 5% savings target over the top. It is consideration by government about priorities that add up to effectively 5% of the portfolio.
Across the whole of government or across your portfolio? Just
Well,
your...
every portfolio, I understand, was
portfolio,
asked to
right.
participate
Okay.
in the process. We
Okay.
did, but that no decisions have been made flowing out of that consideration.
So to meet a 5% deprioritisation, would you have to engage in redundancies of staff?
It would entirely depend, Senator, on the decisions of government. So no is the starting proposition. The sorts of things we would put forward would be policy decisions, and then if funding was withdrawn for certain activities, that may have an impact on staffing, but there's a range of other ways to save money.
So you can't rule that out at this stage. Okay.
No.
All right. Just moving on, I go now looking at page 12, table 1.1 of the PAES. Just asking the 12 million additional appropriation, departmental appropriation in that table for this financial year. What's that for?
Senator, that will be a combination of different measures in the current year. So that is, sorry, 2 seconds. So, Senator, as I mentioned, it is a combination of different measures. So there is a small amount of funding for the department to support the Regional Investment Corporation with the additional loans of $1 million. There is also funding under the Securing the Future of Agricultural Trade measure of $10.4 million, and that's a combination of operating and equity. Right. That is the bulk of it.
Oh, okay, I'll come to the equity, yep, okay.
And I think that is the majority, Senator, of the $12 million.
And the equity, the $33.5 million?
Senator, I think that is the movement of funds, but I will confirm. That's a reclassification, Senator, of our STEPS project that we have undertaken with Department of Finance to reclassify that money from operating to capital.
Okay, right. So, but that was provided by the Department of Finance then?
The approval for that was existing operating funding that we have reclassified into.
And what's the capital? Why do you need it reclassified into capital?
Just for the nature of the expenditure, Senator.
I'm asking what's the expenditure, I suppose.
So the actual expenditure, I might need to defer to one of my colleagues in terms of the actual specifics of the expenditure, but it is in effect building a IT-related project, so it's IT capitalisation under the accounting standards.
Okay, well maybe take that on notice. Is most of that? Well, maybe if someone could come to the table. Is the bulk of that an IT investment? Is it the 33 million? Yeah. Just actually seems like a lot of money. That's all.
Good morning, Senator. Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary, Agricultural Trade and Regulation. So the expenditure that the CFO is referring to is for a program called the Simplified Targeting and Enhanced Processing System, or STEPS program. It's an allocated program over a number of years to set the foundation for a modern biosecurity suite of digital solutions. So the program has looked closely at its costs and expenditure and reclassified a proportion of the money required for that work.
So, but this was an existing before the PAS came out. in December, this was an existing program.
Correct.
What was its budget before?
So
Additional
the
estimates?
program was $145.2 million over 3 years through the 2023-24 strengthened and sustainably funded biosecurity measure.
Does this mean it needs another 33 million?
It doesn't need
costing
more money, it's
170 million.
moving money that it already had in a different year and for that reclassified purpose.
So it's still in budget, still within the 140
Correct.
million budget? Okay. All right. What does it do? It's a lot of money. What's it doing exactly?
So it's about digitising import processes for biosecurity imports.
Right. Why does it cost so much?
Because they are important processes that, you know, deal with significant volume of imported items and to give much more accessibility to importers to understand the processing of their goods, to provide more streamlined information to the department, to make risk-based decisions, to integrate better with systems within the department, but also...
Who's doing the work?
Within our department, within my division.
Oh, so it's not,
division within my group.
You're not contracting it out to an IT company or some such?
There are a whole range of arrangements in place to deliver that program of work, but it's led out of the department.
It's led in your department, but yeah, I would imagine you are contracting IT companies to build an IT system. Is that correct?
To get into the detail of that, I'm happy to. We can do that now.
So who have you contracted under this program?
I have information about the particular contracts. I will invite my colleague, Amanda Chalmers, who's our Chief Digital and Data Officer, who'll be able to give specifics to that question. Or we can give a high level and probably give more detail, but
Okay.
I'll hand over to Ms Chalmers.
Thank you. Yes, Amanda Chalmers, Chief Digital and Data Officer. So we're not contracting out to a specific company to deliver on behalf of the program, but we do have contractors engaged as part of our workforce.
Okay, so who's designing the IT system?
So internally, we are designing the system
Right,
and
okay.
building it.
Okay. Okay, all right. When was the decision made to do this?
In the 23-24 budget.
Okay. Did you at all tender out to see if it could be done cheaper by a private company?
No.
No?
No, Senator.
Okay.
It has been
How did
done
you
internally.
calculate how much it would cost?
There was a business case developed
Right.
at the time and submitted to government.
Okay, all right.
So it's a range of digital and data.
Did it go to
initiatives.
Public Works as such? Does this sort of stuff go to Public Works Committee? Or it's only physical things, do they? IT don't?
The CFO might be able to assist with that, but there was, it builds on work that had been previously done in the department, and part of the first and second case business case processes, there were proofs of concept, so the sort of infrastructure that underpins the ideas had already been put in place and operational, and this piece of work builds on that, modernises the platform, moves it into a more modern way of doing business.
Right.
That's, you know,
Okay.
demonstrated to be effective in that environment.
Given this is a system for our biosecurity, will this be cost recovered? Will the cost of this eventually flow through to fees?
I would need to... I'm not sure that any decision on that has yet been made, Senator, but I'll double check and come back to you.
We could answer that under outcome 2, Senator, with the
Okay.
biosecurity staff, if that's all right, later today.
Well, I might just flag, I'd be interested to know, or maybe you can tell me, you're in the corporate area, what would you amortise an IT system over if it were to be?
So Senator, Tina is not, Ms Hutchinson's not in the IT area, corporate area, but...
But presumably
my
it's a
colleagues
corporate
can-
decision about what amortisation rates you'd apply to, or if it's only a finance question, to an IT system. Presumably you might already do that in some of the cost recovery arrangements for some IT costs.
Senator, given the unique nature of it, I might just need to take that on notice and come back to you on that,
Okay.
just to ensure that, you know, we do have a range of accounting policies around how
Yep.
we amortise and depreciate our assets, and we obviously have to look at the potential useful life of that asset under the accounting standards, so I'll come back to you on that one.
Okay, all right. Moving back to the table, what's the 190 million extra in the special accounts?
Sorry, Senator, is that page?
Same page, page 12, table 1.1.
So, Senator, I think that is just the receipts to the special accounts because all of the biosecurity related expenditure goes through a mechanism through the special account, which
I get that, but is this $190 million extra? Because the estimate was 749, and then sort of I'm taking this table. I think the next column says proposed additional estimates, and so at budget the special accounts had receipts of 750 million odd. They're now gone up by 190 million to 940.
2 seconds, and I'll see if I've got it. Senator, the team is just triple checking what the basis of that estimate's variation
All right,
is.
maybe they can come back to me while we're still in corporate. So I've got more questions. Let me just find my place now, sorry. Yeah, I was going to ask about the... Sorry, oh yeah, no, that's not there. 45. Okay, I might move on. Just on the footnotes to that table, well, on page 14, footnote C says that, I think C relates to prior year appropriations. C says that 70 million of departmental appropriations and 112 million of administrative appropriations have been excluded due to quarantine by the Department of Finance. What's that? What are those exclusions?
So, Senator, they will be exclusions relating to what we just mentioned before with regards to the STEPS project. For example, where we reduce or reclassify something from operating into capital, Department of Finance will go in and put a section, what they call a Section 51 quarantine on that money so that we cannot access that operating appropriation when they reappropriate it to us as equity. There will be other amounts within that. For example, the amount I referred to before with the whole of government election commitment saving, and I will correct, it's at 15.2 million for the current year, not 15.4, which I mentioned before. Similarly, those kind of quarantines get put through. So that's a mechanism used by finance. Why that is reflected in this table is, I think, the difference between what is legally available versus what is put it through an administrative quarantine.
Okay, all right. Moving on to table 1.1 on page 15. GODC has an additional 46 million this, in additional estimates. What's that for?
Senator, I will check, but I think that is an update to their revenue estimate, so that when they, I might just need to double check on that one again.
Yeah, it's just a fair increase.
It could be, Senator, yeah.
Right, because levies have gone up, haven't they?
Because we had another 20 million tonne plus crop in WA.
Right, okay.
And we
But have the levy rates changed? Some levies, I wanted to come to that later, but some levies have changed in the budget, haven't they?
Some
or in the additional estimates, sorry.
Yes, Senator.
Not sure if I saw grains, but anyway.
Grains hasn't.
Okay,
no,
the
grains. No, the grains levy hasn't. It'll be driven by volumes.
Volume. All right, well, maybe we can ask them later. And Wine Australia below that says 10 million. Yeah.
I think that's representative of the grant that we provide them, Senator. We had to disclose that in there. I think it's the Wine Cellar Door grant.
Okay. All right. Just going to page 48. Yeah, I think it's your income statement. I'm just getting there myself. I just made a note of it. So yeah, your comprehensive income statement. From last financial year to this financial year, there's quite a large drop in employee benefits, but a pretty much offsetting increase in supplies costs. Why is that?
Senator, that will most likely be due to some of the reprofiling of and the movements of funds with regards to the STEPS money. I would say that that is an estimate at a point in time.
Right. So can I just clarify that suppliers are external contractors, are they, effectively? Or is that
yeah, they'll be a combination of those, yes.
Right, but they're not people employed by the department?
Yes.
So that could be that. So this STEPS program's having a big impact on your accounts. Okay, probably something we should look at more. Okay, all right. Moving off the statements, just got some questions from last estimates. At the last estimates, Senator Mackenzie asked for a breakdown of bullying and harassment incidents. In the answer to SQ 25 00044, you have reported last financial year, 24-25, quite a bit of an increase in unacceptable workplace behaviours. So the previous 2 years had them at 152, 141, and then last financial year jumped to 206. Is there some reason behind that increase, or has anyone looked at why there's an increase in unacceptable workplace behaviours?
Senator Tim Simpson, Chief People Officer. Sorry, what was the quant again? I've got them here in front of me. I just need to find
the number I've got here, which I think is your numbering, is SQ 25 00044.
Thank you. And yours is in relation, sorry, the question particularly was about the unacceptable behaviour?
Yes, that particular row, as I said, it's gone 152, 141, 206.
Senator, we do regularly look at this, obviously, from an organisational and culture perspective. We don't have a definitive reason about why, but the numbers have increased more broadly across the scheme because we have really promoted our integrity function and the proactive reporting for staff. So we don't have a definitive answer, no, but there is a range of reasons or contributions to why the reports go up.
How do you benchmark yourself against the rest of the public service? I mean, percentage of incidents reported, etc.
Not necessarily on the number, like a benchmarking point, no.
Right, so you can't...
Senator, I might just add the APS census is a fairly good barometer across departments of those sorts of issues. Obviously, it's a different data set to the one we're talking about here. I just wanted to point out that the 206 you're talking about isn't bullying and harassment, it's overall unacceptable behaviour.
Yes, unacceptable, that's what I said, unacceptable behaviour.
Yeah, I just thought you started off talking about increases in bullying and harassment, but actually those
the question was
down.
about that, yes, but the table went to different issues.
Slightly different classification,
yep. So yes, looking at the table, it's fair enough to point that doesn't seem to be, and I'm just wondering, is unacceptable workplace behaviours, that's not, sorry, I'll put it the other way around, the bullying and harassment and sexual harassment, they're not subsets of unacceptable workplace behaviours, they're separate incidents?
Separate categories, yes.
Separate categories. So what's an unacceptable workplace behaviour?
So for us, we categorise, I guess, anything that doesn't fit into the bullying, harassment and sexual harassment, general complaints about management or interactions between individuals would fall into that category. Okay.
I mean, more definitively, fraud and corruption incidents have almost doubled from 2 years prior. Is there a reason for that?
There's not, Senator. I think the bit for us, as I said earlier, is we've actually been really proactive in encouraging staff to report potential incidents so we could actually assess them internally or refer them to the external agency. So there is no kind of reason, there is no increase for us, I think, in outcomes, which is the most important part, but it's about a proactive reporting culture.
Okay. The 25-26 Inspector General of Biosecurity report into the department's regulatory approach did say, and I quote, a lack of consequence, staff, there was a survey, staff survey, and then staff did express concern, and I quote, about a lack of consequence for repeat offenders and inconsistent enforcement due to perceived political pressure to prioritise trade facilitation over robust regulation. Is that something that's been looked into by the department? That finding? It's on page 29 of that report.
Senator, I suggest the IGB outcomes are a question for outcome 1 or 2 where our colleagues can answer them in detail.
Although I would have thought if staff are expressing such a concern, that surely is a matter for management, not just the Inspector General
I think the accounting for how we've dealt with different IGB reports is sort of managed out of outcome 2, Senator, but it does not mean that that didn't translate into action in our corporate area, but we can just maybe come back to you in outcome 2 if that's okay and provide a bit more of a substantive answer to that question.
I forgot to mention on or ask in the unacceptable workplace behaviours category, do you classify those about, if they're reports about those at a secretary level?
Senator, the department doesn't deal with matters in relation to department heads or secretaries. That's a matter for the APSC Commission. The APS Commission.
And is there any particular action the department's taking in response to the uptick in unacceptable workplace behaviours?
Again, Senator, I think we need to be careful to say that the uptick in reports of these rather than outcomes, as Mr Simpson has said. But I'll see if others want to add what the internal measures we are doing in order to support people who wish to speak up about unacceptable behaviour.
Okay. I think we've got information that back from you that 320 staff left between the 1st July 2025 and 30th November 2025, and 5 SES staff in that period. Does seem like a significant number of staff leaving. Is it higher? Is it a higher attrition rate than normal?
Senator, I don't have the specific numbers in front of me. What I would say is the department has a very healthy attrition rate at the moment, which is closely aligned to the APS average. In the numbers you talk about, I'd have to look at them from a percentage perspective, but we do operate, I think, as I said earlier, at a very healthy rate for an organisation of our size and complexity.
Is that the attrition rate you've got? What's the latest period you've got it for?
So, 1 second. So, our current 12-month attrition or separation rate, as we'd call it, at the end of December is 8.1%.
That's for last calendar year? So 12 months?
We do it rolling 12 months, so
what
yeah,
about,
for last
you don't
calendar
have it for the 6 months of last year?
I don't have it for 6 months. I've only got a rolling 12-month kind of average in front of me.
Maybe you could take that on notice, thanks. Yep. But my rough calculations of your staff counts, that would be 320, would be a bit above average. Certainly above 4%. Well, it's less than 6 months, the figures I read out there. It's only a 5-month period. I believe also that 6 matters have been referred to the Fair Work Commission involving staff separations between July and November last year. Is that correct?
I just need to go back to, I'm assuming that's from the Quan, Senator, that you...
I'm not sure which Quan it's from. I think it is from a Quan. Oh, yeah, actually, I think I've got it here. SQ 25 000570.
Senator, of those 5 separations, 2 moved to another agency and 3 retired.
But they are they before the Fair Work Commission, those 5? Or are you talking...
sorry.
Are you talking about the SES staff?
Yes.
Sorry, that was a separate question, but thank you for the information. Sorry, 6 matters, not 5. My question's about the 6 matters that are referred to the Fair Work Commission.
Senator, I have to take on notice the updates each. I probably wouldn't comment because they are before the Fair Work Commission.
They're all still before the Fair Work Commission?
I believe they are, but I'd take that on notice. I'll come back to you as quick as we can with an update.
Okay. Have you got a financial cost of how much it's cost so far to deal with these matters?
I don't with me, but we'll need to take that one on notice as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just moving on to international travel. There's a Quan, I won't bother reading out the preamble anymore, but 569 on your numbering system. That Quan asked about the number of official international visits across the department. There's been 235 between the 1st July and 30th November last year, 170 from the department itself, others in agencies. Is that, can I just clarify, what does that mean? Does that mean there's been 235 separate trips overseas by departmental or agency staff?
Senator, could I just clarify that was that 569?
Yes, 569.
And that was international visitors?
The table I've got here is number of official international visits. There's the column heading. And the table, as I said, 170 from the department, but a total of 235 when including agencies.
I'll just ask my team to get a copy of that, Senator. Senator, my team's just grabbing a copy of that briefing. Thank you. Yes, so Senator, that is correct. So that is the 174 department, and the remainder does sit with the portfolio agencies.
Right. Seems like a lot. Like that's, it's only a 5-month period, as I say, so we're talking 150, 160 days, and there's been 235 trips. That's mean there's every day there's more than one on average departmental staff leaving the country. Seems like a lot. Is that correct?
Senator, obviously I'm pretty new to the space,
Yes.
but my experience has been mostly those are driven by, meeting with importing countries about, certification requirements that they require of us. So biosecurity and trade related travel is not uncommon and probably more frequent in this portfolio than some others. But again, I think maybe we could provide a bit more detail and notice.
Does that include, so would it include people who are based overseas travelling between countries?
That's what I was wondering myself. Obviously we have a significant overseas council
network. You can't tell me that, though. You don't know that.
Not specifically, Senator. I would if it's travelling between countries, potentially yes.
Well, can you, on notice, break this down again and update it, obviously, to from 1st July last year to whatever date you can before this estimates, to break out how many of these trips are trips that depart from Australia?
Yep.
And Senator, I'm aware that also with the department's work there with 170 international visits, that will also include things like offshore inspections where the department is travelling to perform regulatory services for goods coming in. So there will be a combination of activities where it is performing a regulatory activity versus where we're actually going and representing Australia
Sure.
Sure.
Yep. How much is the cost of the international travel?
So international travel from the 1st of July to the 31st of December is 2.359 million.
Right, okay. Do you have how many trips that was? Because mine are to the end of November.
Not trips, no.
Okay. Were any of these this international travel to support the live sheep export ban?
Senator, I might need to ask my colleagues in the other outcome whether they were. I don't have the level of detail on the visits to be able to answer that, but we might need to take that on notice and check with my colleagues.
Okay, anyone? No? Or maybe take that on notice as well. Moving on to advertising, has another answer to a Quan 56. Is that the same one? Oh, it must be the same one. 569, I think. Well, that's what I've got in front of me here. Or maybe I got my numbers wrong. Maybe the international visits was 619. Sorry, yep, I did. I mixed that up before. Sorry if I confused you. So the other one was 619 was the international travel. 569, and now I'm now moving to 569, which is information advertising campaigns. That question I noticed returned a table saying that $267,000 was spent to promote the live sheep ban. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Senator, I'm just trying to find my name tag. Michelle Wellington, First Assistant Secretary, Strategy, Performance and Engagement. Thank you. Yes, that is correct. That funding for information advertising campaign was to support the rollout of the grants under the transition plan.
Okay, so it was just for that, just for the grants?
That's correct.
Is that still ongoing, that
No,
advertising campaign?
that concluded in November, I believe. I can find out exactly for you.
Okay. Is there any advertising of the live sheep ban occurring now?
No, there isn't.
Okay, all right, we will come back to that later and on the relevant outcome. Chair, Senator Sullivan has some questions, if that's okay.
Senator Sullivan.
I just want to ask about the department's use of AI, if I can, please. Can the department provide an overview of how artificial intelligence has been used prior to the publication of the AI plan for the Australian Public Service 2025?
Yes, Senator. AI has been in use within the department on a small scale.
And you're now implementing the AI plan for the Australian Public Service?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And what's the status of that implementation?
Senator, we are well underway in our implementation. We have established the 2 positions that are required, but to give further information, we've got our Chief Information Officer and Chief Data Officer at the table for you who can give you all of the detail.
Good morning, Amanda Chalmers, Chief Digital and Data Officer. So we are well underway in implementing the APS AI plan. In terms of policy and guidance material, we have an AI policy in draft and an assurance framework that's circulating for staff consultation. We are participating in the AI review committee at the whole of government level. We've updated our procurement and contract information in terms of specificity of use of AI and the parameters around that. We've had 3,777 DAF staff undertake the mandatory training for AI to date, which is a little over half. Just under half. We have obviously allocated the roles, the Chief AI Officer role, which I've undertaken, and the Accountable Officer role, which my colleague, Mr Rebikoff, has undertaken, to split the roles to make sure there is one SES officer that is focused on adoption, strategy and use case, and the other is focused on compliance, ethics and making sure that everything is assured properly. So we split those roles and we're working with Department of Finance in terms of the GovAI platform to safely trial different initiatives.
So I'll come to the platform, but in terms of, so you've got a Chief AI Officer?
Yes, that's right, it's myself.
That's you, okay, thank you. SES level, is that?
Yes, that's right.
So in terms of the platform that you're using, so you've adopted, is it Microsoft 365 Copilot? Is that what you
Copilot, that's right, yes.
Yeah. And so you're limited to that when it comes to a large language model?
That is what we're using in the department, that's right. We are also partnering, Department of Finance have the GovAI platform.
Yeah.
We are testing things in that platform.
So that means
in the whole
it
of
sits
government
within
space.
that tenancy and...
It's on the GovTeams tenancy, that's right.
And so prior to the implementation of the plan, what's the department done? Has it been a little ad hoc? Were there any policies at all in place in terms of staff using any particular program?
Yes. So we did have guidance on the use of generative AI and AI in general, which we adopted. So the DTA provided guidance several years ago. We adopted that guidance and we participated in the whole of government AI assurance pilot, which happened. So they provided some assurance information and we adopted that assurance framework. We've had 2 machine learning models in place. So our ABARES research area has 2 machine learning models that are used for predicting farm performance based on ingesting data from, climate data and general performance data and looking at commodity prices over time. So aside from Copilot, those 2 machine learning models are the only other AI tools that we have in play.
Okay. And so the training is mandatory if you're going to use any of those systems?
Correct.
And so what percentage of staff then have undertaken the training? I know you mentioned a number before in terms of the number. What does that mean as a percentage?
47%.
Okay, so the others are expected to complete that training?
That's correct. It's now mandatory under the policy, and we have rolled out the training as a part of our mandatory policies within the suite of various training activities within the department.
Yeah. And is it clear to all staff what your policies are and what the ramifications would be if there's use of any tool outside of the approved list?
Correct, yeah. So on our intranet we have something called the AI Hub, which has all of the guidance material, policies, frameworks, etc. that staff are expected to comply with, and they cannot get access to the Copilot tool until they've undertaken the mandatory training.
Excellent, thank you for that. My last question is just need some guidance on where to ask some questions later today, if you could help me. So I want to ask about the WA demersal fishing ban. Is that outcome 1 or 2?
Outcome 1 and perhaps AFMA as well, depending on the nature of your questions.
Okay, outcome 1. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to, I just want to ask about public holidays. Does the department have enterprise bargaining agreements in place whereby employees or contractors can choose to work on public holidays?
Well, Senator, under our EA, the staff are able to swap out public holidays, but being a large operational department, we have staff that are working, 365 days of the year.
Okay. So, and they relate to all public holidays, including Christmas, Anzac Day, Australia Day, they're all public holidays, those arrangements. How many employees chose to work on Anzac Day last year, like chose to work, it wouldn't have had to otherwise?
We don't have that information because it's managed locally. It's an agreement that you would put in place with your direct line manager.
How many in Canberra then?
No, we don't collect it centrally.
Okay, what about Christmas last year?
The same. So
okay. Some departments do. I've asked other departments the question, they do, but you don't.
We don't, Senator, no.
And Australia Day just happened?
No, we don't collect it.
Don't have that. Okay. On those days, for those parts of your department that wouldn't normally work on those public holidays, are people encouraged to work from home?
Senator, they're not encouraged to work from home. It's about the local arrangements. So I think, as Ms Bishop said, we are an operational organisation, so there are support elements that probably would need to swap it out and work on a public holiday, as you'd expect, in particularly our biosecurity and potentially supporting our meat export workers. But they are not encouraged to work either from the office or home. As I said, the arrangements are managed locally with their manager, and it's got to meet the operational requirements of the organisation as well. Okay.
All right, moving back to my EFO, wanted to go to the item in my EFO, securing the future of agricultural trade. It says here the government will provide $147.5 million over 4 years. So is this to continue the biosecurity functions of the department without having to increase cost recovery charges?
I think we're talking about the export certification arrangements.
Sorry,
not biosecurity.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Is that?
That's correct, yes.
So this sort of fills a gap, so to speak?
Well, the supplementation has been provided to support the department as it provides those services to industry in the past few years. And yes, that decision relates to the ongoing transition arrangements in place.
So there's $44 million over 4 years for live animal exports, is that right?
So I'm going to ask, we can deal with this more fully in outcome 1, Senator. I know you're talking about a budget item, but if you want to dig into the entirety of the cost recovery arrangements, I suggest outcome 1 might be a good place to do it, and we'll make sure Mr Geisen and others are still here to participate in any technical elements. But if you want to just talk about the measure itself, obviously people can answer those questions here. Up to you as to how you want to proceed.
Well, I suppose I'll try and keep my questions in this section about the finances. So the 100 and, well, let's take live animal exports as an example. The 44 million over 4 years, does that mean over these next 4 years there's no need for increasing charges for live animal exports?
Senator, the cost recovery arrangement will gradually step up back to full cost recovery over a number of years, so there will be an increase in prices.
Okay. So how much, what's the allocation of that 44.3 over the next 4 years?
That is stepped out in the cost recovery, the consultation cost recovery implementation statement, which my colleague has to hand.
Thanks, Senator. That's Mr. Alistair Campbell, Trade and International Division from DAF. That's fully set out in the draft cost recovery implementation statement, live animal exports 26-27, that was released in late January, and it steps out the return to full cost recovery for the live animal export arrangement. In terms of the split by year, we have full finances of the actual arrangement included in the CRIS, included in the draft CRIS, and so the portion cost funded through appropriation in 26-27, 75% of the gap is funded through appropriation, and going to 50%, going to 25% in 28-29. But in terms of the $44.4 million split, I'll have to, in terms of the dollar value of that, I'll have to get back to you on that one.
So you don't have that split up by financial year? That's what I'm keen on for the 44.
So the it's expected to increase. I've got the percentage increases over the forward years.
I think Mr.
Or are you wanting to?
Yeah, because given this is a government measure, surely you've got this in some table somewhere. Yep. Okay, Mr. Goss.
Senator, I can give you a breakdown of the $44.3 million.
Okay. Great.
So in the current year, 0.3 of a million. In 26-27, 17.6 million. In 27-28, 17.5 million, and then 8.8 in 28-29, reducing to 5.2 million in 29-30.
And the 5.2, if I read the line in my info, that's going to be ongoing.
So the 5.2, Senator, in 26-27 is 1.8 million and 3.4 in 27-28.
Sorry, I missed that. I'm referring to page 196 of my EFO, and for this measure it says 44.3 million over 4 years from 25-26, and then in brackets it says and 5.2 million per year ongoing. So is that? I'm reading that to sort of suggest, is the government suggesting? I know it doesn't necessarily have budgeted amounts beyond the 4 years, but is the decision of government that 5.2 million will keep going?
Sorry, Senator. So there was a. You are correct in $5.2 million ongoing. Okay. There is also $5.2 million in receipts, hence my misinterpretation of your question.
Cool. Okay, right. So if they're getting 17.6 million next financial year, I think, and that reduces down to 5.2 million, does that mean that the fees have to increase on an annual basis by $12 million for live exports? That's the gap. Am I reading that right?
Senator, the gap is between what is appropriated in terms of the 17.5 in 27-28, and there is an increase of $3.4 million in additional revenue or receipts through cost recovery. So the difference being 14.1.
Okay, 14.1. Thank you, because it's already started to go up. Okay. How much is recovered from the live animal export industry this financial year?
Senator, in the live animal export arrangement, I currently have a budgeted cost recovery revenue of $14.1 million.
So it's going to double in the space of 4 years.
Sorry.
Is that right? So the fees to the industry will double in 4 years.
Senator, if I can just point you to the draft cost recovery implementation statement. So on page 21 of that, it shows that the revenue in 25-26, and this is slightly different to Mr. Geison's number because this is from the draft cost recovery implementation statement. The revenue from the sector is 12.841 million. Rising to 26-27 next financial year, 14.6 million, 27-28, 17.1 million, 28-29, 21.3 million, 20-29-30, 21.9 million.
Yeah, so roughly doubling. From this, you got 12.8 growing to 21.9.
Yes,
right?
Senator.
Yeah. It's not far off doubling. I mean, I already get a lot of complaints from the industry that fees are too high today. So is there, I mean, what work's being done that this is sustainable? Is this going to cause some producers or operators to get into financial difficulty, increasing the fees by this much?
Senator, as part of the package, and again, happy to go into it now or later in outcome one, for live animal export specifically, there is an amount of there are plans within the budget allocation to work very closely with the industry over the coming 2 years to look at the regulatory arrangement, make sure it's fit for purpose, and also deliver an updated cost recovery implementation statement for when live sheep phase out in 2028. So this is based on the assessment of the cost base today. But there is an intention and an amount of budget allocated to work with the industry to ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose regulatory arrangement by 2028.
Just come back to my question. Has there been any modelling, assessment, calculations done on whether an increase in fees of this amount will impact the viability of agricultural businesses?
So the approach taken for cost recovery implementation statement, Senator, is an assessment of the cost to the department of delivering the regulatory services required under the legislation and in line with importing country requirements. So that is what we have done, and that is what it costs the department to deliver those services, as outlined in the cost recovery implementation statement.
Okay, I'll just come back to my question. It's yes or no. It's yes or no. Has the government done an assessment of whether an increase, a doubling almost, of fees could impact the viability of farm businesses in this country?
The consultation process that is currently underway in part goes to that, Senator, with the opportunity open as we speak for people participating in that industry to provide information about the impact that the proposed costs will have on their businesses.
Right, so this is a draft?
This is a draft consultation,
yep. And
cost recovery implementation.
So is there any plans to do any economic modelling? To actually assess? No, you just, that's another cost that the agricultural industry will have to bear.
Senator,
well, it is
sorry, I might just jump in. The policy has been full cost recovery and there has been supplementation. So there hasn't been a policy change. The policy is 100% full cost recovery. We have not been recovering full costs over the past several years, in fact, quite a long time. And this is an attempt to ensure we are able to move over a couple of years in a gradual way to full cost recovery, which was the original intention of delivering these services. So we are doing this within an environment that this is not a policy change, this is a change to ensure we are fully cost recovering. Obviously, industry is not going to welcome these sorts of moves. We totally understand that, and that's why we're talking to them quite carefully, Senator. We understand it's not welcome to be charged more for services, but the reality is this is what these services are costing. And the undertaking I can make as Secretary is we do need to work to ensure we have a process in place to be as efficient as possible, and we do need to be held to account to that. That is what the CRIS process is all about every year, we'll be giving that close attention. There is a phase-in, so we do have some more time to continue to drive efficiencies, hear from industry on what they'd like to see us do. But I'm afraid the move to 100% cost recovery is a decision that has been made. It's consistent with existing policy, and now we're talking about the execution of that decision through the cost recovery guidance that we've put in the public domain at the moment. We do really welcome feedback on that, and we hope to hear from industry about whether we've got the elements of the methodology right. What we can't really do is say we're not going to do it.
Well, the government could do that, but yep, we'll see. So the draft, Chris, does say that on page 15, and I quote, "The increasing prices of export regulatory services would contribute to elevated input costs and affect viability of export businesses." So you yourselves do recognise that these increases could impact the viability of agricultural businesses?
Yes, Senator, we do. And obviously margins are thin in some of these industries. Yeah. We understand. This will be a matter for businesses to determine whether or not the margins are sufficient to continue to participate in exports. I do note the industry is not doing, a range of industries are not doing too badly at the moment with record $84 billion exports. So we are conscious that we are imposing a cost that hasn't been there or has been supplemented by government for the last few years. We are very conscious of that, but these are matters for businesses to determine, and obviously if there's something in the methodology that we can take into account that will ease the burden, we're very willing to hear and willing to consider that in the context of the consultation process underway.
Well, I would have thought the government would be interested to know exactly what the risks is here, but it seems like there's a turning of a blind eye to this. Why has the Minister asked you to do some work on, well, exactly after presumably the Minister read that, Chris, and after reading that sentence, the Minister said, hey, how many businesses are we talking about here? Have you got an estimate?
No, Senator, I don't.
That hasn't happened?
I'll defer to the team on the specifics.
Okay. No, there's been no questions asked about exactly how many businesses we're talking about that might be unviable?
There are about 4,700 businesses that paid into export arrangements in the 24-25 financial year. And that's a mix of businesses, registered establishments, export licences, approved arrangements. Of those, 47% are in major cities, 24% in inner regional areas and 23% in outer regional areas. So there's a broad range of businesses.
I'll just hand over to Senator Colbeck. I just wanted to put on the record too, the NFF has also said, confirming what you've said in your own, Chris, that they're quoted as saying that these changes, and I quote, may hurt the competitiveness of agricultural exports and producers. This is a very serious issue that doesn't seem to be taken seriously enough. Chair, Senator Colbeck had some questions.
I don't think that's the case, Senator Kennedy.
Well, people can judge for themselves.
Have talked through the process that they're going through, which is a very thorough one.
They haven't even looked at this question.
The principle of cost recovery is one that, my understanding, that the previous government that you were a part of had committed to as well. You didn't go about implementing it.
Yes, you didn't want to
but that is what the government intend on doing by the financial year.
Okay, sorry, Chair, Senator Colbeck, I think.
Are there any markets that have been assessed as part of this process that would become unviable, might become unviable?
So, Senator,
because this is a cost in the supply chain, and any cost in the supply chain that blows things out potentially makes that supply chain unviable.
So the framing for cost recovery is that it is long-standing government policy to fully cost recover for the costs of delivering the services.
2008, when Tony Burke took away the 40% rebate for exporters.
So the department undertakes an assessment of the cost base, so the cost of delivering the services, the certification and assurance.
I understand that. I listened to all that evidence. I'm interested to know whether it has, in the assessments that have been done, whether it looks at whether any markets that we're currently exporting into might become unviable because of the costs of accessing the market. That's what I'm interested to know. So I'm interested to know its impact on our trade. Because that, if there's product that's being produced for an export market that's no longer viable, it then has to be disposed of somewhere or sold somewhere, and either in another market or into the
And that's exactly the
local
point of
market.
consultation, Senator. So at the moment, the cost recovery implementation statements have been released. They were released on the 29th of January. They are available currently for people to look through, people who are sending to particular markets, understanding the impact on their business, and provide exactly that information as part of the consultation process for consideration.
So the government in developing the CRIS didn't do any assessment of that?
The department assessed the costs of delivering the services,
Yep.
which is what we are required to do, and we are held to a requirement for that to be the minimum cost for delivering those services. The cost recovery framework requires us to do that and provide that information and the implication that that has on the cost recovery implementation statement, and that is what is in the currently in the public domain for
Thanks,
assessment.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you. Just noting, just going back to the more general approach here, I've got there's a table here that shows that the costs of export arrangements have increased by 60 million between 2020 and 2025. It's an average growth rate of 8% per year. Why is that? Why has there been such a large increase in costs?
So there has been a couple of key drivers of costs into the cost recovery arrangement, and I would point out, Senator, at the same time, the department has had a significant number of programs underway in conjunction with industry, designed and delivered in conjunction with industry to remove cost from the cost base, which have successfully done that. At the same time, there's a range of external issues that are driving pressure and cost into the system. So the three main drivers of that are inflationary pressures, increasing volumes and demands for export services, and the increasing complexity of importing country requirements, which means for every export, the effort that goes into ensuring that it is available, that market remains available, costs more to the department to deliver. So there are those three key drivers that have driven cost into the arrangement.
Okay, let's just drill down on those three. Inflation, fair enough, it's certainly not running at 8%, but okay. So some element of that. The second one, you said volumes, but don't you charge on a volume basis?
We absolutely do.
You get higher revenue as the volumes increase.
Correct, but if the price point is out of step with the cost of delivering the service, if you get more of them, you get more
a bigger gap, but this is not the gap. I quoted to you the increase in the cost base. It's gone up by 60 million. It's not the gap that I'm talking about. So
yes, so
how could a volume, if anything, you'd think more greater volumes should lead to lower average costs because...
Well, greater volumes means more business. So we have, and we've heard it reported, well, we've read it reported, the increase in red meat exports, for example. So physically more shifts, physically more staff required to provide services. The amount of demand for the government services goes up, which costs more money and drives into the cost base.
And then the last one, what was the last one you mentioned?
So the increasing complexity of importing country requirements.
It's a bit of a concern to me, though, that we're effectively, and I've raised this before, we're effectively weaponising the non-tariff barriers of other countries into a monetary tariff on our own industry. So another country decides to implement effectively non-tariff barriers, make their system more complex, a bunch of MRLs or whatever, all this rubbish. And then, okay, that imposes costs on us to comply with their new requirements. We go along, as the Australian government, and transfer those costs to the industry, which effectively helps that other country with its objective. Right? The objective of these non-tariff barriers is to exclude Australian exports to their market. And by transferring the cost onto our businesses, we're effectively putting not just a non-tariff barrier, an actual tariff that our exporters face.
Senator, I understand the point you're
Yeah.
making, but trade is a two-way street. So I think we have to be aware that, in addition to cost recovering, we are also working to remove those barriers through other parts of Ms Hutchinson's
No, I know,
group.
but trade is also is being weaponised around the world, right? Trade is being weaponised. These countries have an objective to exclude Australian products from their nation,
That's
protect
true,
their own
Senator,
domestic
but we
businesses,
also
and we're helping them achieve that objective.
We also
right?
require things
by
of
imposing
importing
an
countries.
extra cost on our own producers.
So we also require
Right.
things, certification similar to what we provide. I'm not saying everybody's perfect. I do understand it's an imperfect environment.
Yeah.
But Australia also protects its biosecurity through the imposition of measures, and we do require external powers to apply a range of different requirements on goods coming into Australia as well. So I'm just saying it's not as simple as you've sort of described. I think it's a much more complex environment where there are trade-offs all over the place.
Well, I think it's about time we do reconsider this full cost recovery objective, because that was probably made in a very different world, and things have changed a lot on trade, and I don't think it's fit for purpose. What we're trying to do, and I don't think it's practical. I don't think you're going to double your fees to these industries. There'll be a political judgment made at some point in the future, so it's not realistic, this budget. Okay. Because I suppose another thing, why don't we just, if other countries do this, why don't we just put a tariff on their goods coming to our country and fund it that way? Right?
Well, I think we're getting into territory
let's do
that's
that.
probably in the proper realm of the Trade Department.
Let's make them pay rather than our own producers pay. If they want to act like this, that seems to me like a lot better idea. So I note that there is actually I might save that for the outcome, because it's not really so how much have the cost base gone up due to inflation? You have that $60 million. How much of that is due to inflation?
Roughly, Senator, it's about a third.
Okay.
So
right.
I've got figures of an increase of 61.1 million between 2020 and 2025. Increasing complexity of importing country requirements and expanded regulatory functions, 21.8 million. Increasing wage and supply costs, 21.2 million. Increasing export volume and demand for export services, 19.7 million. So it's about a third.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, well, that might be a good rationale to reduce some of these costs. I note the fact sheet here says that, and I quote, projected reductions to the department's cost base due to digital and regulatory, maybe I'm missing a word there, but digital and regulatory were not fully realised. Is that true, and why weren't they fully realised?
So at the point of looking at stepping back to full cost recovery, and so at a point in time there was investment made for a change to our digital systems. At the same time, the then government was looking at returning to full cost recovery, and investment has been made over a number of years that has resulted in improvements and delivered improvements to the digital operating environment of the department. It included at the time an estimation of what impact that might have on the cost base, but that wasn't realised in the way that it was anticipated at the beginning of that process.
Does this link with the STEPS program?
It's a different program, Senator.
Okay. So how much were the costs meant to be reduced?
I will need to go back and have a look at that.
Right, okay.
Having said that, there has been significant benefits derived from the system. The difficult thing about delivering systems and delivering benefits is that it doesn't necessarily deliver a change to the cost base of the department, even if it delivers benefit into the system. So, for example, if you get access to a certificate more quickly, you've got less waiting time, things can happen more quickly, but it doesn't necessarily drop the cost that it costs the department to provide that service. So certainly the program has delivered benefits and met its benefit targets, but it hasn't translated into a reduced cost base in the way originally anticipated.
Right, okay. Have we got an answer yet on whether or not that costs of the STEPS program will be included in the cost base?
Senator, my expectation is that it won't. In terms of the capital costs, there might be sustainment or maintenance costs that are potentially, like when we run systems, we do include those costs in our cost base. It's a standard operating cost of the organisation. But in terms of the recovery of the capital component, I wouldn't expect so.
But when you say wouldn't expect so, there hasn't been a decision made?
I don't think there's been a decision made, Senator.
Can we just check that? I mean, it's great if you say I don't think so on that, but surely, well, because what I'm particularly interested in, I suppose, in the cost base that you've used to calculate the funding gap in the MyEFO measures and what have you, is there a capital charge associated with the STEPS investment in those figures?
So not for these cost recovery arrangements. The STEPS program is a direct benefit to our import arrangements. The program that I'm talking to for exports does have sustainment. When the program completes, which it will at the end of this financial year, it has an amount of sustainment that has been provided by government, so we will be able to maintain that system into the future.
In the CRIS it says that the cost revenue gap has also emerged because, and I quote, indirect costs such as workplace compliance activities and digital services has increased. I presume the digital services is what we just discussed, is it? Is that right?
Digital services can be made up of a number of different things. So there's the specific programs that we have that enable the work to be done, what we refer to as our business or digital business programs. And then you have a whole lot of IT and related costs that, to a large degree, and the CFO can, or the CIO can speak to, digital costs and the costs of running digital systems. So the fact that cloud services, for example, costs increase that drive into cost recovery arrangements.
Okay, but why have they increased?
So year on year, for example, cloud services, the cost of having all your data in the cloud will go up. So there's an increased cost, and that cost will be distributed across the department proportionally.
Right. What about the workplace compliance activities? What does that refer to?
So that relates to corporate costs. So I will get more specific information for you about that, Senator.
No one has anything on that? Okay. So I'm just quoting your own report, but okay. All right. What is MyCore sustainment?
So MyCore is a key system. It's the manual of importing country requirements. So it is a key system that explains for exporters and the department what the various requirements of trading partners are for a commodity to a particular country. So it's accessed regularly by exporters and by the department. It's a fundamental piece of digital infrastructure that's critical to people having access to the information they need to export successfully, and it is part of the one of the elements that is being transitioned under the MyEFO decision to transition into cost recovery.
Right. So the cost of that, is it a database? Is that a fair characterisation?
It's a database. Yep.
The cost of that database, is the total cost of that sheeted home to cost recovery?
Is it the full cost?
Senator, the forecast cost for overall sustainment of the MyCore system is 1.09 million in 26-27. And what we've done across the different export arrangements is we've estimated the effort required for the department to manage information, including infrastructure, security, content updates, licences and usage, volume, and attributing these costs to each arrangement. So that's why.
But my question is that 1.09, that's the total cost of the sustainment, so to speak.
That's correct, Senator.
Is that entire 1.09 million recovered?
it is proposed to be recovered as part of the draft TRISs, but phased in over a 3-year period.
But Ms Hutchinson just said before that the MyCore database is used by the department. So why would the industry have to pay the full costs if some of the use of this is for departmental purposes?
Senator, when we talk to industry, it's actually one of the databases that they use the most.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just, my understanding is, I mean, I've probably used it. I don't know if I accessed MyCore or not, but I was looking for different tariff rates or something once and MRL levels, etc. And I looked at something. So presumably this is publicly available, MyCore?
It's available to exporters.
What about the general public? Can I look at it right now?
It's not generally, and we are now getting into territory and that is probably...
Okay, we can leave that then for another outcome. But I'm just wondering about the cost accounting decision here. If, as Ms Hutchinson, you said, the department is using this database, why wouldn't you proportion, pro rata, the costs of the 1.09 million? It's okay, it's used by industry 75% of the time, we'll pro rata it.
And I will ask my colleague to provide detailed information about the use of that. And I will check my language. We definitely maintain the system, we run the system, we've recently upgraded the system, but we will have evidence available in outcome one, unless we want to hear it now.
Does the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade use the system?
I don't believe so. It's agricultural.
Austrade use the system, though.
Austrade
It links into the Global Toolkit.
Yes. Do they get charged for it?
I don't believe so.
They get it for free. So why does the industry have to pay, but the other public service agencies don't?
So I think the logic, Senator, is the purpose of accessing this system by government officers isn't for their own purposes, it's for the delivery of these services. So that's...
Sure, but...
Of course, you can have a different decision about whether it's in or out, but we don't go looking at MyCore for fun. We go looking at MyCore to support the delivery of
I'm sure the industry isn't looking for fun either. I mean, they've got to do it.
Nobody goes there looking for fun, let's be honest. But
sounds like Matt does.
I probably would. but that doesn't... If they're getting a use out of it and you want a cost recover, they should be charged too. Why do they get a freebie and the industry doesn't?
Of delivering service to a very discrete industry, which is the requirement of cost recovery. So this was assessed in line with the government cost recovery framework and assessed as meeting those guidelines.
All right. Apparently the department's included a $2.3 million charge for a regulatory efficiency function. Is that correct?
That was part of the agreement of government, yes.
What's that mean? What does regulatory efficiency mean?
So it's a stream of ongoing funding to ensure that regulatory functions delivered by the department remain fit for purpose and can be adapted and changed into an environment. So the cost recovery arrangement is currently set to deliver the business as is, and over time, as everyone understands, and we get feedback, as do you, from our industries all the time, about the fitness for purpose of those arrangements. So this is a mechanism to provide capacity within the system to engage with industry and deliver ongoing improvements and updates to make sure we remain fit for purpose and don't find ourselves in the situation where we've got a system or a process that's 10, 15, 20 years old and hasn't kept up to date.
So 2.3 million a year, or is that over?
A year.
2.3 million a year?
Correct.
Well, I mean, I couldn't understand a word of what you're saying, to be honest. What does the money do? And you don't get more efficient. There's no efficiency dividend. So what is the point of this money?
It will be invested in improvements to processes. So, for example, we have spoken at these hearings before, Senator, about certification, assurance, audit, systems where we might have duplication, overlap. Those things are not fit for purpose. They need to be improved, and investment needs to be made by the department and industry in improving that process to remove complexity from the system so that you can have electronic certification instead of manual certification. You can have one step in a process rather than 3 steps in a process. It is designed to enable the capacity to continually improve the system.
It sounds like when I was in accounting, the code thought leadership. That's what it is. It's just a catch-all. to cover extra costs.
The way,
Right.
So the way this has been designed in the cost
Actually, we didn't
recovery
charge, I should say, we didn't
implementation-
charge for thought leadership, that was for internal purposes, but no
In the-
client would ever pay us for thought leadership.
the
They pay us
cost-
on results, not... Yeah.
But I'm quietly confident we're getting to the end, we can get the outcome one soon. But
Ms Hutchinson was answering the question. Senator Canavan is starting to talk over it.
And I saw that line of questioning coming to an end anyway. Senator Canavan, any more for corporate?
Just on this one, yes. So I'm just trying to wonder how that's been set. The cost base is 60 million?
No.
How much is the cost
The
base?
gap is 60 million, the cost
The
base.
gap is 60 million.
The gap is 60 million. The cost base is about 190 million.
190?
190 million. It's about 0.2% of the value that we export overseas each year.
All right. Now I have a lot more questions on this. I'm just give me a second to see if I should ask any in here, because I realise it's split across both. I'm jumping around a little bit. Yeah, right. I might leave the others to the outcome, I think.
Absolutely. Senator Brockman.
I do want to talk to the department about industry levy setting, particularly the GRDC. Is that corporate or is that later on?
Depending on the nature of your question, it's most likely corporate or could be the GRDC, depending on what you're asking.
No, I would definitely ask GRDC
Yes,
questions, but
right.
I want to talk about the department's role.
Generally.
Yep. Outcome one.
Depending on what you're asking, Senator, so I've definitely got the levies compliance program with me and overall levies recovered and Commonwealth matching payments, but if we're going to rates and policies, that'll be, I think, in outcome one.
So rates and policies will be in outcome one.
That's right.
Can I just ask a couple of questions here then, Senator?
Yeah, go for it.
Chair? In terms of particularly the GRDC levy, do you break down at all state by state?
Not. I would need to check, Senator. We certainly recover when we recover the levy. We would track. We could potentially track. I'd have to dig in with the team and see whether we actually track it with an identifier per state or territory.
Okay, I'll ask the GRDC as well, but can you take on notice the state-by-state breakdown over the last 4 years of the GRDC levy? In particular, obviously, I would like to see how much is coming from my home state of Western Australia, considering the fact we've had 3 crops in excess of 20 million over the last 4 years. So I would like to see how much of the levy has been contributed over that 4 years from Western Australia. Do you think that's in a table somewhere? Is that something I could ask in outcome one, or is that something you're going to have to work up?
I might ask the team in the break if that's all right, and then and I'm around for outcome one. So if it's something related to me, I can pop back.
I'll come back to this in outcome one then.
Thanks, Senator Brockman. Senator Canavan.
I just wanted to ask about the timing here. So people have been given 60 days, have they? Is that right? No, sorry. How long have they been given to respond to that?
Sorry, we just need to bring the crew back to the table,
Yeah, sorry.
Senator. I think it's around 36 days or 5 weeks.
Right, okay.
Yes, Senator. So the consultation period is open from the 29th of January to the 6th of March, which is around 35 days.
36, yep.
36 days.
Okay. There has been, some industries been asking for an extension. Does seem a pretty short period. Are you aware of those requests?
I received a request last night at 7:36 p.m.
Okay,
to consider
right.
an extension.
Okay. I presume that's still under consideration then?
It's definitely still under consideration.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll leave that there. I just quickly, while I've still got corporate, back to my EFO, the $1 billion for the Regional Investment Corporation, is that allocated for particular years?
Senator, I think in the portfolio additional estimates, it's evenly split across the 3 years. The $1 billion?
Yeah, the $1 billion.
Yes, it is, Senator. On page 23,
right.
You'll find in the bottom of table 1.3, 333,334,000 per year.
Okay, all right. The Forestry Growth Fund, the $300 million, was the department consulted on how to allocate that over 8 years?
That might be a question.
That might be a question for
outcome one. Just in terms of the consultation, I think it's better to ask that
just
under
want to
outcome
make sure
one, if that's
it's a financing situation. Probably don't need it. Just on the levies that changed, have all of those been agreed by the RDCs?
I understand so, Senator, but I might need to check with
maybe we'll ask later.
If it's better, Senator, Mr. Geisen will be around during outcome one. So if you don't get to them here, don't worry that we will not have someone who can answer.
Okay, I think that will do me for corporate.
Great
Thank you, Chair.
All right, good on you. Thank you very much, Senator Canavan. Goodbye. And let's get outcome. And don't stay in the building. Go in case they change.
No, some of them are staying.
Unfortunately, I've made some undertakings.
I can't be any more clearer than that. If I see you in the hallway, I'll kick you. Okay, bye. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes to go till outcome one. So officers, if you could make your way here, and then Senator Canavan, I'll give you the call, bearing in mind that we will pull up for smoke. 11.
Yep.
Boy. Okay, let's suspend while they come to the table. Welcome, officers. Questions? Senator Canavan.
Thank you. Look, I might just start on Chinese decision to impose a 55% tariff on beef exports, exceeding a quota of 205,000 tonnes. When was the government made aware of this decision of the Chinese government?
So, Senator, I'm advised that we were made aware the day before it occurred, which would be the 30th of December? 31st of December.
Okay, 31st of December, New Year's Eve. That was before it was reported, was it?
Before it was reported in the newspapers, did you say?
Yeah, did you?
Senator, it hit about the same time.
About the same time. You were told by the Chinese government officials, or?
How did
you find out?
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who takes the lead on this, can provide more information on this, but it hit around the same time. Yes, they were informed by Chinese government officials, but I will let the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade take the lead on the mechanics of how they were expressly told.
Okay. Is this decision consistent with the free trade agreement we have with China?
Senator, I think the government has been quite forward-leaning in saying that they're very disappointed by the decision, but ultimately about what the compliance or otherwise with the free trade agreement, that would be a matter for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. But obviously the Minister and the Trade Minister have been very vocal about being disappointed by this decision.
So in terms of the forward-leaning actions, has the Minister for Agriculture communicated with her counterpart in China about the decision?
Senator, there are two things that I'd like to say here. The Minister of Commerce in China is the lead on this, and there was a virtual engagement a couple of weeks ago with the Commerce Minister, and there was also a letter that was sent, I believe, yesterday to the Chinese government, the Chinese Commerce Minister, from both Minister Farrell and Minister Collins.
And that's about this particular decision, that letter?
That is about this particular decision, and I can confirm that the virtual engagement with the Chinese Commerce Minister occurred on the 14th of January.
Okay, okay. How long is this potentially in place for? Has the Chinese government indicated a time frame?
The Chinese government has indicated 3 years for this safeguard measure.
Right, okay. Did the Chinese government do an assessment of the need for this safeguard measure before implementing it?
The Chinese government undertook an investigation leading to this safeguard measure, but I'll let the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade speak to the specifics of that investigation. And obviously the Australian government, as well as several industry bodies, being large exporters of beef to China, took part in that investigation in terms of providing submission and additional information.
What is our volume of beef exports to China, or was it last calendar year or for the last 12-month period you've got?
Senator, I'd actually have to look at my database for that. I believe it was somewhat in excess of about 300,000 tonnes.
Around that. Someone surely, because does ABARES do this stuff, or someone's got a precise figure? Beef's pretty big export, but we've got about 300,000 tonnes.
Senator, I'm happy to look it up. It will just take me a couple of minutes to look it up.
Someone might be coming forward. Mr Campbell might be able to help.
Morning, Senators. Joe Grenville, Executive Director of ABARES. A bit like Mr Campbell, I'll just quickly look it up. We do have a publicly available dashboard, which contains all the data. So let's see. So for financial year 24-25, full financial year, it's about $2.8 billion worth of trade.
I suppose I'm interested in the tonnes, given the metric there for the quota. Maybe you keep looking at that. Yep, sorry.
Senator Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. So Mr Grenville indicated about $2.8 billion worth in value. I've got that equating to around 270,000 tonnes.
All right. It's a little bit over quota.
But that's for the financial year 24-25, not the calendar year 25. So
it's for 12 months.
Yes.
So yep. Good estimate. Okay. So how's the quota going to work in practice? Is it just first in, best dressed, and then after we hit 205,000, sorry, the quota, the tariff
Senator,
implies?
China has indicated that it's a first come, first served quota.
Okay. Okay. Is that going to impact some parts of the country worse than others then, in terms of their market, their seasonal production and the like, or?
It could have a seasonality component, but it could also have a component compared with those that trade in frozen product against those that trade in chilled product.
Right.
And then the ability, I guess, for those that are trading in chilled, high quality, Wagyu is a good example, their ability to be price competitive if the full quota is being used early in the calendar year, for example.
Presume a lot of, there is a seasonality from the demand side around Chinese New Year and the like. Do our products typically go to China in the calendar year of that new year, or would they go over sort of around Christmas time, December, for it to be ready for Chinese New Year?
Product is often staged, Senator, so it might be held in bond at the end of a particular calendar year to be presented in the new
calendar year ahead of the Chinese New Year.
And then they'd still have access to the tariff-free environment.
They would if the product is there.
Because it will reset every January 1st.
It will reset every January 1st.
Yeah, right. Okay. Has there been any assessment done just yet on what is the impact potentially for the industry?
Well, the impact...
Yeah, the economic impacts.
Senator, in the context of...
trade volumes.
We said that in 24-25 there was around 270,000 tonne. Let's extrapolate that out. We know that in the 25 calendar year, there was probably closer to 300,000 tonne. So if it's a reduction to 205,000 tonne, it's a 95,000 tonne reduction into that market.
I suppose, but we'll obviously probably sell that elsewhere.
They'll look to sell that elsewhere, yes.
So has there been any economic modelling or assessment done of what the net effect of this change might be?
Yep. So we'll be updating our forecast for the sector, and we'll have some commentary on that in the release in March this year. But it's, as you say, fair to say that the displacement effects into global markets will occur. I think the larger driver will be the displacement effects of the other major importers into China, such as Brazil and so forth. But we're offsetting that with a fairly strong demand over the the whole global picture. So
okay, all right. Yeah, I might. Well, just quickly, even before this decision, had you been doing at ABARES or anyone else been doing economic modelling on the potential for Chinese restrictions on agriculture and the potential impact on our economy?
I think we kind of continually look at, that global geopolitical space and the vulnerabilities and so forth across our trading environment. And one of the things that's key in that is the movement and the flexibility between different markets. Looking at past experiences with red meat in particular, we've seen that they've been quite flexible. So in the sense that their ability to shift to some of these dynamics is quite good and moderate some of that impact. And so we kind of look at that as a continual piece. There's obviously not just China, there's a range of other countries where we ebb and flow in terms of importance.
Right, okay.
And I can answer, if you want, the seasonality question.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It looks fairly constant, but over the last calendar year or last 12 months, we've seen pretty much a steady increase over time. So there's no real seasonality pattern to the exports. It falls in January generally because we have lower slaughter in January.
Yep.
Just our own production dynamics.
Okay, that might shift then, I suppose, with the new arrangements. I believe some in industry are talking about maybe a voluntary system, which sort of, I suppose, shares the burden to some extent. Is there any discussions with industry about that?
Senator, industry have asked some questions of the department as we are the administrator of existing quotas that have been negotiated, for example, under free trade agreements, so government-to-government agreements. They've asked some questions around how a voluntary system might be imposed, including whether it's even possible under our existing legislation. So we're working through those questions that have been posed to provide some advice to industry ahead of them. I expect potentially forming a further position about what it is that they might or may not want. Okay.
And I might just quickly ask, I believe the US has changed some of their tariffs as well. Is it back to zero on Australian beef to the US at the moment?
You got it? I'll have to take on notice the exact tariff for the US market, but I would note, Senator, that it is our largest red meat market by a long way. I think there was something like, I've got numbers of $5.2 billion worth of beef value. It's also a really significant sheep meat market. So I'll take on notice the actual tariff rate, but in terms of that.
Did we see any? There was obviously the tariffs did come on, a 10% tariff.
That's right. No, we've seen continued growth into that market.
Well, that was going to be my question. Despite the 10% tariff that was imposed just a bit under a year ago, I believe, we still saw growth.
So demand into the US market is incredibly high. The US herd is at historical lows, and they're seeking to take product from not only Australia but other markets as well.
And crucially, from memory, the US tariffs, when they did come into effect, we faced a lower tariff than some of our competing countries. Is that correct? Canada and Mexico, I believe, in particular, had higher tariffs. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
We had generally favourable treatment, particularly to Brazil and South America.
Yep.
There are some nuances around the Canada-Mexico and the agreement that they have, but then they're in a similar position as Mr Black detailed.
But this is my point. Have we lost that advantage now? Because I thought the Trump administration made a decision to reduce tariffs on beef notionally to respond to cost of living concerns in their own country. But does that mean we're back on a level playing field with Canada, Mexico, Brazil and the like?
I think we're not as well off as we were.
Yeah.
There are still some nuances across that mix. Obviously, Argentina has been given some extra access as well in terms of quota arrangement. But the fundamental of that market, that the US herd is still down, production is down, and that demand is really high. It's a moderating as opposed to a step backwards.
Okay. All right. Well, look, that ends me on that set. I think we might have some other small questions maybe before the break.
Senator O'Sullivan, just before the break.
Are we breaking in 5?
Yeah.
Do you want to break now?
Do you want a
Probably
20-minute
going
break?
to take me more than 5, that's all. So we can break
Okay,
now.
sure. Okay. Let's break now and return at 11:10. Welcome back, everyone. Just before we do go to Senator O'Sullivan, the committee has agreed to release Riddick for later this evening. They don't have to come. Thank you.
Agri-futures.
Sorry, Agri-futures. Yeah, Agri-futures. The other Riddick. All right, great stuff. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to ask about the WA demersal fishing ban. Appreciate that it was a West Australian government decision, but I do want to understand what role your department and this government may have had in that decision. So, when was staff first notified of WA's intention to permanently ban commercial demersal fishing in the West Coast bioregion and close boat-based recreational fishing until 2027?
Thank you, Senator. So Matt Lowe, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group. As you noted, it is a state matter, so the extent to which we're able to comment will be quite limited, but we will try to assist where we can. I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you. Sarah Jane McCormack, First Assistant Secretary. So we didn't have any notification prior to the announcement of the WA government.
Really? Okay. So...
Sorry, is that usual, if you don't mind? Yeah. Is that usual that you wouldn't be informed about a state-based ban?
Given that it is, as Ms Lowe already said, entirely managed by WA government and completely within their jurisdiction, it's matters for them.
Okay. So how did you find out?
I think...
Through the media or?
Yeah, I'm not sure of any sort of formal correspondence that might have come into the department. I hadn't seen any formal correspondence.
Can you check that for me, please?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. So has the department reviewed or independently assessed the West Coast snapper and demersal stock assessments underpinning these closures?
No, we haven't.
You don't have any interest in or responsibility in actually doing that stock assessment?
Given, again, as we said, it's entirely a question for the WA government. They manage that fishery. They have jurisdiction over any management decisions in relation to that fishery. So these are all questions for them. We would have an interest, obviously, if it was a Commonwealth managed fishery, but it's not.
No, I understand that. Look, I'll keep asking the questions and it might be the same answer, but you can just help me understand what's going on. Has the department examined claims of a mismatch between reported spawning biomass and observed catch data?
No, we haven't.
Does the department have minimum national standards for fisheries stock assessment methodology?
I would have to take that one on notice in terms of any standards we might have in place, and it might also be a question for FRDC. I can possibly take that one on notice and come back to you in terms of any guidance, unless my colleague can come and assist.
Thanks.
George Day, Assistant Secretary, Fisheries and Aquaculture Branch. No, we don't have national standards for stock assessments.
So it's up to each jurisdiction, is it?
Correct, and in the Commonwealth that's undertaken by the Australian Fisheries Management Authority.
Yeah, okay. So Queensland recently revised its mackerel settings after errors in stock assessment were identified. Has DAF considered whether similar independent review is warranted in WA?
Those settings were changed by Queensland, but there was some work by the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation on that stock assessment. So that would be a question for FRDC in a similar situation like this.
Okay.
So FRDC funded a project to do a review of the research, of the stock assessment, did they?
My understanding is they funded work to review the mackerel stock assessments or inputs into that in Queensland.
Can I ask about the supply chain? I'm not sure if you've got involvement in this, but following the WA closure, local supplies has reportedly been replaced by interstate and overseas imports, including pig snapper flown from New Zealand into Perth. Has DAF assessed the impact of these reforms on domestic seafood supply chains?
No, again, that would be a question for WA government.
Has the department considered the food security and carbon implications of replacing locally landed fish with products imported from over 5,000 kilometres away?
Again, sorry, questions for WA government, given that these decisions are their decisions.
What assessment has the department made of increased biosecurity and traceability risks arising from a greater reliance on importing seafood?
That, Senator, might be a better question for outcome 2.
Outcome 2?
Yeah.
Does the department consider it appropriate that Australian fisheries policy outcomes are now increasingly dependent on imported product?
Can you just ask that question again? Apologies, Senator.
Do you consider it appropriate that the Australian fisheries policy outcomes are now, or have become increasingly dependent on imported product?
I'm not sure I'd characterise it in that way. I think we're obviously focused on ensuring that there is a strong domestic commercial fishery in Australia. Obviously, we're responsible for Commonwealth waters, and our focus is ensuring that there's rigorous and proper, I guess, kind of regulation around that alongside AFMA.
But you do have responsibility for agricultural and seafood supply chains, though, don't you?
Well, I think those responsibilities are, I guess, kind of across a number of departments, and obviously we kind of acknowledge that DISA has also a role in supply chains as well, but we certainly have a strong interest, and the food security strategy work that we're doing will be looking at that as well.
Does the department have a view, and if so, what is it, in relation to, in a sense, displacing or offsetting the... there's a protection that's applied here in Western Australia, but other countries, other jurisdictions around the world will maybe be overfished, or there could be ramifications for those local areas. Does the department have a view on the impact of that?
Maybe, I guess, rather than maybe characterising it as a view, we have a really important role in international fisheries management more broadly, and there's a range of different, I guess, treaties that we have a responsibility to negotiate and manage in a multilateral sense, and I'm sure my colleagues can talk in a lot more detail about that, but that is a really important role where we ensure that in an international sense balanced outcomes are achieved.
And probably just to add to what my colleague was saying, that's entirely correct. And one of the recent bits of work that we've done is look at measures to limit the risk of seafood being imported from fisheries that are subject to IUU fisheries, so illegal, unreported or unregulated fisheries. One of the measures coming out of that that was committed to last year is to review seafood import codes. And so, again, looking at how we can better understand and have better data in terms of the fisheries the fish that is being imported into Australia.
And finally, from me, I know Senator Brockman has some follow-up on this subject, but have you had any analysis of the impact that this decision in WA is having upon any Commonwealth fisheries?
It will be a question for AFMA, who will be appearing later today. But again, it probably would be about where there are Commonwealth or AFMA-managed fisheries that are either adjacent or overlapping in the WA area. And we understand AFMA has looked at that, but they're targeting, as I understand it, quite different species in those fisheries.
Yes, but if fishers are not fishing demersals and they're moving to other species, does that have is there any consideration of the impact that might have on those other species that are within the Commonwealth jurisdiction?
There has been some anecdotal discussion around people looking at other fisheries now. From the Commonwealth fisheries in that area, they're managed under quota, so sustainable catch limits. So if people want to buy into those fisheries and catch those fish, that's fine. There's a sustainable limit that would be in place to manage it.
So In terms of the sustainable catch limits, that's obviously a methodology that's put in place by AFMA or yourself.
That's put in place by AFMA.
And what is the science underpinning that? Is there a consistent methodology across species that actually underpins those decisions?
Yes, there's a consistent approach to stock assessment. So you take in characteristics of the stock and the biology of the stock, indicators like the catch rates, and they go into a stock assessment model. It's a mathematical model, and that comes out with sustainable catch levels.
So is that held for the demersal species we're talking about?
In Western Australia?
In these combined waters that you just spoke about?
So for the Commonwealth fisheries, the one that's probably predominant in that area is a tuna fishery. Those stock assessments are done at the international level and then applied into Australia.
Can you explain that to me? I don't pretend to be an expert in this area.
Sorry. So
at the international level, what does that mean?
So as Ms McCormack was saying, we're part of these regional fisheries management organisations with many countries that fish these migratory stocks. And so the stock assessments and management needs to be done at the regional level because the fish will go from here to Africa and back. And so that it's a large area, and the stock assessment to assess the sustainability of that stock is done through these regional bodies.
I accept that.
So you're talking SBT?
In this case, it is like SBT, but yellowfin tuna, albacore.
But there is a level of science underpinning those decisions, because part of the problem in terms of the WA decision is there is a very significant lack of transparency in the science actually underpinning the decision to end commercial fisheries in significant parts of WA waters. So is there any science in those combined waters you talked about that would allow for an assessment of demersal species?
No, it's different fishery.
There's no science that exists to make that assessment.
I think if there was, it'd be along the lines of impact of climate change, some sort of water temperature. But in terms of the stock data and what people are catching, how long they live for, it's separate fisheries.
Okay.
So that would be done by WA.
WA, that's right. WA will be responsible for the information that's supporting their decision.
Thanks, Chair. I'm about to move to a different subject in case anyone had a follow-up for this, but I want to ask about the timber imports. Recent reporting by the ABC cites a 63% increase in imports of laminated veneer, or LVL as it's known, in 2025, and a 56% drop in import prices. Can the department confirm these figures and provide the most recent official data on LVL imports by volume and price?
We'll just get colleagues to the table, Senator.
Thanks.
Morning, Senator. Jared Grenville, Executive Director of ABARES. I don't necessarily have a unit price right to hand, but I can provide some information on LVL imports into Australia. So we've got an import value for 24-25 around $931 million. It's pretty stable compared to the previous year. It's a little bit lower than 22-23, about the same as 21-22, but there was a big step up between 2020-21 and 21-22. So that's when that increase in imports happened, which, my colleague can correct me, but it's roughly around the time when we saw some significant increase in housing activity with various government programs and kind of stepped in to fill, I guess, some of that demand.
So can you, in terms of the claimed increase of 63%, are you able to tell us whether that's accurate?
Over a longer period, it looks to be roughly the same in value terms, but that's taking.
What about in terms of actual volume?
In terms of volume, let me see if we've got volume. I might have to take the volume. My colleague's got some numbers on volume. they can bring. But I suspect that there's been quite a bit of a price impact, so volume is most probably a little bit moderated.
Dave Galliano, ABS. So you're just after LVL in particular?
Yeah, LVL.
Yeah, so the volume of LVL imports, so this is 24-25 compared to 23-24, is 167,000 cubic metres, and that's up from 120,000 cubic metres the year before.
It's quite an increase. So which countries account for the largest share of imported LVL and other engineered wood products in Australia?
I think it's China, but I would have to go and do some more digging into the next level of detail to get you that, but we can have a look. And
Thank you. If you could, so if you could come back to me with the
it is China. So we've got China as the biggest.
Okay.
And then,
have you got a list there?
We do have a list. It's unhelpfully sorted the wrong way around. So China is the largest, followed by Malaysia, Indonesia, New Zealand, and then we're getting to smaller numbers: Belgium, Italy, Chile, Netherlands, Finland, and this is for the latest bunch.
Just those top three. What have you got as a percentage?
Yeah. China is a bit over half
of all import.
Of this is value.
Okay.
And Malaysia and Indonesia represent about, I'd say, 10%.
Sorry, I just missed that last.
Around 10%, I think.
Each.
Yeah. But I'm doing math on the run, so let's just...
That's all right. Well, if you could come back to us just with that list, with the accurate figures, that would be helpful. Has the department undertaken or commissioned any economic modelling on the impact of cheaper imported engineered timber products on domestic timber processing capacity and employment?
So we haven't undertaken any particular analysis at this stage on I guess the direct impact of imports, but it'd be worth noting we did release a paper which looked at the role that imports play in the domestic industry and how that's played out in terms of also our own supply and so forth. And one of the key observations with that was that, in these times where we get, spurs in our housing activity and so forth, that access to international markets is a good stabiliser to help moderate price increases, particularly increasing building costs and the like. For our industry, long-term competitive pressure is good for consumers. So if we have the international competitive pressure, it helps to maintain a competitive supply of wood products into our markets and the like. And we do have continuing, most of the wood products used in housing and so forth still come from domestic sources. So that's a very high level, doesn't directly answer your question, but it gives you, a bit of a high-level picture.
Yeah, but just to confirm, no, you haven't done any particular study or modelling on the impact. Has that question been considered? Like, have you thought about doing that? Or?
We haven't got that in our work program at this point. We do kind of keep an eye on how the wood market's going, particularly, and also the changes in plantation estate and harvesting and the like. And so we do that regular reporting, which we'll be reporting like an outlook for the forestry sector in March as part of our updates. But there's no specific piece of work that's in the pipeline.
Similar to the question I was asking in relation to fishing. What consideration does the department have on sustainability of the source of these products, and also want to understand what work's done around quality and assurance around quality of the products compared to Australian manufactured products?
There's certainly a regulatory scheme around illegal logging. Which my colleague Mr. Bursell could talk to in more detail, and if you wanted to dive into kind of the broader question as well.
Sure. Senator Guy Bursell, Assistant Secretary, AgVet Chemicals and Forestry. So the principal control that the Australian government has on imports is our Illegal Logging Prohibition Act, which is the framework that Australia uses, and it puts the impost on importers to assess the legality of timber products coming into Australia across a number of... It's a sort of inclusive definition of legality, which captures concepts like sustainability.
And what assurance is there over that? Or are they just marking their own homework? Or like what do you...
No, the department runs as with all of our regulatory activities, we have audit and assurance processes that specifically look at importers' requirements under the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act.
What's the department's assessment of the trend in domestic timber mill closures or the reduced capacity utilisation in recent years?
What's our assessment? Well, I guess broadly, we're conscious that there's been the, I guess, public withdrawal of Victoria of native forest logging, which has had flow-on effects to timber processing. But more broadly, I guess what we'd look at and what our interest is to continue to ensure that these industries remain vibrant and are continuing to grow, and to ensure that that those industries have the opportunity to increase, I guess, the technology and the value adding that is being undertaken. And to your point, Senator, around those imports of LVL and those sorts of, I guess, engineered wood products, we do think that there's a significant opportunity for Australian industries here. The government announced $300 million Forestry Growth Fund. A significant focus of that fund will be, as stated in the government's announcement, is around supporting the development of engineered wood products industries as well.
And what about the sovereign manufacturing piece around this, ensuring that Australia has its own capability in producing these products that are clearly essential to our housing needs and other construction needs? Has there been any consideration of the impact on reduced capacity for Australia to deliver?
Yes,
particularly if we see constraints in our ability to import from other countries, other jurisdictions.
Yeah. So I think certainly from a policy perspective, and this was canvassed in the timber fibre strategy that was developed by industry and presented to government, that we see it as an important sovereign industry, and I think that you see that with the government's announcement around the Forestry Growth Fund, the programs like Accelerate Adoption of Wood Processing Innovation. Those sorts of programs, I think, are about continuing to support those industries and to invest in them to increase their technological sophistication and drive up the value chain. I guess another element of it is the ability for that kind of innovation in wood processing to utilise, I guess, a greater amount of the resource that's available for construction purposes as well. So the opportunity to use, I guess, more plantation resource, more native forest resource for engineered wood products to go into things like modular housing, Senator, as you mentioned, a really important market for forest products. So we see that as a really important opportunity as well.
It's becoming harder, though, for producers, isn't it, to manufacturers to, when the actual estate is being diminished and reduced due to restrictions around native logging. Is there concern about the ability for Australia to continue to provide and supply its own needs?
So I think the importance is just acknowledging that has happened in some jurisdictions. The important focus is, as I said, to kind of then ensure that processing capacity can make most use of the resource that is available across the plantation and native forest estate.
Okay. And Matt, if I can, Senator, we released, it was last year, a wood volumes analysis that looked at projected kind of future supply of timber into Australia from Australia's plantations and other wood products, and that painted a fairly healthy picture on the supply side. But as you say, the economics is still economics. I also do have an answer with the help of something better than my mental arithmetic for those percentages by value LVL for you. So China 60%, Malaysia 6%, Indonesia 6%, and then to round out.
It's a long gap.
And then, it's a big gap, and then New Zealand 4%. Is the next one on the list.
Look, that strikes me as a risk, being so concentrated. It's a bit like with our solar panels, all coming from one major supplier. Is the government concerned about that?
So this is the import share, but there is still a significant domestic production base that underpins.
Sure, we're becoming more and more reliant. We've had a growth to 68% now of thereabouts. I think you might come back to confirm if that's right, but becoming more and more reliant on imported products, and we're over 6% of coming from one jurisdiction. It's a big risk.
Yeah, I think the flexibility that we saw in other markets, and this is talking a little bit broader than just the LVL in COVID, when we switched, and we also switched a number of markets in terms of the import sources over time. So while there is a bit of concentration right at this point, there is a global market out there which we do have access to diversify those imports as long as they meet the department's criteria, which is outlined by Mr. Bursell before. But then there's also, as Mr. Lowe has pointed out, like the investments that the department are making to increase the efficiency and productivity of our own domestic sector to compete and to fill those gaps. So obviously, if there was an issue with some of our major trading partners, we've got that diversified bundle, which includes the internal ability to supply, but also access to other markets. That helps.
Senator Colbeck,
I just want to match up some of the data. You were talking volumes.
So I had values. Mr. Galliano had some values.
You had volumes.
Yeah, just a confusion. Sorry.
That's fine. So you were saying that's about 900 million, roughly, since about 2020.
Yep.
And Mr. Galliano, you said that 24-25 was 167.
167,000 cubic metres. That's correct. Yeah.
And the year before was 124,000 cubic metres.
120.
120.
And the year before was 96.
And the year before was 96. So the price is falling in that sense. There's more volume coming through. In a price sense. Can I look at that data somewhere?
So
are they in the same place?
Yeah, so I'm probably looking at the actual tables. I think Dr. Green was looking at a dashboard, but it should be the same data. It's on our website, so we can send you the link to where all this data is.
Thank you. That'd be really interesting. I was just interesting in the apparent price reduction in product, considering what I'm hearing in the market.
Yeah, it could be a compositional shift as well, so that'd be the other thing. Yeah, because there's a spattering, a range of different things we classify under that, each of those broader categories. So that could be part of it as well. But we can endeavour to get back to you and have a look to see what there is. But we'll share the link as Mr. Carney.
Okay, that'd be good. In terms of the work that you're doing with the capacity investment fund and those things, how reliant is that on accessibility to product, so materials? So I think there's a couple of jurisdictions where there's no native available anymore, but there's also issues in relation to plantation product availability. I think in WA there's real pressure on pine.
Well, you need a mix too to make the product.
And pressures on pine in probably most jurisdictions, to be frank, and getting more into the ground. Are we actually starting to plant yet?
I might ask Dr. Greenville just to comment on resource availability, but I think in general the types of investments that kind of, if you like, because if we're running a grant program, Senator, it's obviously an application-based process. So in a lot of cases, we're looking at existing enterprises that generally have pretty secure access to resource. And and obviously that's not universal across Australia, but for those areas where, for those areas that do have good access to a mix of
they're
resource.
known, they're understood, they're in the right locations, so that transport
whether it's Green Triangle or and then I guess complemented by that is the government's investment in the Support Plantation Establishment Scheme, which is about, I guess, providing assistance to ensure that plantations can get up and running.
So in terms of availability of native resource, and noting the changes that we discussed at estimates last time, I think, which was just after the new environmental legislation had passed, do we have an update on what information is available for industry, or where we are at in terms of recognising the existing systems that are there for industry in the various jurisdictions? So the systems that exist, for example, in Tassie and New South Wales in particular, where they have a pretty well understood system of management approvals, all of those things that take into account all of the environmental values that they're supposed to take into account. Have we progressed anywhere with recognition of those, so that there is some certainty for industry to even take up some of the offers that are on the table? Where are we at?
A really important question, Senator. One that we certainly haven't kind of wasted a day in terms of progressing that work with the affected RFA states. Myself and my colleagues have been working with RFA states in the first instance, I guess, to kind of think about the approval pathways that they might want to pursue. So that's been something that's been an active area of conversation.
Do they want to change anything? I mean, the systems are pretty good, they're robust, they've been tested over 30 years.
That's right.
They wouldn't want, why would they want to change things?
So I think that question will come down to the National Environmental Standards, the EPBC Act reforms, and I guess really doing a gap analysis effectively of the robust regulatory systems that are in place, the forest management systems, the codes of practice, those sorts of things, understanding those arrangements and comparing them with the national environmental standards, particularly I think the standards around matters of national environmental significance. I think that will be the key one.
So is that work being done alongside the National Forestry Standard? I mean, so we already do have a standard that's been in place for a long time. So you've got the National Forestry Standard that takes into account a lot of these values?
Well, in this particular case, it's around these new standards that will be introduced. I think Minister Watt mentioned his intention to have those two standards in place by 1 July this year. So it'll be acknowledging the systems that are in place currently.
So in the conversations you're having, what are the new things that are going to be imposed over and above what's already done? What are the new things that are going to be imposed on the industry that that people claim we weren't doing?
I think that we're still working that through, Senator. So there's a draft standard available for both matters of national environmental significance, as you know, and offsets. I think the phase we're in at the moment with states is more around information gathering, Senator. So we're probably not yet at the point where we're kind of doing, if you like, the gap analysis and what the additionality is. But if colleagues wanted to add.
Can add a little, Mr. Lowe. I suppose, Senator, it's not so much what other requirements that the Commonwealth is adding, it's a process of assessing the state systems and the extent to which they meet the new national environmental standards. So that may require adjustments to state forest management systems, it may not, but as Mr. Lowe was saying, we're now, the forthcoming process with our colleagues at DEQ and with each of the RFA states is to look at both systems, state and Commonwealth, side by side and see the degree to which they overlap. And then depending on the approval pathway, there'll be slight differences in the threshold questions and the information base that supports those decisions. And what I mean by that is, for example, if a state's looking to accredit their system, it's sort of a technical assessment of does the black and white system in a state and territories, a state's legislative framework meet the requirements of the Commonwealth in a sort of technical letter of the law sense, and other processes are more similar to a usual environmental approvals assessment process where you're looking at the values that are sought to be protected or seeking to protect under a system and the extent to which those systems work to deliver outcomes.
But surely you have a sense of the additional requirements under the new standard?
I think a sense, yes, Senator, but there's forthcoming work to make sure that we can assure ourselves that the thresholds are met.
So so you're saying it's a draft standard, is how close to being set by the 1st of July?
Well, that's a matter
Are there any proposed changes to the draft?
That's commentary that Minister Watt made yesterday around his intention. Yeah.
Are there any proposed changes?
Well, DQ will have to speak to the consultation process that they're undergoing. I think the consultation on the first two matters of national environmental significance and the offset standards, I think that consultation process is currently open.
Sorry, just to jump in there. I think my understanding is that it's just closed just now, and that I think DQ yesterday were talking about a number of submissions that they've received on the consultation for those standards, and so I think, as my colleague was saying, DQ will work through that in their sort of advice then to Minister in setting the final standards.
So effectively, in a process sense, you can't start doing a gap analysis until you know what the standard is.
I think that we can't complete the gap analysis until we know what the final standard is, but we've got a draft that we can work with states.
Okay. So what's the time frame for finalising so that the industry can invest with confidence, utilising the funding that's on the table, to having that process completed? So when are we going to know, in a Tasmanian perspective, what the new hoops are, or a New South Wales perspective, what the new hoops are, as to what is actually going to occur?
So obviously there's the statutory timeline of the middle of next year, which is, I guess, the 18 months before the RFA exemption finishes. We're minded, and we're certainly working really hard to, I guess, kind of complete arrangements with states around accreditation processes such that it's earlier than that. We're definitely taking that as a kind of a maximum rather than what we intend to achieve as a timeline. Obviously, it's dependent on states and the work that they need to do as well. But from our perspective, we're there to support them, work with them to, I guess, accredit those systems sooner rather than later. I don't have a timeline, a kind of a more granular timeline than that, though, Senator.
So the maximum time is the 18 months that we talked about last estimates?
Yep.
But it would have to be in everyone's interest to get it sorted as quickly as possible, I would have thought.
Agreed.
I mean, are you doing any assessment on how it might impact on certifications that exist already? So
I'll defer to colleagues whether that's come up in conversation.
No, we're not, Senator, and it hasn't come up in conversations with states yet. I think in a principled sense it's unlikely to affect certification arrangements because the changes, at least insofar as they relate to sustainability criteria under certification, would be an increase rather than an erosion of the standards that are in place for the forestry operation. I am conscious that there may be consultation requirements for states, but at the moment it's not come up in conversations with the states yet.
So you're talking about an increase in environmental requirements.
An increase, or certainly, Senator, and sorry to cut you off, not a diminution, I suppose, is so the national standards exist, and we would not expect under the national standards.
I would agree with that. I was just a bit worried about ratcheting things that would impact on the viability of the industry. That was all. That was why I was concerned at the language. So the two certification systems that run here in Australia, there's no assessment as to how they might be affected by the process. I mean, FSC is probably more a political process than it is a certification process. You go around the world. The standard of FSC certification varies on the jurisdictional aspects, whereas the other standards is again standard based and refers back to the Australian Forestry Standard, which is why I keep on asking the questions on that. Are there any proposals around or need for modifications of the Australian Forestry Standard?
Not at this stage, Senator, but it's something that I think we'd look to have as we continue to discuss with RFA states and their forest industries themselves. We'd be happy to work through any concerns, and with the certification agencies as well, any concerns they might have that, and as to whether the standards themselves need adjusting.
Senator Colby, can we just get an indication how many more you got in this topic?
No,
colleagues just want to ask a couple.
Yeah, I've nearly finished.
Thank you.
All right, and so I will leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Chair, if I may, just
Yes, you may.
I just realised that I made a mistake in terms of the numbers I presented, read in. So they were for all engineered products, not just the LVL. Same trends and the like for the LVL subcomponent, but the total for LVL imports in 24-25 was 137 million. Not the 1 billion, around the 1 billion, which is for all engineered products. And it looks like the key market still is China. But
So does that mean I don't get a price reduction?
I think you still might. You still do. You still do. You still do. Yeah. It's still the same story, just the absolute level.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator Delegar.
Thanks, Chair. Just in relation to trade, I would like to just clarify or to ask in relation to the recent global market volatility, ranging from the commodity price shifts to the geopolitical disruptions. How resilient have Australian agricultural exports been, and which sectors are showing the strongest performance?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Maybe I can provide just a bit of a broad overview, and then Mr Campbell and Ms Hutchinson can provide some detail. But as we've seen, so for this financial year, exports are looking strong. So our agricultural export values are forecast to rise by about $3.1 billion to a record of $78.9 billion. What we're seeing is strong red meat markets and exports, particularly like we discussed, the demand into the US. But we've seen a price and a volume shift across the board, really, in terms of our exports. For crops, crop volumes are still strong. However, we are seeing some moderation in global prices. So there's quite a significant increase in global production effectively. So global balance sheets and stock ratios and so forth are looking quite strong in that respect. But in terms of, I guess, individual markets, I can hand to my colleagues that might want to make some additional statements. Thanks.
So, Senator, in relation to value, in terms of markets and destinations, we certainly have seen strong exports to the United States, which have increased 30% between the 24-25 and 23-24 financial years. to the EU, to India. We've seen the result of good outcomes with the UK FTA and the EU FTA. We've seen improved exports to both of those countries and regions. In terms of specific commodities, beef and veal, we've talked about, again, for the same time period, has increased 30% in value, sheep meat 18% in value, and we've seen a range of plant products increase in value, like chickpeas, almonds and grain sorghum. So there are a range of commodities to a range of markets that certainly have shown improvement over that time period.
Very good to hear about the beef as well. Thank you for that. And regarding
Apologies, Senator, I should have said UAE FTA if I mistakenly didn't say that properly. I mean the FTA to the United Arab Emirates. Thank you.
Thank you. And regarding the EU's proposed deforestation regulation, can you update the committee since the last time we met what the latest developments are, including any official or unofficial delays or revisions, any ministerial or official representations and how they might affect Australian exporters?
Thank you, Senator. And there remains a delay on the implementation of the EU DR, so I'll hand to my colleague.
Thanks, Senator. So on the 17th of December 2025, so that was after we last met, the EU confirmed that the implementation of the EUDR has been further postponed. The EUDR will now be applied from 30 December 2026 to large EU businesses and from 30 June 2027 to smaller EU businesses. The EUDR has also been further amended to introduce some simplifications for small businesses within the EU and exempt printed products from the scope of regulated products. The European Commission is also conducting a review of the EUDR by the 30th of April this year to suggest further ways to simplify the legislation. So it was initially postponed 12 months to 30 December 2025. And that's been extended for another year to 30 December 2026. That being said, we continue to advocate as a department, and I know the Minister's been active on this as well, in terms of the EUDR and particularly relating to the exemptions for skins and hides, and that remains an ongoing concern of ours that we've raised in various fora. I was talking to our Minister Councillor in Brussels, and he had raised it just last week during his meetings with the European Commission.
Thanks very much. And Minister, obviously the government's been doing a lot of work to rebuild our relationship with trading partners. How's it been going, and how are we being seen with our trading partners?
Yeah, it's obviously important work, Senator Deligo, and undoing some of the damage that was done under the previous government has been something that this government has done, led by the Trade Minister, and obviously something that we're very passionate about in agriculture as well, and Minister Collins has been working closely on. We know the opportunity that comes with diversifying our trading markets and what that means for our producers around the country. And we know that Senator Farrell is overseas at the moment, undertaking some of that work, and we look forward to continuing to enhance those opportunities because we know that means economic opportunity, it means jobs, and it's a good thing for the country when we're able to seize those new opportunities.
100%, thank you. And just back to the department, in relation to the recent high-frequency data, since the start of the 25-26 financial year, what do the agricultural export volumes show for the first 7 months of the financial year, and how does it compare to last year this time?
Thanks, Senator, for your question. That's actually quite pertinent in terms of timing, because the data for December actually came out just I think middle of last week. What it shows is it shows quite strong growth in terms of agricultural exports in the 2025 calendar year versus the 2024 calendar year. And so, for example, and I just need to do some of Dr. Greenville's maths on the run, 12% increase in the overall value of agricultural, fisheries and forestry exports in the 2025 calendar year versus the 2024 calendar year. And strong growth in terms of some of the key markets. China up, US up, Japan slightly up, Indonesia up, all in terms of value.
Great.
And that's the 2025 calendar year.
Thanks, and your ability to do that math on the run is noted as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Liggett. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. While we are on that export data, Mr Campbell, that came out last week, which showed some strong results across commodities, can you just clarify whether that data breaks down to a state of origin for those exports? And if so, how did Queensland in particular fare in 2025 compared to 2024?
Thanks so much. Yes, that data is actually quite granular. We get quite a detailed data feed that is fed into my team as well as Dr. Greenville's ABAS team in terms of the agricultural exports, and that is broken down by state. In terms of state by state, let's starting with Queensland.
It's a good place to start.
Starting with Queensland, hypothetically, agricultural exports from Queensland to the rest of the world are up, doing a bit of maths on the run, up 19% 2025 versus 2024.
And what's driving that particular growth, Mr Campbell?
Well, Queensland exports to China were up 34%. Queensland exports to the United States are up 20%. Korea, they're up 15%. Japan up 16%. India also up 16%. India's been the one that's shown the greatest growth over recent years. So we go back to 2020, Queensland exports to India were 14 million. They're now, 2025, they're over $1 billion. So it's quite significant in terms of commodities. It's across the board, really. Mandarins are up 29%. My personal favourite, mung beans are up 48%. Queensland mung beans to the rest of the world. Offals up 13%.
Okay. Does that data, in that data, can you go to particularly red meat and what the value of the red meat export out of Queensland was for 2025?
I can, Senator. So just looking at beef and veal, 2025, Queensland exported $9.6 billion of beef and veal to the world.
And just on a dollar, how does that compare dollar value to last year, sorry, to the previous year in 2024? So
in 2024, it was $7.4 billion and it's now $9.6 billion. So that's about a 29-30% increase, 29% increase.
Okay, and more than $2 billion. And my last question is, we've heard a bit about the free trade agreements that this government has been working on. I understand our trade minister is overseas at the moment, working on a free trade agreement with the EU. But I just want to quickly touch on the UAE and whether or not, if you've got any data on whether the new UAE trade deal has resulted in any increase in beef or red meat export.
So I can kind of look directly at the state of Queensland.
Yep.
So in 2025, Queensland exported $209 million worth of beef to the UAE. We compare that to, and that was the 2025 value, we compare that to 2024, and that was $167 million, which is a 25% increase.
Thank you for that, Mr Campbell. I know the Queensland senators have the numbers on the committee at the moment, but to be fair to my Tasmanian colleagues, I just want to quickly shift gears and just ask a question to Minister Chisholm, please, around the $300 million Forestry Growth Fund.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Mulholland, and we're passionate about forestry as well in Queensland. But it is something that's important, and it probably goes to, I think, the questions that Senator O'Sullivan was putting around forestry and the opportunity we see for the future, and there's no doubt that the Forestry Growth Fund is going to be an important component of that. I think the part that has been missed is the work that they will do with the NRF as well, and identifying some of those future opportunities that give us the encouragement that there is going to be a bright future for forestry in this country. I think it goes to the innovation and the modernisation that needs to take place, and that's why we see there's important work that this department needs to do with DISA at the same time, and the National Reconstruction Fund, as we drive some of those opportunities into the future that will benefit many parts, including Tasmania at the same time. So I think that's an important part of what we're doing in forestry that I just wanted to touch on as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I won't ask Mr Campbell to come back up. Mr Granville, do you know what happens if Queensland beef goes across the border and is processed in, for example, New South Wales? Does it count as a New South Wales export or a Queensland export?
It would count as a New South Wales export.
Ah, so the numbers are even better. Well, we'll get that on the record next time. We'll put state of origin on there. Yeah, indeed. I want to turn to the beef cattle herd management methodology and emissions policy. Can I ask, does anyone there have the figure that agricultural industries have invested in research and development to support the government's emissions reduction program?
So how much...
How much agricultural industries have spent on research and development for emissions reductions programs?
Well, I'd have to check whether we do have that figure. I'll ask colleagues if we have it, but I'm not aware that we do.
Okay.
But we can follow up if we don't.
Thank you.
Senator Nick Belong, Sustainability Climate Division. So the short answer is no, we don't have a direct figure. There is a work that the Council of RDCs has previously published around investments across all RDCs in climate-related initiatives, including around emissions reductions. So that is a public document, and I'm happy to sort of extract some of that work if it's useful to the committee. But it is a published document. That's probably the most sort of pertinent figure that I could sort of give you in relation to your line of questioning on R&D expenditure.
All right. Do you have a figure for the red meat industry specifically for their expenditure in R&D to support emissions reduction?
I can check that report to see if that sort of provides that granular breakdown. It is a Council of RDC document as opposed to a departmental document. And I think some of those RDCs are appearing later tonight as well, so it could go into details there too.
All right. Do you know what percentage of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions comes from agriculture?
18.4%, Senator.
And do you know what percentage of Australian greenhouse gas emissions comes from beef production?
Roughly, so 80% of agricultural emissions are from the livestock sector or thereabouts. So working backwards, it'd be roughly sort of 14 or 15% of national emissions would be from livestock. And you could break that down by animal as well. The greenhouse gas inventory does provide a more granular data set too. So that's illustrative.
My next question is the department working with our Asian and EU trading partners to help them meet their emissions targets in addition to developing our own emissions targets?
Sorry, the question is, are we helping EU
trading partners
and
Asian trading partners
meet their emissions targets? Not directly from a domestic policy sort of setting. Our priorities are really focused on innovation and R&D and greenhouse gas inventory improvements and on-farm calculators, and obviously the announcements around sort of the CRC that's been established at the beginning of this financial year. So that's where our priorities are.
So turning now to the beef cattle herd management method, is that the main policy for producers reducing emissions?
Senator, so certainly the ACCU scheme more broadly and carbon ACCU methods provide a financial market-based incentive to drive sort of practice change. So the previous beef herd method was, I guess, an example of that. But it is not the only policy setting sort of focused on continuing to enhance Australian agriculture's emissions profiles. We always caveat these types of sort of policy settings around the fact that our credentials globally are very favourable for Australian agriculture in terms of the emissions profile. The nature of our production systems are very efficient, which means they're globally very competitive when it comes to emissions intensity of production. So their starting point is very favourable when compared to our competitors. And industry's been investing in this space for a very long time, a decade or more itself. And certainly some of the features of the Ag and Land Sector Plan that was released last year acknowledge that work and very much frame the sort of forward work program around sort of partnering with industry around the work they're doing and coupling that with investments by government. So again, that goes to improvements to the greenhouse gas inventory scheme, the development of more consistent, more robust data standards to support on-farm measurement of emissions as well. There's the carbon farming outreach program to support the type of advice.
Interrupt you just for a second.
Certainly.
Specifically, I'm looking for beef emissions reductions, and so I'm looking to see, are there any other methods in place or in development for beef herd emissions reductions other than the beef cattle herd management method?
I guess there are other carbon methods, including around soil carbon methods that might be useful to livestock producers. There's a sort of a broader context around ACCUs. I accept that in previous sort of lines of questioning, previous estimates centred around the importance of having ACCU methods available to producers to encourage practice change and provide that financial incentive. We agree with, and that's something I think at evidence given yesterday or late last night with ERAC, the ERAC chair sort of pointed to decisions pending in that space as well. But I guess my broader framing goes to the fact that ACCUs are important and industry is very interested in sort of further ACCU methods, but it's not the only sort of policy or program initiative in this space.
Well, it actually is for beef, the beef herd emissions reduction, and it's the only one that pays. And beef producers are telling me that they are now stepping back from this research and development because the sunset of the beef herd methodology last year and the pause put on it since December 24 means that this very expensive program has no pathway to achieve ACCUs. And this is my challenge, is that what do I direct, what encouragement are beef herd producers supposed to be looking at to compensate them for the work that they would be doing on emissions reductions? And we've already had conversations at previous estimates about, you know, the potential of the safeguards mechanism being extended to herds of over 100,000 head. You know, there seems to be lots of sticks being waved around, but the carrots are completely gone.
Well, again, I can refer to the exchanges you had with the ERAC chair yesterday evening around decisions that might be pending around a remake of the beef herd methods. So I understand that was canvassed yesterday evening. So DQ and ERAC are the guardians, if you like, of the ACCU scheme, and there is interest from both us and industry around new methods being made available to cover the gap that has emerged with the sunsetting of the previous beef herd method. And certainly MLA and others can, from RDCs, can sort of talk to their investments they've been making that go beyond just ACCU method sort of options, and that includes extensive R&D that addresses sort of productivity enhancing practices on farm, which also have an emissions dividend, but it addresses the triple bottom line.
That, but it's of course, as you understand, very expensive to be changing genetics and herd composition, and so my concern is that we've identified that 80% of agricultural emissions come from livestock, and yet here we are, 4 years into this government's term, and still producers have no tool available, no incentive available. I am trying to highlight this for the community, that we're expecting the agricultural industry, which is already a very low margin business, already struck by lots of natural disasters and other things at the moment, and yet the government remains completely flat-footed on what programs are acceptable to Australian producers.
Certainly, the challenge with agriculture, and this is not unique to Australia, is that emissions reduction is challenging. It's a hard-to-abate sector, and that includes in the livestock sector as well. And I think this was canvassed in the Ag and Land Sector Plan as well, that over time we expect it will be a suite of stacked solutions that will help sort of bridge that gap between what's commercially viable and the type of technologies and practices that might reduce emissions over time. But in the meantime, there are productivity-driven sort of opportunities that are available to the livestock sector, and that goes to where the red meat sector has invested a lot of its R&D, where there's a dividend that addresses profitability and productivity, but also extend to emissions reduction, particularly reductions in emissions intensity of production.
So every other sector seems to be getting incentives under the CIS, there's lots of money being thrown around to reduce emissions, except it seems for the agricultural sector. And my concern is that some of those stacking opportunities that you talked about are revegetating existing agricultural land, which will actually be less agricultural production. And I don't expect you to, there is no other way there's no other way to paint this apart from there is currently no methodology for beef cattle producers to have an ACCU system to reduce emissions. And they are now saying we cannot continue spending money on these changed productivity measures and others if we're not going to be able to achieve an ACCU at the end of it.
There is certainly no silver bullet, Senator. We would agree with that in terms of achieving major step downs in emissions reductions. But again, where we started this conversation, it was very much premised around the fact that the sector is very well positioned globally as a export-driven sector in the economy. Its credentials are very favourable compared to our competitors, and that's a good place to be. And I think also acknowledge that while there are, you refer to other programs in other sectors that have significant sort of funding allocations, those sectors are also have significant regulatory imposts around achieving emissions reductions, whether it's a safeguard mechanism, the renewable energy target, in the transport sector as well. They have, that is where the vast majority of decarbonisation across the economy is happening now and has been for a number of years and will happen over the next sort of 5 to 10 years as well. So that's a reflection of where the investment is going, because that's where decarbonisation has the greatest potential in the short to medium term. And in the meantime, it's about getting the foundations right across the sector in agriculture so that as technologies become viable, and ACCU methods will be a part of the toolkit available to the sector over time as well, then that sector continue to add to its current credentials and make improvements too. So I don't think doing nothing is sort of a fair reflection of where the sector's at. It's sort of laying the groundwork, acknowledging that a lot of the decarbonisation effort is happening elsewhere in the economy, and in time the sector will be best placed to contribute to that net zero transition as well.
So do you think that the agricultural industry should be alarmed, given that the Albanese government's increased the emissions reduction target from 43% to, I'm not sure if it was 60 or 70 where Minister Bowen landed, by 2035? I got that number right? So, this is an increasingly short runway, and at 18.4% of emissions, the agricultural industry is becoming increasingly alarmed that there will be more punitive measures to force them to reduce emissions, but yet not pathways that they can fund that investment in R&D and others.
Senator, I think as we've kind of discussed in previous estimates, there is no target set for the agriculture sector itself.
Yes.
The target's an economy-wide target, and we think there's lots of opportunity for agriculture in the net zero economy. While we're talking about a specific ACCU method, there is significant opportunity for producers, one, to enhance their farming systems through things like revegetation or plantations or soil carbon, and
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know that just in places like rangeland systems where most of the broad-scale cattle production is, the opportunities to revegetate is zero. Or close to zero because of rainfall, soil types, all those other things. And if you were going to revegetate, it will reduce your productivity because you'll have less fodder production and other feeds. I mean, this is, I'm not having a go, but this is, we've got to be very careful not to continue talking in motherhood statements about opportunity and growth and blah, 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 when the reality is that these producers have no pathway. And whilst you said that there is no inclusion for agriculture in safeguards and those other punitive programs yet, surely, in order for the government to increase emissions reductions, they will have to turn their mind to agriculture very soon. It's 9 years away from this increased target, and we're still only at 28% emissions reductions, which is the same as what it was under the Morrison government. So this is a statement. I don't expect you to respond to this, but that's the reality of where we are. 9 years away from this new target, no ACCU method, no assistance with increased investment, and yet producers are being told, no, don't worry about it, you can revegetate. Well, that's less productivity, less profit, or you can, soil carbon, again, not available to rangelands producers. So, I'm just trying to bell the cat. We've got a real problem looming, and the delay, again, for the beef herd methodology method, I think, is a massive, massive flag.
So certainly, maybe, and I appreciate it's a comment, Senator, but I do want to reassure you that we do take, I guess, the opportunity for agriculture really seriously in the net zero economy. And while I appreciate your comments, there's obviously a range of farming systems across Australia where carbon opportunities are real, and we're seeing, whether it's re-veg or soil carbon or plantations, taken up, not at the expense of productivity, and in fact complementing the farming system to enhance productivity. I was reading in the Farmer of the Year finalist awards, a range of different farmers that have taken up those opportunities have talked about the revenues that they can derive from carbon markets, as well as productivity enhancements.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the vast majority of our biggest export, being beef, is in rangeland sectors where those opportunities are not available. We know that the vast amount of beef comes from Queensland, Northern Territory, Northern Western Australia. These are not places that have access to the sort of programs that are available in Tasmania and New South Wales and coastal Victoria. So I think we have to be very real and very careful that we do not make too many statements that are describe a different part of Australia to the places where our biggest beef exports, our biggest agricultural exports come from. Anyway,
maybe if I could just add one more comment, Senator, which is just to reassure you in relation to the work of the ERAC, And in relation to their consideration of the agriculture sector, I'll be meeting with the Chair later this week, and we look forward to that being an ongoing discussion to continue to explore opportunities for emissions reduction in the livestock sector.
And remembering that there is less than a handful of registered people under that methodology. It's been delayed since 2024. We are now, December of 2024, I think it is, we are now nearly 18 months later, and these producers have nowhere to go, and it is not good enough for the government to have delayed and not provided clarity and opportunity for these producers when they're the ones who are going to get it in the neck first. Senator Colbeck, you had a follow-up on that.
Yeah, look, I just want to reinforce what Senator McDonald's saying. I was meeting with some proponents with respect to ruminant feeds just a few weeks ago. Yeah. They are likewise very frustrated. They're being told you're not being prioritised.
Yeah.
And so you tell us that this is important. We're being told it's important. Government policy is saying we've got to do this. And I've got a letter in front of me saying that this has not been prioritised by the Assistant Minister for Method Development. And we start banging up against timeframes to get things done, and we haven't started yet. And so the conversation I was having with the proponent for the seaweed product that has had some pretty good results with respect to reductions in emissions, but also increases in productivity. So there's two sides to this coin, and the possibility of a split assessment, much easier to measure in a feedlot circumstance versus rangelands, which is, I know what Senator McDonald's talking about, but the opportunity to get a split assessment done, get this product into the market. And if the testing numbers that are being suggested, where you're talking about a 6% increase in productivity along with the reduction in emissions, because the methane that was being emitted is going into productivity of the animal, so you're getting a twofold. That's probably going to drive the change as much as the emissions reduction, so you're going to get a dual benefit. But we can't even get through the door. And so when you're meeting with ERAC in a week or so, can I ask from us, but also from those proponents who are out there with what I think or what seem to be very good solutions to these problems, can we at least get them on the consideration list? Because at the moment they're not. And I think that's seriously problematic in terms of where we go with this. We had a conversation a couple of estimates ago about the native forest industry and its role in carbon uptake. The officials from ABARES quite rightly said, we send all this stuff across to the Department of Environment who ignore us. It seems we're getting exactly the same treatment here. Does anybody listen to us in this portfolio would be my question, because we keep on getting fobbed off. And it's not as if the industry is not wanting to play its part. They're here, there's products sitting there waiting to be assessed, and we can't even get on the list.
Certainly will be something that we look to discuss, and those feed additives, I think there's some really good science.
There is very good science. That's the
endorsing
point.
those emission reductions.
But we can't get it assessed.
And
it's not prioritised.
And I'll defer to colleagues, but obviously the arrangement is proponent-led as well, so it requires a proponent to put it forward.
But they're banging on the door. They want it. They're saying let us in, and the letter's coming back saying you're not prioritised.
Senators, if it helps, I'm obviously a new kid on the block, but very happy to raise this with my environment colleagues as well, just to see what the reasoning is behind it. And as Mr Lowe said, he'll raise it with ERAC. But yeah, I've very clearly heard your concerns.
Thank you.
Senator, one other thing. I'm sure my colleagues in DQ don't ignore ABARES. Obviously, you've heard the quality of their analysis.
Well, no, and I would agree with you 100%. The quality of their analysis is very good, having worked with them in various circumstances over a long period of time. My problem is some of the rubbish that we get out the other side in respect of we should lock all this up for carbon storage when we know the story is managing it, taking advantage of the environmental services and storing of carbon in timber products over time. You'll end up storing more carbon by utilising and managing the forest than you will by just locking it up. But that doesn't seem to be what comes out the other side when we say, oh, we should just lock all this up to store more carbon. It's based on dodgy assessments over less than life cycle timeframes to give an answer that's politically expedient, not one that's factual.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck. Senator McDonald, do you still want the call? Or Senator Campbell?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you have... Yes, sorry.
No,
Yep,
I'm
you're
moving
right.
to another topic, so
okay.
happy to come back to another.
I have been slayed. But
Senator Brockman.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you,
Sorry,
for the opportunity. This shouldn't take too long. Just want to talk about deer velvet exports. In particular, I do want to raise the very difficult situation of Mrs. Kiva Huysman, Premier Deer Farm in Mayenup in WA in the electorate of O'Connor. Mrs. Huysman lost her husband and business partner last year. Currently got, I believe, 3 years now worth of deer velvet in highly expensive storage. New Zealand, I understand it, had the market for frozen deer velvet reopened in 2024, and we are still awaiting the reopening of the Australian market. This business is in a very difficult position, having to import labour from New Zealand to maintain the business in an ongoing way, whilst having no market for a significant part of their product. Mr. Black, I believe you walked to the table, so I'm going to ask you: is there any good news?
Well, first, let me acknowledge that we are very aware of both the difficult business situation, but also the sad family situation for that particular business. And we had been doing quite a bit of work with the deceased gentleman, so we pass on our condolences to the affected family. The negotiation of an export protocol with China is ongoing for deer velvet, and we have been having an exchange around that protocol for a period of time, longer than we would have liked. But I would acknowledge that we have been, I guess, working with the industry through that time as we answer the questions from our customs officials colleagues in China. And we provided a second round of feedback to GACC in December of last year around that protocol. We have not had a follow-up from GACC yet, but we will be seeking through our posted offices in China to be seeking resolution of that protocol as soon as we can. So there has been engagement with Chinese officials. I acknowledge that we have not landed that agreement yet, but the most recent interaction in terms of us providing our answers was in December of last year.
So have you got transparency on like, is it a significantly different protocol than the one New Zealand is operating under? Is there a reason why this is taking longer to negotiate?
I couldn't speculate on the reason why it's taking longer to negotiate. As I understand, though, New Zealand were engaged a couple of years ago by GACC on their protocol, where we were not informed that there were changes being mooted around the trade. So as soon as it became clear to us that was happening, we needed to work with our GACC colleagues to see if we could get a protocol finalised. But I couldn't speculate as to why.
So, sorry, when was the last time you went back to the GACC?
December of last year,
And
December
have you updated
2025.
the industry post that?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure if we've updated them, but I would expect that my staff would have let them know that we've provided that updated information to GACC.
Is this just a black hole? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel?
I'm hopeful that there is light at the end of the tunnel in the fact that GACC have been engaging with us in terms of we've provided a submission, they've responded to that, asking more questions, and we have now gone back and been able to provide answers to those questions. So I'm hopeful that it will come. And as I said, we'll be working with our staff based in the Australian Embassy in Beijing to see if we can get that response from GACC quickly.
Okay, I mean, I really would, and you know, I completely understand that these negotiations has to happen. You need two parties to negotiate, but obviously any effort we can put into making sure the negotiation proceeds quickly. I know the Minister was hoping for a resolution last year, and it hasn't happened. So, I mean, for this industry and for this family in particular, a resolution is absolutely essential.
Absolutely, Senator.
All right, I'm happy to leave it there.
Thanks, Senator. Chair, if I can just go back to...
Oh, yes, sorry.
Oh, sorry, just conscious...
Yes, thank you.
We've got the opportunity...
No worries, mate. Sorry, keep going.
I was just going to come back to a question that Senator McDonald asked about the amount of research. So from that report that my colleague Mr Blong quoted, it was 320 projects worth $384 million for RDC investments in emissions reduction. I think it's over the last 3 years, but I'll try and clarify that timeline for you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Just before I do come to you, sorry, Senator Ruston, there is a senator who wishes to ask questions of agri-futures, so we've been asked can they come back on the program. And because we're so collegiate in this committee and we're told they're still in the building, we said yes. Now, on a bright note, it's so nice to be surrounded by ex-rats. It really is. Welcome back. The family's back together again. Senator Ruston. This is a good thing. We're all ex-rats. Oh, well, I'm still stuck on the damn thing for nearly 21 years.
The coalition of the Party of Rural and Regional Australia.
That was always been our focus.
That wasn't the case on
Slipped
Sunday.
a little bit recently, but
here on Tuesday.
Have the band back together.
So back. Mightn't be the case by Friday.
I can assure you that Senator Canavan and I and the rest of our colleagues are absolutely together. Can I just ask some questions around the algal bloom that is impacting South Australia?
We'll get colleagues to come to the table. Yeah, but you can start with me and I'll do my best.
There's been obviously quite a lot of media reporting about the algal bloom and its activity over recent weeks, and I was just wondering. The Premier of South Australia, and I'll quote what he said, where he was asked on the Monday, Australia Day Monday, when he was asked if the government strategy was to play down the algal bloom ahead of South Australia heading to the polls on March the 21st. And Mr Malinauskas accused the media of driving fear into the community. And he also made the comment that the algal bloom doesn't exist in the majority of metropolitan Adelaide, and that he then went on to say it basically doesn't exist. So I was just really keen to understand, does the federal government, either the department or the minister, share the optimism of the South Australian government that the algal bloom basically doesn't exist?
Senator, certainly not going to comment on the Premier's remarks. I guess what we understand the situation to be is that the bloom itself is kind of moving and changing, and the waters that it's impacting are shifting and changing as well. So that's our understanding of, I guess, the status of the bloom at the moment.
So
at a high level.
Yeah, sure. So clearly you don't think it basically doesn't exist. So I'm just keen to understand, what is your view about what is actually happening in terms of the severity of the bloom? Are you monitoring it at the moment?
This would be, I mean, we're probably, Senator, happy to talk about, I guess, kind of the fisheries impacts as we understand them. The bloom itself, in terms of the Commonwealth side of the equation, the work is being led from DQ. So certainly direct your questions there for any sort of detailed questions around impact. We do understand that there are continued impacts on fisheries, and I'll ask my colleague to talk further about those. And obviously, from our perspective and through AFMA as well, we're monitoring, I guess, the movement of the bloom and potential fisheries impacts that might ensue. But we can go to impacts on fisheries.
Well, what I'd be keen to understand is what research has been actually undertaken by the federal government in relation to the impact on commercial fisheries and aquaculture licence holders. So very keen if you are able to table what your work has, and I'm happy to come back and speak to AFMA. Or is it AFMA and FRDC or just AFMA?
I'm not sure if FRDC is doing any work, but
Yeah.
I'll ask colleagues.
I think we can certainly refer some. FRDC has done some work in this space, and so we can talk about that later today. But probably in terms of additional research in relation to impacts on commercial fisheries. These are fisheries that are South Australian fisheries and managed by the South Australian government. So we understand that there have been some stock assessments done by SARDI in South Australia on some of those impacted fisheries. We tend to we'll be across that information, as my colleague said, sort of keeping broadly across that information around monitoring and modelling and those stock assessments that come through from our South Australian colleagues. But in terms of particular assessments that we might do on top of that, not in relation to fisheries, but as Mr Lowe said, there are a number of other pieces of work being done, led by our colleagues over in DQ.
Yeah. So the federal government is a co-contributor to the $102.5 million that has been provided to the South Australian communities that have been affected. I mean, basically the fishing industry, which half has been paid for by the federal government. So I'm just keen to understand, in terms of the development of the algal bloom plan, which is what that $102.5 million was directed towards, what involvement have you had in the development of that algal bloom summer plan? And, well, maybe that's the first question.
Yeah, and certainly, again, from an Australian government perspective, our colleagues in DQ have led the Australian government input into the development of the summer plan and work with South Australian government on that front. In terms of our particular role, I guess in the lead up to the development of the summer plan, we were undertaking regular discussions with our sort of fisheries counterparts in the South Australian government to, again, I think just understand what those impacts were looking like for commercial fishers and aquaculture operators in South Australia. Noting again, as I said before, that these relate to aquaculture operations and fisheries that are under the management of South Australian government rather than...
Yeah, look, I understand that, but over $50 million of federal taxpayers' money has been invested in this plan. I'm assuming the federal government didn't just drop a cheque in the post, that there would have been some expectation around the delivery of a particular outcomes in that response. So I'm just keen to understand what line of sight the federal department has had in relation to the spending of this money and the impact of the expenditure of this money. Because, I mean, we're talking a lot of taxpayers' money that I assume you have more to say than you just handed the cheque to South Australia.
Certainly, in terms of the particular programs that South Australian government has been delivering with those funds that are flowing to impacted commercial fishers and aquaculture operators, the sorts of things that that have been designed up in the program. So, for instance, we know that there has been some funding flowing to for industry resilience grants and activities. So certainly some of those things were canvassed with us at the time in the discussions we were having with South Australian Government about the particular needs and challenges that those fishers and aquaculture operators were facing at the time. But in terms of the broader agreement and kind of oversight and administration of that agreement and the funding that is flowing, that certainly sits with our colleagues in DQ.
Okay,
and Senator, we can run through, as we understand it, activities funded as part of that total government investment to date. But as you'd appreciate, working closely with the South Australian Government, they're, I guess, more proximate to the issue. So we do obviously take advice from South Australian Government about where that funding should be targeted. But I do have on hand a number of activities that have been funded as part of that plan, which I can run through if you like.
That'd be great, but I mean, quite frankly, the South Australian Government says it basically doesn't exist. So I'm just keen to understand, what is the acquittal process for this particular funding for the federal government?
Those questions would be best directed to DQ. We can provide you with advice on the programs as they relate to fisheries, but in terms of acquittal and monitoring of that, I'd suggest you direct those to DQ.
Okay. All right. Well, all the money seems to be going to the fisheries sector, so it seems very odd that the department doesn't know anything about that. But anyway, has the South Australian Government...
Sorry, Senator, we do know where the money's going as it relates to the fisheries sector.
In terms of the acquittal process?
Well, as I said, we respect that DQ is the lead in the Commonwealth for this program, so we're aware of where the money's going, but we're not involved in the acquittal process.
Yeah. Okay, so in terms of you're aware where the money's going when it relates to fisheries, and I quite understand there's environmental issues here that are not your direct and specific concern apart from how they're impacting on the fisheries sector. So I'm just quite keen to understand what were your, in terms of the money that's been provided, what were your expectations in terms of what would be achieved by the money that was being paid to the fisheries sector?
So broadly, again, I think the South Australian Government, and I think you're asking me to recall, but effectively it's the nature of the outcome is obviously there's commercial fisheries that are affected, and it's about giving them support to, I guess, kind of continue while those fisheries are either closed or impacted. So it's ensuring that that the industry remains, and then it's about adding to the information base and ensuring that governments and fisheries are better informed going forward around the impacts of the algal bloom, both on stock and on the surrounding ecology.
So I'm just sort of keen to understand, so this money was provided in the middle of last year, albeit late, it was provided by the government. And so I'm just keen to then understand, this was sort of 7 or 8 months ago, 7 months ago that this money was provided. What is your line of sight about the expectation about how long that funding was going to be needed in order to respond? And keen to understand if there's been any further requests from the South Australian Government for additional funding, either to you, Minister, or to the department.
I'm not sure if I'm on hand. I've got a time frame around the funding that's been provided, but I'll defer to colleagues.
No, that would be a question for DQ, and I think certainly at the time it was some of the programs that were designed up from the South Australian Government perspective did address kind of some of those more immediate issues that were being faced by commercial fishers who were significantly disrupted as a result of the algal bloom, but then some were also looking at sort of longer term sort of resilience activities as well.
Yeah. So I'm just sort of keen to understand whether there was an expectation that the funding was going to be made available for a period of time, by which time the expectation would have been that the bloom would have gone. I mean, clearly the Premier thinks it's not there anymore anyway. But like, just as an example, I mean, like, do you as the federal government have any direct contact around funding or long-term loss of revenue in South Australia? Just as an example, you know, the Stansbury harvesting area has now been out of production for over 8 months. I mean, have you had any requests from the shellfish industry about the ongoing impact of having a fishery closed for 8 months, or is that something to talk to DQ about as well?
I think in relation to those particular questions, I think, again, because these fisheries impacted and the aquaculture operators are under the management of South Australian Government and regulation of South Australian Government, that they will tend to have more information in relation to, and industry will tend to go to them with kind of issues and concerns. That's not to say that that we don't have those, we don't hear those broader questions from industry as well, but certainly because these are South Australian regulated operations and fisheries, those conversations and input from industry will often go to the South Australian Government first. We then also have regular conversations with our counterparts in South Australian Government, and certainly because these aren't fisheries that are managed by us from the Australian Government perspective, we have sort of, you know, regular input and engagement from the South Australian Government on how businesses are tracking, what some of their challenges and issues are, and sort of to build our understanding of that, but noting that they are, generally speaking, matters for the South Australian Government.
Yeah, I mean, the seafood industry of South Australia, as long ago as July last year, basically stated that the impact of the bloom was of unprecedented scale, and that the long-term damage to the state's seafood economy and the viability of marine-based industries and communities that they sustain was under incredible risk. It was acknowledged at the time, and I acknowledge that Minister Watt did acknowledge that that there was a slow response, and he apologised for that, and I absolutely acknowledge that. But I'm keen to understand, given that we obviously knew the response was late, and but subsequently the support was put in place, does the department have any information about what have been the ecological or financial impacts as a result of the slow rollout? And do you actually have any information that would be able, you could advise us or provide to us that can quantify the ecological or financial impacts of the bloom?
I think the ecological impacts question might be best directed to DQ. In terms of the financial impacts, probably would be a question for South Australian Government. We can talk in broad terms about the value of the fisheries that are impacted.
No. I really, I mean, look, you obviously have given $50 million to the South Australian fishing industry, and you don't actually seem to have any information about that. I'm just really keen to understand why, after giving over $50 million to the South Australian Government, we have, as a federal agency, not sought to have better information about, you know, the financial impact that you are providing grant assistance to. It just,
Senator,
yeah.
The office have mentioned a number of times, this is the administration of that occurs from DQ. So whilst we obviously care, because we are involved in managing Commonwealth fisheries, we don't manage the fisheries, and we're not managing this contract. So I don't know exactly what conversations you've been able to have with DQ, but with respect, I think sort of saying there's no oversight because we don't do it doesn't mean there's no oversight. It may be happening in a different part of the system. So I guess, as I said, as the officers have said, we're aware of the broad activities. We've been engaging the government, the South Australian Government. We've been engaging DQ, but as we're not the manager of that expenditure, I think we're not able to help you much further in terms of the acquittal and the oversight. So not trying to be unhelpful, but I think we've gone as far as we can in terms of understanding or being able to answer your questions.
Yeah, and I think that's my point, Ms Anderson, is the fact that you are the department who have responsibility for fisheries. This is having an impact on the fishing sector, and the fact that you have really not sought to have any oversight of what's going on sufficient to be able to answer my questions is concerning to me, but I'm more than happy to go and speak to another agency. But, have you had any involvement in discussions with your counterparts in other departments or in the state jurisdiction about how we build a framework that will enable a response to something, future algal blooms, to give us confidence that there is a framework about how this could or should be responded to in the future? Have you had any input in that?
Certainly, I think in conversations with DQ, I think we are, very mindful that there might be more instances like this in the future, and so I think certainly looking at ways in which we can respond accordingly. There's obviously also the Senate inquiry into the algal bloom in South Australia as well, which has made a number of recommendations, of which DQ are leaning on, but we are providing input into that work as well, which goes to some of those broader questions.
Yeah, I suppose it'd just be nice to have some output of that response, but maybe you haven't done it yet. I have to say, having been on the algal bloom inquiry, the flat-footedness of the South Australian government to this was quite something. And to now see the Premier saying that it doesn't basically exist is very concerning, and it's concerning that our federal department doesn't seem to have a great deal of line of sight over the fisheries. But I will go and speak to DQ.
Well, I don't think if any of that evidence is actually accurate, whether it be the comments from Premier Malinowskis or actually the evidence that you've got from the department today.
Would you like me to table the press release? I'm more than happy to do so, which quotes the Premier, if you'd like me to.
Well, I might do send the rest if you want to table
there we
something,
are.
please feel free. But I think I'll
Thank
take
you.
that last statement as a comment. It is almost time.
I'm happy. Yeah, please, Matt.
Yeah, look, okay.
And I did miss some of it, so excuse me if I'm repeating issues. I did want to ask did we cover the RIC loans for the algal bloom? Okay. Have there any loans been made?
The loan product has been announced for the marine kind of algal bloom loan.
Marine recovery.
And that loan product we're looking to make that available in the first half of this year.
Okay, so are guidelines, are you developing guidelines?
Those guidelines and all the relevant supporting material is under development.
Have you provided some draft guidelines to the Minister?
All I can say is
Minister's
that
office,
that material is under development. The appropriate
and
material
I
is
think
under development.
the question's a very simple one. Have you provided draft guidelines to the Minister or the Minister's office?
I'll defer to colleagues, but I don't think we have yet, Senator.
No?
Senator Melissa Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Farm Resilience Division. No, we haven't provided those guidelines to the Minister's office yet. We're working very closely with the Regional Investment Corporation to develop those guidelines.
Right, okay, so first half of this year. When did the algal bloom occur? Senator Ruston probably better help me out. When did it...
The algal bloom has actually been known since 2023,
okay.
but didn't really retrieve proper attention until 2025.
Like mid last year? Or?
Yeah, April, May.
So it's going to be about a year on
No.
from till we get the product out the door?
No, so that's not actually correct, Senator. So we've been working with the South Australian Government. They raised concerns around the algal bloom in August last year. Then the Commonwealth Government has been working closely with South Australia in relation to what would be the most effective means of support that could be implemented. So we've been working with South Australia to develop those. And as the Minister announced on the 11th of December, that the loan would come into effect in the first half. We did discuss and announce in terms of what that loan would cover. So the loan is up to $250,000 over 10 years, and it's interest only for the first 5 years of the current RIC rate of 5.18%. So this is for refinancing operating costs and capital expenditure for those impacted.
It just seems to be taking a while, particularly in the context of natural disaster loans, which would typically roll out a lot quicker than this. Is effectively a natural disaster. But I don't understand why it's taking so long. Okay.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. On that note, then, we shall suspend till 2 o'clock. And Senator Canavan, before you go, the committee, under your chairmanship, we've got to do something. Okay, thank you. We'll suspend till 2. much, everyone. Welcome back. We are still in outcome one. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'd said to Senator Faruqi before the break that I would go to Senator Faruqi for I think about 15 minutes and then come back to you, Senator McDonald. Cool. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I might start off with some questions on the Inspector General of Live Animal Exports. Thank you. So in the October estimates last year, I asked you when the vacant position of the Inspector General of Animal Welfare and Live Animal Exports would be filled, and I think it was Mr. Saunders who responded that you were well underway in recruitment. It is now February, and as I understand it, the role still hasn't been filled. So when will the position be filled? And will it be filled before 2028 when the live export sheep bans comes into place?
Senator, the consideration is with government at the moment. We expect that there will be an outcome of that shortly, and expect filling will be possible shortly after that. So yes, I expect that process will be completed in the coming weeks.
In the coming weeks, okay. And who has been fulfilling the tasks of the Inspector General in the interim?
They haven't been filled, Senator.
They haven't been filled at all. So you just abandoned the independent oversight of live animal exports for the last 7 months?
I wouldn't suggest that language, Senator, but there has been a process underway. That process is nearing its completion, and expect that to be completed shortly.
Why has it taken 7 months?
The recruitment was undertaken. These processes have certain steps they need to go through. Those steps are being completed, and we expect that to, as I said, be finalised in the coming weeks.
You might remember that we went over this last year as well. And by this I mean the Inspector General of Live Animal Exports report that was published in August 2024 on the department's performance in implementing the Inspector General's recommendations from 6 prior reports that were published between 2020 and 2024. So it's been 5.5 years now. That report in 2024 found that out of 41 recommendations, the department had only implemented 13. And in fact, the Inspector General disputed this number and said the actual number of recommendations that had been fully implemented were only 6. So that's 6 out of 41 recommendations over 5.5 years. How many recommendations have now been fully implemented?
Andrew McDonald, First Assistant Secretary, Senator. So we have now closed 22 of 48 recommendations made by former Inspector Generals, and we publish on our website a list of how we've closed them, and also give commentary as how we're managing those recommendations which remain open.
So half of them have now been completely implemented.
22 out of 48 have been closed by the department, as have been addressed to our best abilities.
Okay. Just moving on to another topic. In the October estimates, I think the department responded to my questions on notice, and this was the question: how many complaints has the department received from Farm Transparency Project in relation to animal cruelty at slaughterhouses? And the answer I received was 7 complaints, all of which it said resulted in regulatory action being undertaken. Was this regulatory action undertaken by state or federal governments?
Senator Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. In the context of the regulatory action that would be referred to in the answer to the Quan, that would have been action taken by the regulator, so the Commonwealth.
To the Commonwealth, yes. Because I know that there's often some argy-bargy, and these complaints are passed from the state to the federal government. Often the state says it's federal government and the federal government says it's state. But obviously it's clear that regulatory action on these issues can be taken by the federal government.
Regulatory action against the condition, so conditions can be posed against the registration of the export registered establishment.
Yep. And could you, I know it's 7 actions, so if you could provide what regulatory action was undertaken as a result of each complaint on notice, I'd really appreciate that.
I can do that, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. And just on the animal welfare strategy, can someone please provide me with an update on where we're at with that, the Australian Animal Welfare Strategy?
Yes, Senator. So we've been conducting quite broad consultation. We've released several documents throughout calendar year 2025. We've undertaken the drafting of several chapters, one including livestock and farmed animals, and another one around aquatic animals. We're engaging with stakeholders at the moment around that text, its draft text, and we'll be looking to undertake further consultation throughout the remainder of this calendar year on not only those chapters but the overarching strategy more broadly, and 4 other animal grouping chapters which we have underway.
Yeah. And could you remind me how much was the budget initially allocated to?
So the department received, as part of a 2022 election commitment, $5 million to develop the strategy over or through to 2027.
And how much of that money has been spent?
Bear with me, I do have that figure.
This one?
No, that's financial year. So, Senator, in financial year 23-24, our expenditure was $921,063. Financial year 2024-25, $1,736,378. And so far in financial year 25-26, we have expended $575,000.
So about $3.5 million has been spent?
I will take your sums.
Yeah, and is
Yes.
the rest enough to complete the strategy, or will you need more money?
We will work within the funding that's available to us, noting that funding is just for the development of the strategy, and then it'll be matters for government around what comes next.
And are you on track for completing the strategy next year?
We believe so, Senator. We see this calendar year as being a big milestone for completing the draft text, and it's because of the nature of animal welfare in Australia and it being all government's responsibility. We've got a lot of work to do in terms of moving the agreement of the strategy through all agricultural ministers and their equivalents through state governments, and also working through the text in further consultation processes with a diverse range of stakeholders.
And what's your deadline? Is it June next year or is it December next year?
So the funding lapses on 30 June 2027. Some of those actions might be completed in terms of final approvals in the second half of that year, depending on the scheduling of various meetings of ministers, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just moving on to pigs. The Model Code of Practice for Pigs, which obviously is voluntary, was endorsed in 2008. And I think people know that it's significantly out of step with contemporary animal welfare science, because pigs are still kept in extreme confinement, subjected to pretty barbaric husbandry practices, such as sow stalls and farrowing crates and teeth clipping, and without pain relief, and piglets are routinely killed by blunt force trauma and CO2 gas stunning. What progress has the department and the Animal Welfare Task Force made on progressing the animal welfare standards for pigs?
So it's something that's on the work plan of the Animal Welfare Task Group, which is the officials level grouping of relevant officials across all states and territories and the department. No state or territory has nominated to lead a renewal of the standards for pig welfare. So is something that at the moment state and territory regulations are still tied to that 2008 model code that you referred to, Senator.
Okay, so there's no work being done.
So industry are leading some work of their own volition, Senator.
So industries are going to lead work that will themselves be applied to them.
Well, industry are the ones who have husbandry oversight of all animals. So, you know, I think there is certainly benefit and better and improved animal welfare practices can be achieved when industry, you know, take responsibility for these things themselves. But that is separate to how animal welfare is regulated, which is a function of the states and territories.
Yeah, but the industry has been looking after this for years, and we've seen the cruelty that happens. Does the federal government have, do you feel like the federal department, have any responsibility about making sure that in some way, shape or form, the government leads this process and not the industry?
I will reflect on the fact that the states and territories are the regulators. The states and territories therefore need to be willing to have the standards reviewed as it's their responsibility to implement them. The department participates in those processes insofar as it's part of those committee processes that we just referred to before, Senator. So we will support those processes in their normal ways, but ultimately these are matters, as all domestic animal welfare matters are, the responsibility of the states and territories.
Yeah, but I mean, earlier we spoke about the Farm Transparency Project, and obviously the Commonwealth is responsible for regulation in these things. So I'm just kind of struggling a bit to see what role do you see for yourself? Like, so you'll just sit back till the state and territories appoint someone or you know, decide to do something?
No, it's at a broad level, the Commonwealth's powers are tied to our export powers around all of this, and so the answer that Mr. Black gave was about where we have responsibilities over export abattoirs, and that's why we also have powers to apply animal welfare to live animal exports as well. When we're talking about farmed animals or animal welfare in general, around how that's overseen, regulated, compliance, etc. within Australia, that is the domain of the states and territories.
Okay, so basically there's no responsibility that you're saying you have in the model code of practice for pigs or the guidelines or anything?
Well, the model code of practice is reflected insofar as state regulations reflect that model code. That's the regulatory powers that exist today.
Okay, just last line of questioning from me, and this is on animals for research purposes. Could you tell me how many approvals and for which animals have they been granted for the importation and exportation of animals for research purposes in Australia, let's say last year?
That's not our responsibilities, Senator. So that would either be within the health portfolio or the environment portfolio.
Even the import and export doesn't come under you? I thought that came under...
So we won't regulate those animals for research purposes. We would regulate them in terms of do they meet the either the biosecurity or the importing country requirements of the other countries. So we're not the responsible authority around their use for potential use in
so you wouldn't have
purposes.
even the numbers of those animals which have been imported or exported?
I will take it on notice in terms of whether we have those breakdowns. I know that I can give you some numbers around mice. We actually export quite a few mice, if you're interested in those numbers.
Well, if you could take that on notice, I'm more interested in primates and the species of primates. So if you could take that on notice and provide me for the last 3 years. And then also if any import or any applications for import were rejected for primates. and then how many import permits are currently active for how many animals and which species.
So
I can put them on notice as well.
I'll take that on notice,
Yep.
noting that it'll be the environment portfolio around CITES requirements and the health portfolio around the appropriate use for research purposes.
Yep, but whatever information is held by the department will be very useful for us
Will
to
do,
have.
Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I have some questions on the EPBC changes. And Mr Lowe, because you were so dutiful watching other estimates last night, I'm sure you're going to be all over this, so well done. I wanted to start with some data that was quoted by DQ. They've cited one of their main studies for picking the 15-year threshold for vegetation as Thomas et al. 2025. This study shows that species use of regrowth can be anywhere from 3 to 68 years. And I'm wondering what input your department has had into the legislation that this arbitrary number of 15 years was chosen.
Senator, as you rightly pointed out, the work that was done around those particular reforms was led by DQ, and while, as we said previously, we're kind of involved in discussions with them over the course of that period, that research and them setting the settings around those reforms were a matter for them.
So can I read that means that you didn't have input into that last minute change for 15 years of regrowth clearing to be added into the legislation?
I think it'd be fair to characterise that we did have conversations over the period, kind of that the EPBC reforms were being developed up, but the setting of that time period was a matter for DQ.
So was agriculture specifically consulted on setting a 15-year threshold for regrowth? Were you consulted on that?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I believe that it did come up over the course of the development of those reforms.
So industry groups were completely blindsided, and by the time it became apparent that was going to be included in the legislation, because as you'd be aware, when we did the legislation review, it wasn't in there. So it only was published as part of the draft legislation in the last couple of days. Couple of days. So if you would take on notice, if the Agricultural Department was consulted and when, that would be excellent.
Yeah, very happy to, Senator.
So I had a series of questions around lead ecologist Professor David Lindemeyer, who said in regard to biodiversity conservation not to do the same management practices everywhere, that you just can't apply one number, one age to all vegetation across the country. The other bit of data that I wanted to read into the record was that the median age, so the same study of Thomas et al. Said that the median age at which regrowth vegetation provided 75% of the relative value of remnant habitat was at 36 years. So again, why was that number not chosen? I'm really hoping that the Agricultural Department has had some visibility of this, because otherwise who has got oversight of productivity measures, food security measures? We've talked about the growth of agricultural exports. How will we be confident that we will continue to achieve those if the Agricultural Department hasn't had oversight and input?
And certainly, Senator, we acknowledge that there's a balanced outcome to be achieved. Ultimately, though, the reforms still enable land managers and farmers to manage their land it introduces a specific, I guess, checkpoint whereby if the landholder believes that there'll be a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance, then they'll need to seek a referral. But certainly, I think we just acknowledge that there is still the ability for farmers to manage their land. It just introduces a checkpoint, if you like.
All right. Well, I had been requesting of the Environment Committee's Legislation Committee of the Environment Committee to extend their hearings to allow for proper examination of this change, because I've been flooded with concerned landholders and peak industry groups trying to understand how that would impact with their ability to manage, and particularly things like whilst the Minister assured me that it would only be a 50-day turnaround of requests to the department going forward, that of course isn't the case at the moment, and that people who are coming up to that 15-year deadline would find themselves outside of the deadline and unable to progress an application. So there's some real concerns in the community.
We appreciate that, and we also appreciate that there's a period for which the industry to adjust to these new reforms or laws. What I can assure you, Senator, is that while DECU is the lead, and certainly we respect that they are the lead in this matter and the regulator, we have been involved in discussions with industry in relation to the reforms and working with DECU in terms of the guidance material that they're providing as well.
So these same producers and land managers, how can they get regulatory certainty when the matters of environmental significance from the MNES species distribution modelling relies upon the National Vegetation Information System, which has poor consistency across jurisdictional boundaries and huge spatial data gaps?
You might be getting into a level of detail that's outside my ability to support you with answers, Senator.
Is there anybody in the department who can?
If there's anything they want to add.
So certainly, Senator, I know this was discussed at yesterday's hearings, and I know environment officials pointed to some of the investments they're making to improve the information and mapping and data that would be sort of enable decisions by landholders. I can't add to sort of the evidence that they've given. It's their sort of infrastructure and data and tools that are sort of a part of this process.
So, understanding that, I guess, my concern is what specific agriculturally based decision-making tools and guidance will this department be able to provide to landholders to ensure that productivity levels and profitability levels aren't affected by this arbitrary number?
I think our focus is really on working with DECU as the lead agency and the regulator in this space to ensure that their materials are, I guess, reflective of the feedback that we're both hearing from the sector as much as possible. Senator, the other thing I'm aware of is that a lot of producers, I guess, are keen to understand and are mindful of state-based regulatory requirements as well in relation to land management. So we're certainly aware of that as well. And I think DECU's engaging with their state and territory counterparts in relation to these reforms as well.
So with this 15-year threshold in regard to the MNES, there's not been any acknowledgement of the huge spatial data gaps as well as the huge taxonomic errors. Some vegetation species are listed under different species names in different states, as well as having different conservation status. This is huge regulatory inconsistency, and while I understand that you're saying this is not your policy and you don't have portfolio oversight, but it's the Agricultural Department who is responsible for the growth and the success of the agricultural industry in Australia. So perhaps I should ask the Secretary, who, I'm sorry, Ms Anderson, because I do know this is, whilst you've been in the department for a long time, what do you propose that you'll do to ensure that your department's work is not undermined by the work of DQ?
Thank you, Senator, and thanks for the acknowledgement. I've only been here a very short while, so but obviously this issue has been a priority. Mr Lowe, I think, briefed me on it on the very first day that I started, so it's not something that is considered sort of an aside to our work. It's very much we do take responsibility for having close engagement with DQ, as Mr Lowe has said, and really want to be at all of the relevant tables representing the interests of the sector, and we're doing our best to do that. I do acknowledge there's some regulatory uncertainty at the moment. Our best and highest and best use is probably to ensure we're working closely with DQ to bring certainty to those areas of uncertainty, as you've talked about, as quickly as possible. So whilst I can't sort of sit here and say we've got an easy solution, it's going to be a lot of hard work over the coming months. I can reassure you that it is not something that we consider side business. It is core business for us. It's just that we don't literally own the policy or regulatory responsibilities, but we certainly have the sectors in our portfolio that are feeling the impact of these decisions, and that's going to drive a strong engagement from us going forward.
So earlier we had some discussion about native forestry. How will private native forestry be protected from this 15-year ruling, noting that Queensland does not have an RFA?
I'm just trying to remember specific detail in relation to that. I'll ask colleagues to come to the table, but I think that private native forestry is exempt from these provisions, Senator, but I'll just confirm with colleagues so I'm not misleading you.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr Lowe. The amendments included specific carve-outs for forestry operations, which would include private native forestry operations.
Oh, that's excellent. Well done. Thank you. Nice and simple. So that was my only question on that matter. Thank you for being so efficient.
It's worth the walk, Senator.
So I did ask this question last night. I want to know who will be responsible and accountable for ensuring that food security, food sovereignty and regional communities are not being adversely impacted by the current EPBC implementation?
So it's a good question, Senator, and goes to, I guess, the broader the broader policy work that we're doing around the food security strategy. And I think probably it's important to acknowledge kind of right up front that food security is a policy imperative that sits amongst a number of policy imperatives at a whole of government level. I think for us...
I will interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
But food security. We've been blessed with an abundance of food, but I would have thought that food security in an increasingly populated world would be something that we would prioritise very highly. And you're about to give me a list of other priorities, I think, but I want to be assured that food security is something that we're going to measure, and productivity and profitability is something that we are guarding against any reduction.
Yes, I can assure you that food security is absolutely an important policy imperative of both the government and this portfolio, and it's one of my top priorities as a deputy in the department, Senator. And simply all I was acknowledging is that for the work that we do, it's about how we optimise food security, acknowledge your points around productivity and resilience of the sector as well as being really important drivers of food security for our nation, but we're going to be taking a broad view of food security as well, supply chains, international markets, consumer, I guess, interests as well as we look at this work.
All right, so the Minister for Environment's letter dated the 5th of February 2026 indicated 180 individual landholders have received assistance from the Departmental Contact Centre. However, we're receiving reports that farmers are having issues with the 1800 hotline and staff manning the hotline failing to give definitive answers to questions. Minister, you're acting, so, but I'm wondering if, or Secretary, are you aware of these challenges with the 1800 number?
I actually was watching your questioning yesterday, Senator, so broadly aware. Yeah. I think, I won't speak for the Environment Department or the Environment Portfolio, but I think some of the things we were talking about earlier in terms of regulatory uncertainty is possibly why people aren't getting the firm answers that they are seeking. Those things are still being settled. Again, I don't know the specifics of the issues people are having, but I just thought on that one element, I think until some of this work is done, which is really vital, it is going to be difficult to sort of give really definitive advice to producers, but hopefully that will improve over the coming weeks and months as these things are settled and that advice can be more firm.
I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? Is that there is so much uncertainty, there's so lacking in data, there's no science really that supports the 15-year decision. And so that would be my suggestion why there's uncertainty, is everybody's sort of running around, the deal was done to pacify the Greens, and yet how does it impact on people who are on the land? We don't know. Minister, can I ask, you're a very practical person, will you talk to the Minister for the Environment to encourage him to provide more pathways for producers to be able to get that certainty?
I don't know if that was praise or not, Senator McConnell, but I certainly know that Minister Collins is aware of these issues, and I'm sure will be advocating on behalf of the department as well. I'm always happy to take up issues with Senator Watt at the same time.
Thank you. Has DAF made any representations or provided any advice to DQ about the impact of these requirements on farmers?
I think the best way to describe it is that we're working with DQ. We're in conversations with industry with DQ, so we're hearing the same things from industry that DQ is hearing. If representative bodies or producers are raising issues with us directly, we're very focused on ensuring that information and those concerns are provided to DQ as well.
All right. Minister Watt's letter states that these changes will likely capture only a small number of additional actions undertaken by the agricultural sector. That is because under the rules that have been operated since 2000, the continuing use exemption has only applied to activities that do not enlarge, expand, intensify or change the location of land use. I note that the rules simply codify that, in most cases, land clearing vegetation more than 15 years old will not have the requirements for exemptions anyway, because the time gap demonstrates use that has not been continuous. So my question is, what happens to graziers who manage the vegetation on their properties and it is late in that cycle, late in that 15-year period, but they can't undertake a planned management due to rain, flooding, cost of fuel, access to equipment? They're going to have to seek an exemption to the timeline?
I'd say that's a matter for DQ, Senator. I don't know if colleagues have anything additional to add, but probably as a starting point, and I know you're aware of this, Senator, it is simply, I guess, a check at 15 years to see if the land clearing post that time would significantly impact matters of national environmental significance.
When will the bilateral with the states be finalised?
That would be a matter for DQ, Senator.
Okay. The DQ website titled Updates to Agricultural Action Exemptions under the EPBC Act states the 15-year timeframe does not allow for variation in growth rate, inadvertent timing out or intent to clear. What does that mean?
I'm probably reluctant to comment on it in detail, but I'm happy to take it away and come back to you.
Well, I think if you would, because to me that's saying that we're doing 15 years and we're not going to consider variations in growth rates, inadvertent timing out, or an intention to clear.
And as you mentioned, I did watch the discussions you had with DQ yesterday and Minister Watt, and I don't really have much more to add to what officials and Minister Watt provided yesterday.
Senator, can I just add that I know that DQ are updating their websites and guidance material quite regularly. There are fortnightly meetings between DQ and industry peak bodies that we also participate in those discussions, and they then inform areas where DQ updates their information or reviews their processes. That's an ongoing dialogue.
So I'm sorry to tell you that I know that a lot of the language that's been used this afternoon of, ongoing dialogue and confidence and whatnot will be not providing any confidence at all to landholders who had to pay contractors while they had to stop work, while farmers have been waiting for certainty on what the new regulations mean. We've got no understanding of what this will do to productivity and profitability onto properties. There was no RIS undertaken. Is the department done, or will you plan to do any modelling on the impact of the EPBC reforms on the prevalence or severity of bushfires or floods?
We don't have any plans at this stage, Senator.
Okay. Well, very unsatisfactory outcome to all those questions, isn't it? DAF has been left out in the cold. You don't know what the impacts will be. There doesn't seem to be a budget for doing any formal modelling on that. And DQ has, we hope and pray, are going to continue doing the work that means that food security is not compromised in Australia.
Senator Canada, Senator Brockman. Yep. Thank you, sir. Just want to move on to the sheep industry transition assistance package, please. Yep. Got good to go. Got the right people at the table.
Here,
excellent. So, in relation to the ban of live sheep export, which has already had a significant and devastating impact on my home state of Western Australia, can you update the government's $139.8 million sheep industry transition assistance package? How much has been spent to the latest reporting period? I'm assuming it's not going to be to today, but...
Certainly, Senator. So perhaps it's useful to sort of just present this information in a way that's useful in terms of how the package is being constructed based on sort of the co-design.
I'm going to go through each section of the package. Sure. So I know how it's constructed. Yep. So I'm just trying to get a broad picture on. I don't want to tell you how to answer, but just trying to get a broad picture on how much has been spent to date and what's still to be spent.
Well, the headline expenditure to date by the end of December last year was 35.9.
So is that the end of the calendar year?
Yes.
Sorry, that was
$35.9 million.
35.9. Can you, on notice, and I don't expect this here because it'll take some time, and I'm happy for you to do this later on, because I assume you'd have this as a table though. A breakdown of the 139.8 by program, forecast funding, the amount contracted as of, say, the end of December last year, and the amount spent as of that same date. Is that possible?
Certainly.
Yep. Thank you. Do we have a breakdown of how much of that 35.9 has gone into the hands of impacted sheep farmers, so actual producers?
So the way that package is constructed is the majority of the funding, about $90.3 million, is sort of direct to individual businesses. So that includes the Farm Business Transition Grants Program, livestock transporters. There's a small community program fund as well. as well as supply chain capacity program, which is focused on capital works on farm and at processors and in feedlots. So this accounts for the bulk of the transition package. These are direct business-facing investments. We have a large portion of those programs are currently going through final grant decision-making processes. So we'll see that expenditure scale up quite quickly in the coming weeks and months. I guess to get to the crux of your question, of that $90.3 million that I'm referring to, $19 million has been expended, and then there's another component of the package, $27.5 million, which is focused on market access, obviously the work of the Transition Advocate, development of industry strategy, grants to support export market development, and of that $27.5 million, $8.1 million has been expended. So that's an example of where funding is flowing, and as I said, I understand there's a lot of interest in those direct farm business facing grant programs, and the way we've phased the implementation of the package based on the industry consultations we undertook 12 months ago was to do a lot of that foundational work around developing an industry strategy and commissioning that work, the work around with the Shearing Association in WA, and also Grower Group Alliance to support extension work. So those were projects that we could commission quite quickly, and they kicked off, I guess, earlier this financial year. So that work was prioritised at the request of industry, and then that enabled us to get a lot of the grant programs for businesses and processes underway, and those grant programs went live around October last year, and we're at the final stages of those grants being assessed, which will see a lot of that grant funding sort of flow. So I guess I'm trying to paint a picture of kind of the sequencing of how the package has been rolled out. It's been quite deliberate and purposeful in the way we've constructed it based on what industry told us were priorities through the co-design process last year.
Well, having spoken to a lot of people in the industry, I'm not sure they're as happy with the consultation as you seem to be. But given that 90.3 that you talked about, of which 19.3 has been spent, that also includes the shearing, transporters and the supply chain, correct?
It includes the grant program that's available to livestock transporters. Doesn't include the shearing program, I don't believe.
So that 90.3 doesn't include the shearing?
No, it doesn't, no.
So it includes
the vast
livestock,
majority of
supply chain?
Yes.
And farm businesses?
Yeah. That's correct.
Anything else?
There's a community wellbeing program as well that's also included in.
So how much of that 19.3 million has actually gone to farm businesses, farmers producing sheep?
Well, as I said, the bulk of that funding is for grant programs that have recently closed towards the end of last year and are currently going through decision-making processes and assessments. There's a lot of conversations between officials and individual farmers that have made applications through those programs to seek additional information and clarify some of the information provided through those applications. And that's what we're prioritising at the moment. And similarly in WA, where DPIRT officials are implementing the supply chain program as well.
With due respect, yeah, you've stated that and I understand that. I'm trying to get to the... And we know what the total quantum of the package is. So we know how much the industry is going to get. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to work out how much has gone to farmers as of December.
I'd have to check, but I suspect that the majority of that funding, the $19 million that I referred to, is a lump sum payment, if you like, to WA, who are implementing the supply chain capacity program.
So that's going to processors?
It will go to processors and farmers and feedlotters of sort of the eligible businesses in that grant program. It's currently going through the final stages of decision making.
So you don't know, or you can't?
Well, WA counterparts are now finalising that program. So grant funding has not flowed from that program, but they're in the...
None of that 19.3 has flowed to anybody?
Certainly only to community wellbeing sort of providers that have been contracted by WA. So the funding that I've referred to includes a bulk payment to WA to enable them to finalise the grant program that they're administering.
So to the best of your understanding, has any of that 19.3 million flowed onto the ground?
No, they're in the final stages of
okay, so no dollars have been spent.
From that particular funding component, that's correct. But as I said, there's quite a lot of activity underway at the moment to finalise grant programs that will see funding flow quite quickly.
So no dollars have gone to farmers on the ground. I refer to the government's 30 million farm business transition assistance program.
Mm-hmm.
How many applications have there been?
Yep. So, Senator, good afternoon. Jo Granger, Assistant Secretary. So for Farm Business Transition Program, we received a total of 201 applications, and that included 10 late
applications. Sorry, can you slow down? Sorry,
201 applications.
201?
Yes, that's right.
And do you have an average amount?
So we had approximately 60% of applicants sought the full $75,000. Obviously 40% did not, and the average amount of grant funding applied for was $62,946.
So, correct me if I'm getting a decimal place wrong, but that's applicants of a value of about $120 million for a $30 million program? Am I getting that wrong?
No, Senator, not quite. So at $75,000, it's approximately, with 200 applicants, it's approximately about $15 million being sought by businesses.
And there'll be a second round to that program as well, Senator.
What's been the lowest amount for a grant application?
Senator, I don't have that figure. I could take that on notice.
And the highest is basically the maximum, 75?
Yeah.
In terms of the applications received, is there any broad trends in what the money is being asked for to be used for?
Look, Senator, there was a very broad range of activity that farmers could apply for, and we specifically made it as broad as possible so that it was up to farm businesses about the way they wanted to invest and make some changes in their on-business practice. So you could apply for infrastructure investment, for practice change, for upgrading pasture, for upgrading water. You could train staff, a whole range of different activities. It does appear the majority of farmers are applying for one or more of those activities in their business.
So the supply chain capacity program, this is the $40 million program.
Yeah.
Now, what's the basis on which entities can apply under that program?
So, Senator, that is an infrastructure program, very much focused, earlier in the package it was focused only at processing sector, but following the co-design where we received very strong feedback from the supply chain that there was a broad interest for producers to also access that fund, Minister Collins made that decision, and so there's effectively two streams. Producers can apply for up to $2 million of funding under that fund, anywhere from $50,000 to $2 million for on-farm finishing, feedlotting and infrastructure associated. And then the processors and supply chain can apply for $50,000 up to $5 million. And that's for a whole range of things like expanding the capacity of their processing sector, perhaps expanding layerage and a range of ancillary types of support to their business.
And has the $40 million been broken out into two buckets?
So there are two rounds. $20 million is available in round one, and we do expect the announcement very shortly from WA of the outcome of that first round.
And do you know how many, I know this is a state government controlled package, but do you know how many applicants have been received?
So there were several hundred applications received for that program, Senator, from all elements of the industry, so both from the production side and the processing side.
Do we know how many of those roughly were received from producers versus other parts of the supply chain?
Well, with that number, you wouldn't be surprised to understand that the larger proportion of applications came from producers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And do we have any breakdown within that, or perhaps take this on notice? the average amount applied for under each bucket? And has anybody applied for the maximum amount?
Senator, you won't be surprised to hear, of course, there are applications, particularly from the processors, for the full amount. Processors can go up to 5 million though, that's correct? Correct.
Yes. So you've got people at that highest level?
Yes, and
okay.
I believe processors have been discussing this publicly, Senator.
So the Livestock Transport Industry Transition Program, limit of $40,000 requiring matching co-contribution. How many applicants were received?
We received 22 applications.
22. And the average amount?
Let me just see that, Senator. I'll have to take that one on notice, Senator.
So,
but I think it's fair to say the bulk of applications
would have been at the higher level
for the full amount.
Could I have the average amount of the applications, please, and how many applied at the highest level? And I guess this particularly feeds into this question about the supply chain grants in terms of money for processors. Is the department tracking flock numbers in WA?
Yes, Senator.
What's your current view? Because there's a few industry views out there. So what do you think the current size of the flock in WA is?
So, Senator, you'd be aware there's a range of estimates available. We are guided, of course, we have the benefit of ABARES. There's obviously ABS data and then DPIRD in WA.
But are you basing your decisions, your analysis, your briefings to the Minister on a particular set of numbers? Are you using ABARES numbers, for example? Do you use a range of numbers?
We certainly use ABARES numbers, and we're also mindful of ABS data and DPIRD's numbers. We are aware of there's a range of estimates in the market right now, but perhaps Dr. Greenville might like to provide further.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Senator. So to inform the committee, the ABS has just updated its flock estimates. They haven't been doing flock estimates, particularly at the state level, for some time, a bit like they've done with the beef numbers. They've got a new method that they've applied, which now have a breakdown across different states, and so we'll benchmark all our estimates to the ABS numbers. These were released in June, when were they? December 2025. In terms of West Australian flock numbers, the ABS now show that sheep numbers in Western Australia have declined from 13.1 million in 2021 to 11.5 million in 2024. And so this reflects that longer term decline in sheep numbers, but also a range of factors. We've seen a shift into cropping, as you would be aware, and just as a comparison point, a longer history of comparison point, in 2004, 2005, there were about 26 million sheep in WA.
But I've seen a lot lower numbers than that, as I'm sure you have, Dr. Greenville. I think the current DPIRD estimate is 8.6 million head. I mean, that's a big discrepancy.
Yeah, there are, as you say, a lot. And so the ABS, and we've been working with them to try and get more consistency about the approaches across and MLA and the like. And so this is an estimate of all sheep, effectively, not just ones with, we used to estimate sheep on farms with an estimated value of agricultural operations above $40,000. That threshold's no longer, and so this is about all sheep on farms in WA. And so from what we would say is that this is mostly the attempt to be the more accurate version, and we've got confidence in the work that the ABS has done to try and go through, and they've worked extensively with stakeholders to try and get as much information about the different estimates that are out there, what the methodologies are and so forth, in determining their new methodology that they have.
I mean, I've talked to stock agents who have seen 50% of their farm suppliers exit the industry. for the peak, I guess, numbers people to have such widely varying estimates of the current size of the sheep flock, to me, is very worrying in terms of particularly the supply chain assistance grants, where, there's going to be a threshold under which processing in Western Australia becomes difficult, if not impossible, to do economically. And there's already been talk of processors not operating 5 days a week because there's not enough sheep around.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly that longer history is not inconsistent with your story. Going back to 20 years or so, the sheep flock was more than twice the size as what it is now in WA. I think with the numbers, we have every confidence that the ABS has done a good deal of work. They've delayed the method and so forth to do extra consultation and so forth. So we're fairly confident that they've done the work to come up with a robust estimate, and that's based on also the slaughter joining rates that we collect as part of our surveys, and a range of other kind of triangulation factors to make sure that they're right. So I think over the longer history, you're right, there is this longer term decline in the sheep flock. Now, whether that continues or not, we'll watch. There has been, as we know, fairly favourable market conditions for sheep meat and more recently wool, so we'll see how that plays out, and we feel that some of those factors in terms of the returns, and we watch that when we map the farm profitability, that some of the profitability for sheep producers is starting to improve as well.
So do you map the net value of the sheep industry in state by state? Like, what's been the decline since 21 in the value of the sheep industry in Western Australia?
Yeah, so we don't have a industry by state estimate. We've got the value of production overall nationally. I know that the state DPIs do often their own estimates of state gross value of production, but we don't track state by state in terms of value of production.
So who does, did you say?
The various state DPIs, like in Western Australia, the Department of Primary Industry, and I know Victoria do. I have a feeling that WA do our industry report annually about their gross value of production.
So do you have any comment that you could make from the point of view of being the peak body about collecting these sorts of statistics on the West Australian state DPIRD's estimate of an 8.6 million flock?
I think our comment would be, I guess we'll continue to work with them, but we would base it towards more the ABS numbers is where we think the actual flock would be.
But is that based on, what's that based on? Do you think the ABS methodology is better, or?
Yeah, the ABS methodology is being recently introduced. It's had robust consultation across industry, across peak bodies, across states. They've worked with us. And so they've really done a lot of work to try and bring that together. Obviously, things will continue to improve over time, but we do have confidence in the ABS and their numbers.
Happy to leave it there for now.
Thanks, Senator Brockman. Senator Canavan, do you have more?
Senator Ruston, did you want to?
Yeah, look, just checking if I'm in the right place. I had some questions around drought support. Is that? Yep. Okay. I'm just interested to get a quick update on how the National Drought Agreement is going in its implementation, but particularly as it relates to South Australia.
I'll ask colleagues to comment, but the work on the National Drought Agreement is ongoing. It's an ongoing agreement, and we work closely, if not weekly, with our jurisdictional counterparts on measures and activities under the National Drought Agreement.
Thanks for your question, Senator. So as Mr Lowe has described, we do work closely with our state counterparts. We have regular meetings and working group meetings with them. You may be aware that we held the National Drought Forum in South Australia late last year in September in Gawler, South Australia. Part of that was to discuss a lot of the arrangements that we have under the National Drought Agreement, and we had all jurisdictions that were represented at that forum. In my view, I think it's working very well, the National Drought Agreement. It's very clear in terms of responsibilities and how we work in terms of drought support and mechanisms. As you know, the Commonwealth has a number of support mechanisms in place, and we ensure that the states, through the National Drought Agreement, are aware of those.
So in terms of actually the assistance to SA producers, can you give me an update about how the framework has been able to support them?
So that's through the states. They provide a lot of support, but in terms of our support mechanisms, I'll just pull out the A3. Where is it on?
Courtney Bryan, Assistant Secretary, Drought Policy Branch. So under the National Drought Agreement, we have a number of programs that the Commonwealth runs nationally. We have seen in a number of those programs an increase in relation to, we assume, drought conditions. So, for example, we have the Farm Household Allowance, which is our income support program. So as of December 31 last year, there were 1,150 people receiving FHA in SA. That's an increase of around 480 people year on year for that one. Okay. We also have loans available under the Regional Investment Corporation. In SA in 2025, 188 RIC applications were received from SA. That's about an increase of 90 applications, or 92% from.
And how many of those were granted?
I believe they are the ones that were granted.
You said 188 applications were received.
Yeah, I'll just have to double check, but I'm pretty sure those ones are.
So that was 188 applications were approved.
Yeah.
And and that was in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So when did the Commonwealth sort of acknowledge that South Australia was in drought? What is the period of drought time?
Yep, so we no longer do drought declarations as the Commonwealth. So we just have our programs available at all times to make sure that people can have access to it when they need. They don't need to wait for declarations. Okay. So we have been working with SA, and we're at some of their very early meetings that they had with producers in regions across South Australia in relation to drought.
So if a farmer is seeking drought assistance, what are the requirements in order for that drought assistance, for their eligibility for drought assistance? Is there a time frame on it?
In terms of different programs, so in terms of our Commonwealth programs, so things like Farm Household Allowance, you have to meet kind of the eligibility criteria for that, which is in relation to an asset test and an income test.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in terms of the actual drought itself.
So our programs generally don't. There is some requirements under the Rural Investment Corporation loans where you have had to have shown you've had some financial impact and in financial need, but we don't have drought triggers as such under our Commonwealth programs.
Okay, so just as an example, South Australia and southeastern Australia has pretty much been in drought for at least 2 years. When was the first, say in the case of the RIC, when was the first RIC loan available to those farmers?
Did you want to go? I was going to say, Senator, so our RIC loans are available all the time to our stakeholders. There are a number of different RIC loans in place already.
Okay. Drought support.
For drought support. So we have, at the moment, we have the drought loan, which is in place and has been in place since the commencement of the RIC in 2019.
Okay, so can you talk me through, so these drought loans that are available, so is there a cap on the amount of money that a single entity farmer can seek?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
So for the drought loan that's been in place, so it's a maximum amount of $2 million that you can borrow.
$2 million, yep.
And it's a 10-year loan.
10 years. And the conditions of that is, are farmers required to pay interest on it?
Yes, so this one is 5 years interest only, and it's at 5.18%.
5.18% for 5 years. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I mean maybe Senator Canavan might actually be able to help me here. When the RIC was first put in place and drought loans and hardship loans were made available, was it the intention for those loans to be interest-free in circumstances?
So when the RIC was first established, the loans were not interest-free. They did have interest with the same methodology as currently used.
Have loans ever been, under any situation, been made available without interest for a period of time?
Yes, there was a period of time where there were interest-free loans made available.
And what was the basis of the decision for those loans to be interest-free?
I believe it was around in 2019, and it was part of the drought support package of the government at the time.
And how long did those interest-free loans, were they available for?
I'd have to get the exact time period. I think my colleagues have it, but it was for a set period of time, and then it reverted back to the original settings.
Okay. Because I was just sort of keen to understand, like if there was a decision made in 2019 that loans should be interest-free, what were the conditions that sparked the decision to do that, and what would be required now for a situation to warrant the provision of interest-free loans for a period of time? Because I've got to tell you, listening to drought-impacted farmers, they don't want a handout. They're quite happy to pay the money back, but cash flow is a really big challenge on the way through. So it'd be very interesting. I'd be interested to know what the triggers were for the loans to first of all become interest-free for a period of time, and what triggered them going back to requiring interest. And I mean, 5.1% is not. I mean, it's not a high interest rate, but it's the market, isn't it?
Yeah, so
it's a concession.
Yeah, but it's not a massive concession, is it?
Beg your pardon?
It's not a massive concession.
It's, what does it represent, about 2% from commercial interest rates?
Okay.
Senator Ruston,
yeah, please.
I don't know if you've seen, but the government's announced that large-scale wind and solar developers can get an interest rate of 100 basis points below the 5-year government bond rate for the net zero fund. Why are multinational companies building solar and wind projects getting an interest rate much lower than what you're offering to farmers in drought?
I'm not aware of that information.
So it's 5.1% here.
Mm-hmm.
When I checked last week, the 5-year bond rate was 4.2, 4.3%. And so those developers are getting 3.3. I'm just trying to understand what the government's priorities are here. Why would a large, massive multinational company building billion-dollar projects get interest rates 2 percentage points below a struggling farmer who's facing drought?
Perhaps, Senator, to answer your question in a different way and to pick up on Senator Ruston's remarks, we've heard the same feedback from farmers around not wanting a handout, but wanting a hand up and managing cash flow issues. So that was what the underpin, and certainly that came through in the drought forum as well. And that was underpinning our work on the drought hardship loan that Minister Collins recently announced in December. And to give you a sense of the settings of that loan, it's targeted concessional finance. It recognises that, I guess, interest from farmers around having an interest-free period. So it has a 2-year, basically, repayment holiday for a loan of up to $250,000, which what we're hearing is goes to
repayment free, but it's not interest free.
No.
No. So if it's repayment free, so you don't have to make any repayment over that period of time, but you're still being slugged 5.1% interest.
So that's right, which acknowledges that farmers might have short-term cash flow issues as a result of experiencing significant drought conditions, but acknowledges that they don't want to hand out. They're happy to repay the money.
So, first of all, going to Senator Canavan's point about the 5-year bond rate being 4.3%, I mean, clearly the government has access to finance at particular rates. So I mean, is this loan program actually making money for the government?
So the cost of the loan, it doesn't also goes into the underlying cash balance to pay for the RIC to operate, which was set up under the former government when the RIC was established. And it was agreed in that legislation that we'd actually use a 10-year bond rate, not a 5-year. So the 10-year bond rate is, so we've had it on hold. So at the moment we've held it at 5.18% using the 10-year bond rate.
Okay. Be that as it may, it's still below what...
Maybe if I could just add to that quickly as well. Sorry, Laura Smith, Assistant Secretary. So the way the interest rate is calculated for the RIC is based on a 6-month average of the 10-year bond rate between a period of time, and then that's applied. So the 6-month, the way it's currently calculated is based on the average between 1 May 2025 and 31st of October 2025, which was a 4.28%. And then on top of that, it covers the RIC's admin costs, which gets you to 5.18.
Yeah, sure.
When will it be reset? Will you re-average that?
So the next review period is 1 February 2026.
This year, or?
Yes, and and the government has already announced that they're holding it for another 6 months until 1 August 2026.
Because there's been a significant increase in bond rates. Is that why they've held it?
I think just recognising the pressure on farmers at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you've got an awful lot of detail around how the rate's working, but you don't know when it changed from being interest-free for a period of time to the interest going back on. I mean, the clarity you had then, Ms Smith, about exactly how you were calculating the interest was quite detailed, and yet we don't know what the basis for removing the interest rate or putting it back on was.
I think we're very happy to take that on notice, Senator, but sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms Brown, but I don't think any of the people at the table are here as part of that decision, whereas they have been obviously in recent times aware of that. So I don't know, did you have anything you want to add, Mel? But,
okay, so who has the government consulted with in relation to the loan support, and particularly around the design of the loan product, the current loan product?
Yeah, so this was a lot of the feedback that we received at the Drought Forum. We had, I think it was 180 participants that attended that forum in South Australia, and we discussed in length around what would be the most appropriate mechanism. The Minister has been out on the ground, I think around 4 times at least, in South Australia, visiting farmers on the ground and having discussions with those.
And what was the feedback that you got in relation to the makeup of the product? Is there ever any...
The farmers were quite clear, as Mr Lowe said, that they weren't looking for a handout, they were looking for a hand up.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to understand in terms of the feedback. Oh, sorry, I should have been clearer. The feedback in relation to the interest-free. I mean, everywhere we go, farmers are sort of concerned that, what is really the value of this product in a marginal sense in relation to probably, a lot of these farmers have had long-term relationships with their bank. It's not really a drought loan. It's just a loan you're able to access when it's not raining. I mean, like, what is the real value proposition in this, and what advice have you received from drought-stricken farmers about the impact of the accumulation of interest on the loans that are available? So, I mean, do many people want to take them up?
So we have, the RIC does actually have a register of interest at the moment opened for the new loans. And for that register of interest, we have 119 stakeholders have said that they would like to be considered for that loan once it's opened. We do have in Victoria, a lot of the farmers that are in the drought in Victoria, in southwest Victoria, did come out in the media to say that it was a godsend to them to actually have this loan announced, and it was exactly what they've been asking for in terms of not wanting to be given an interest-free loan, but to have a mechanism in place where they could, in the hard times, and get themselves back up and running, to have that ability to have the kind of holiday, as Mr Lowe described, for the first 2 years of that loan.
Yeah, I find it incredible that a farmer would actually not want an interest-free loan, but anyway, there you go. So how many farmers, in terms of the ratio of those that would seek it and those that were able to access it, those that would qualify versus those would be excluded?
I couldn't actually answer the question in terms of who would qualify for that. We're working through, at the moment, the guidelines and discussing those with the RIC, and it'll be the RIC's responsibility to finalise those guidelines and provide them to the Minister.
So has the government done any analysis, or are you aware of any analysis that's been done about comparing previous drought loan products and the current drought loan product?
One thing I might add is that the recent RIC Act review did talk about the interest-free loans that were offered at the time, including some of the constraints with having that interest-free period in terms of the number of applications that came in, but also the unintended consequences of some of those loans being approved when they didn't meet the criteria or it wasn't the sort of intended cohort. So there has.
Can you just unpack that?
Yeah.
So you just said the unintended consequences of people not meeting the criteria. So I'm not quite sure how that works in terms of interest-free or not interest-free.
Yes, it was just about the number of applications that came in. So there was an overwhelming number of applications that came in during that period because of the interest-free offer.
So basically
the ability
what you're
of the RIC to manage those number of applications at the time.
So basically what you're saying to me is that you're using the interest rate to control demand.
The interest rate is set in the has always been set in the legislation as at the 10-year bond rate plus the ability to cover the RIC's cost. It would be a decision of government to change the interest.
To be fair, you just said to me that, in your words, unintended consequences of the overwhelming number of loans was the reason why you didn't consider going.
What the
Sorry.
evidence was.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that. I don't think that wasn't my recollection of what Ms Smith said.
And sorry, there was just one of the bits of information that came through the RIC Act review, and then in the government's response, one of the kind of outcomes of that is looking at an interest repayment holiday rather than interest-free to meet both the needs of farmers but also the needs of the government and managing the RIC's costs.
So interest rate holiday, so interest rate repayment holiday or interest rate?
Repayment holiday, yes.
Repayment holiday, but aren't you already giving them an interest rate repayment holiday because you're not asking them to repay for a period of time?
That's right, that's the new loan that's been announced.
So I'm not quite sure what the difference is.
I think it might be getting a bit confusing. So there's the drought loan that was the pre-existing product that's been in place for some time, and that is the main attraction of that is the concessionality and the way in which it can be repaid as interest only. Is that correct?
For 5 years.
And then the new announcement is a drought hardship loan, and that is the one to which the interest rate of the interest holiday is applied as what.
And Senator, one of the other benefits of the drought loan that the Secretary mentioned is the ability for farmers to refinance up to 50% of the value of the loan against that concessional rate as well.
Okay, so I suppose all I'm trying to get to the bottom to is the analysis of the comparison between the schemes of previous hardship loans versus the ones that are in the marketplace at the moment, because it appears to me that there has been a reduction in support that's been provided by these loans with prior drought responses, and I just would be keen to understand what the process was in terms of determining that, with the exception, obviously the response you gave me that said that we had an overwhelming demand for it, and so that's why it wasn't continued. So is that the only reason why there hasn't been consideration for interest-free loans for a period of time?
Senator, I think one of the other aspects that was spoken to in the RIC review was the potential for interest-free loans to have unintended consequences in terms of supporting businesses that would not be sustainable in the longer term.
But isn't that up to the analysis of the situation the person finds themselves in? I mean, I'm sure the bank must have robust guidelines around the long-term viability of the operation of the business.
I think that's what I'm saying, Senator. So,
but I can't understand your logic in that. I mean, if somebody is going through extreme hardship that has been brought upon them by drought, there is a difference between them being long-term viable, whether they're paying interest or not. I mean, so I don't understand what the difference would be, whether they paid the interest or they didn't pay the interest. You should be assessing them for their long-term viability. The interest shouldn't make any difference to that.
So so my understanding is that we review the RIC and its approach to and the programs that it provided, and as part of that review, there was commentary made about the interest-free loan program, and as part of the learnings of that review, it identified, one, to my colleague's point about overwhelming demand, but also loans that went to businesses that were marginal and not necessarily sustainable in the longer term.
Don't you think overwhelming demand probably speaks to overwhelming need?
I think it speaks to the product, and it speaks, and obviously that product was available nationwide as well.
Okay, look, sorry, I don't buy your argument, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Chair. I don't know what in terms of the programs. I've got some wine industry questions, but I'm not sure whether that's...
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I've got some questions around the wine industry, but I'm not sure whether it's now or at another time.
We can ask the officers.
It's in outcome one.
It's still
in
now.
outcome one, unless it's a biosecurity matter.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
So are you still seeking the course in the rest?
I am, and I mean, I'm happy to hand the call.
I'm happy for you to continue, so the rest of them, if you'd like.
Okay, cool. Thank you. The wine industry obviously is suffering, experiencing some pretty acute structural distress at the moment, and the latest PSI report shows that national inventory is extremely high with excess stock. In fact, I think if you calculate it out, we're talking about 70 million bottles of wine or equivalent thereof that is in excess of requirements that's currently in storage. And we've heard through Australian Grape and Wine's pre-budget submission that rural counselling services are experiencing like 4 times the demand for support for growers. And in my home area of the Riverland, 1 in 4 grape growers have sought financial counselling support in the last 3 years. So I'm just sort of keen to understand, has either the Minister or the Department been formally briefed by Riverland grape growers about the prices they're currently receiving and in comparison to obviously production costs? Have you had any briefings or sought any briefings from the Riverland?
I might defer to colleagues from the department side. Senator?
Senator Paul Denny, Assistant Secretary of the Food Policy Branch. I don't think there's been... I'd have to take on notice whether there's been a formal request for briefing or briefing provided to the Minister by that group. But certainly there's been meetings over time, and at least 12, 18 months ago, a national working group was established to look at the oversupply of wine, and action was taken with between the Commonwealth and states and territories to address some of those concerns that are happening in the industry at the moment.
So what are the measures that have been put in place?
So there was a working group that was established between the Commonwealth and states and territories, made a number of recommendations which the government accepted, and then in response to that, the Commonwealth government announced a long-term viability support package for the industry, which was $4.6 million.
$4.6 million? Correct. How much is the wine industry worth?
The total value of the industry at the moment is $6 billion in 24-25.
$6 billion, correct. And the industry support package was $4.6 million.
That's correct, Senator. And so that comprised eight parts to that project. So the first of those was the National Vineyard Register.
Okay, can I just ask you about the National Vineyard Register?
So it's administered by Wine Australia. It's been in development for the last 12 months. They've undertaken significant consultation with the industry. They're in the process of designing a model for that register. So not quite complete yet, further work to go.
So when do you imagine that it'll be servicing wine grape growers and winemakers?
We are hopeful it would be ready sometime this year, perhaps mid to late this year, noting that there's further work to do. Wine Australia will have more detailed information on it, of course, because they are delivering that project, but that was probably one of the key recommendations of that group, and something that we heard consistently from growers and the wine industry generally, because it will give growers that transparency and understanding of both the supply side.
Yeah. And look, in the longer term, obviously it's a very important initiative. Perhaps even though Wine Australia is not here, we might put some questions on notice to them about that. But I'm interested to understand. I mean, I've got a situation in my home area of the Riverland where grape growers are, getting $80 for a tonne of grapes, and the production costs, are probably in excess of $300 a tonne. So it's a completely unviable proposition. To be honest, a national vineyard register is actually not going to address the issues that they have before them, and quite frankly, $4.6 million is not going to do terribly much. So keen to understand what measures are in place, if any, from the federal government to support, say, the wine industry penetrating, alternative markets to China, because we all know that a large part of this has been driven by the significant shrinkage in the China market for wine. So what measures are in place that you're aware of?
Well, there are 7 more measures we can talk to, and the next of which Mr Denny will lead you through is the in-market export development, which is looking at penetrating a range of different prospective markets.
And how much is that worth?
So that's part of that $4.6 million package. So that's funding that Wine Australia has received to place offices in market in the United States and Southeast Asia. So doing trade shows and missions in those sectors. I should say, before I work through the other 6 measures that are part of that strategy, because you mentioned South Australia. So specifically for South Australia, on the 21st of January, Minister Collins announced $3.1 million as part of a support package for the wine industry. So that is funding that the South Australian government is administering. It includes support to manage waste, to build local demand, to build local capability, and most recently to support the third tranche of that resting vineyard rebate. So
how much is the wine industry in the Riverland worth?
In the Riverland, I don't have the figures for the Riverland specifically. So it's the 4.6 million nationally as part of the long-term viability support package, and then specifically for South Australia, an additional 3.1 million that was announced on the 21st of January, and that's administered by the state government.
Okay.
The other measures as part of the 4.6 million, just to go back to where we were, is some funding as part of that 4.6 million for a domestic campaign which Wine Australia ran, which was there's a wine for that, which gave tools and templates for local producers to build off. That was quite successful. Research to diversify into other products, research into lighter alcohol products. And then there was also funding to undertake, to examine fair trading practices in the sector.
Yeah. And look, I'm not suggesting that these things aren't good initiatives, but I'm just trying to understand when you've got 70 million bottles of wine, a glut as we sit here right now in storage with, the vintage 30 seconds away. You've got an industry that's worth $6 billion that we've chucked 4.6 million plus the additional 3.1 million dollars. We've got growers who basically are either leaving their grapes on the vine because they can't even afford to put them on the ground. You've got all the biosecurity risks that are associated with neglected vineyards with fruit on them. And nothing you've told me so far has shown that appears to have done anything about trying to structurally adjust the sector or to work with the sector. It doesn't appear as if anybody's even spoken to the growers in the Riverland. I don't know whether that's the same experience in other regions. So, has there been any direct financial or structural response to the wine industry? Because, this hasn't just happened this year. This has been a cumulative effect over a number of years. And quite frankly, I've lived through quite a few ups and downs in the wine industry. I've never seen anything like this. Is there any sort of discussion at all about structural response to a sector that, quite frankly, won't exist in a minute in my region?
So it was considered as part of the consultations that happened through the working group, and the working group didn't recommend a vine pool scheme or a structural adjustment package. I think, cognizant of the unintended consequences that something like that can have when government intervenes in the market, we have seen similar things done in the past, and it has had unintended consequences, I guess, where we've either lost valuable wines, or we weren't or we weren't able to then respond to further demand that happened separately. So the things that the government is focusing on is giving growers and the industry the tools to make the decisions it needs to make for their own businesses. And then on the demand side, doing as much as we can with Wine Australia as the regulator, but also with the industry in building demand across the world, opening up new markets. So we're doing that bilaterally. We have a joint dialogue with the Indian government. We've got agreements with the UK, and then setting, good arrangements for international trade in wine, to make it easier to trade in wine. So in international forums like the International Organisation of Vine and Wine and the World Wine Trade Group, where Australia has a really strong presence. So doing what we can on the demand side and diversifying markets, giving farmers and growers the tools to make the decisions that are best for their own businesses, and also looking at the relationships between growers and winemakers through the proposed new code of conduct, and making sure that there is fair trading in the sector as well.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. You mentioned that was it task force or working group? Sorry.
Yeah, it was a working group.
Working group, sorry. You mentioned they didn't recommend a consolidation package, but this committee did do a report on the industry, and it made a recommendation that the government should consult with Australian Grape and Wine Limited to look at support packages, including aid to help wine growers transition out of grapes to other crops. Has the government responded to that recommendation?
Which recommendation was that?
Recommendation 4, February last year.
Oh, so yes, no, has not responded to that inquiry yet.
Right. Have you provided advice to the minister about the inquiry?
That is.
Have you briefed the minister about?
So the government is considering its response to that inquiry. As you know, the other main recommendation there was around the making the voluntary code a mandatory code. Yep. So the focus has been probably on that piece of work, and so the minister has announced taking that recommendation forward. But the broader response to that inquiry has not been taken.
Have you spoken to Australian Grape and Wine Limited about the potential for a consolidation package?
Australian Grape and Wine was part of that original working group, so we meet with them regularly, speak to them all the time.
So can I just check, you said February 25, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
a year ago.
So can I just understand this? We had a recommendation for a consideration for some sort of structural response to the catastrophic situation that we've seen in much of the wine industry, and particularly in my home area, that's a year old, and they've been through a vintage and they're about to go through another vintage, and we still don't have a response to that. Is that what you're telling us, Minister?
Well, I think the department talked through the work that they've been doing. I'm surprised that you sit here. You seem completely oblivious to your actual record in government when you shut down the market to China overnight. We've worked to
Actually, I think it was the
reopen
Chinese
that
government.
and stabilise that relationship.
Yeah, they always take
We
their side.
exported $1.28 billion
got the beef quotas? What happened
worth
there?
of wine to China.
Just fix it.
So I'm actually surprised that you don't acknowledge your record in government, which on these issues was a terrible one. The department have talked through the diligent work that they've been doing on these matters and the work that they've been doing with stakeholders as well.
I'm sure they appreciate your intervention. So I'm just wondering, has the government done any modelling on how many grape growers are at risk of closure over the coming months as a result of the situation they find themselves in? Do you have any idea of the 2,600 or whatever number wineries there are and however many grape growers there are? How many are likely at risk?
We haven't done that modelling.
Do you have any idea how many have closed up shop or shut down their vineyards?
I don't know if we've got that to hand, Senator. No, sorry.
So you don't know how many grape growers have exited the industry in the last 3 years since... No? Right.
We don't have it on hand, Senator.
You don't have it on hand, or you don't have it?
No, Mr. Lowe is correct. We haven't done any work, and unfortunately, the wine industry is not part of our survey program, so we don't have a detailed picture of a grape grower's financial performance. But we are aware that grapes are starting to be removed, so there are a reduction in the amount of plantings, which no doubt you're alluding to and been speaking about as well. So structural adjustment has begun, as you say.
Structural adjustment has begun.
We're crushing less grapes.
Okay, but there's been no assistance. The structural adjustment is just occurring because people are going broke.
People are exiting, yes.
I don't think they're exiting because they want to. So basically there's been no support, no consideration of support to provide for a transition to sort of higher value, more sustainable crops, varieties or use of this. We're just leaving the grapes in the ground because the farmers are stranded.
There's been a range of supports for providing growers with information, but not direct payments to remove vines.
Sure. So just interested to know how many times has the minister or any senior departmental officials visited the Riverland in the past year?
Sorry, Senator. What was the timeframe?
Has in the last year.
In the last year. We can take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. So there's been, if you don't know how many times they've been there, has there been any commitment in writing to the growers in the region that they're committed to actually meeting with them? I mean, has there been any process started in terms of a conversation with the region?
Well,
no, you go.
Significant engagement with the region over the last 2 years, really, by the department and through the working group consultations. There's been several meetings with grower groups.
No, I'm asking specifically about the Riverland. In the Riverland grape growers?
Yeah.
Okay, and so who met with them?
I'm pretty sure I have met with them over, perhaps not in the last couple of months, but I could take that on notice.
Sure, because I mean it just sort of goes back to the grape and wine sector long-term viability support package, the 4.6 million that you've just kindly run through. I mean, when you consider, it's less than sort of 0.001% of the economic contribution of the wine industry to the economy. I'm sort of keen to understand, so what sort of analysis determined the level of funding that was adequate for this viability support package?
Well, I think that my colleague's spoken to the engagement that occurred, Senator. So what we were driven by was both, and there was analysis, there was a report done, but there was also engagement, and maybe Mr. Denny, you might want to characterise the working group's composition in a bit more detail, but it did include industry representation and state representation as well. And then
you're saying
there was a report done as well.
It was those people that you met with who said $4.6 million will do the job?
Well, I don't know that there was a a dollar number that was characterised through those conversations. What it pointed to was the types of activities that would be of utility to the industry.
Yeah, look, I mean, I would contest it's manifestly inadequate given the size of the industry. So just interested, can you give us a comparison?
Senator, before you ask that question, I might just finish your last question, which was about the analysis and the report that was done.
So yes, that was that working group comprised Commonwealth and state and territory government representatives, as well as Australian Grape and Wine and Wine Australia. There was economic analysis that was commissioned as well by.
Do you table that?
Dr. Anderson. Yep, I think it's a public document,
knowledge,
publicly available.
Yep. So where would I be able to follow the bouncing ball to say that $4.6 million as a structural, long-term viability support package was adequate for a $6 billion industry that's on its knees? Is there a pathway I can follow to get that through your economic analysis?
You're certainly welcome to examine the economic analysis, Senator. I'm not sure that the way you've framed the policy question is the same way that we framed the policy question.
Okay. But I mean, the cold hard facts, $4.6 million for a long-term viability support package for an industry that is worth $6 billion. Just interested then, how does the support for this adjustment package compare with other adjustment packages that agricultural sectors in comparable market disruptions have received?
We'll probably have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Senator, I might just add something else. Joanna Stanton, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division, as well as the $4.6 million for the long-term viability package. I think it's important to also recognise the money that goes into Wine Australia for research and development for the long-term support of the industry and its productivity.
So how much money does the federal government put into Wine Australia this year?
I don't have that to hand, I don't think.
We'll try and
come back to you on that, Senator.
Okay.
We should be able to do that in the course of the session.
So in the absence of Wine Australia being here, I can't ask them this, but I'm keen to understand whether you're aware if there's been any anticipation in a significant decline in the levies that are likely to be provided to the various bodies, including Wine Australia, because of the global downturn in demand for wine. Do you have any idea of the kind of reduction in the amount of money that Wine Australia will actually be able to access for programs?
We not sure if they've done modelling necessarily, but they would have that, and I think there has been a reduction. I don't have the figures to hand because less production also and less exports means less levies collected.
So you've given of this $4.6 million for that package. Did that all go to Wine Australia?
Yes, they're administering it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because what would be really interesting to understand is that, you've got Wine Australia who probably their job is more important now than it's ever been before because of the stresses that are on the industry. They, I'm sure, will be suffering a significant decline in their levy payments that they're receiving. Is the government concerned that at a time when the industry needs support, that Wine Australia is not going to be in a position to be able to provide the same level of support because of the reduction in the amount of funding that they've been provided?
We're certainly engaged in conversations with Wine Australia, Senator. We know that they're very much concerned with the long-term viability and productivity of the industry as well, and we know that they're working hard both on the package that we've funded for them and on programs that support the long-term productivity of the industry as well.
So just finally in relation to levies, the one sector plan for levies, I think drew some attention to the fact that the levy structure system was probably not fit for purpose. Is that a view that the department holds, and what do you think should be done about it if that is your view?
I think the one sector plan was a Wine Australia sort of industry plan.
Joint with Wine Australia and AGW, so sort of whole of kind of industry Wine Australia plan. Yes.
But I think the recommendation that came out of it said that the levy structure wasn't fit for purpose. Is that correct?
And I'm not sure about the one sector plan, but certainly it was an issue raised in the working group as well. And so one of the recommendations or outcomes of that working group was for AGW to consider potential changes to the levy structure.
And what's happened there?
That's an action for AGW to take forward. I know that they had started work on that, started some consultation on that piece of work with some other bodies, but I can't talk to it directly. Ultimately, any sort of levy changes is a matter for industry and driven by industry.
Okay. Done? Chair? Sorry, was I thinking aloud?
Look, I'm just interested. I mean, I'm assuming the answer is going to be no, given all the answers you've already given me. But I'm sort of, and I'll put on notice the questions I've got here in relation to, what plans are there? This problem's not going anywhere. We've got an industry that is in various degrees of falling over depending on where they are around the country, ranging from, some regions that are probably doing okay because of their investment, particularly in their wine tourism assets. But there are other regions like the one that I come from that this is having absolutely catastrophic impact on the economy of the region. And nothing looks like it's going to change anytime soon. So I'll put a heap of questions on notice, but I really would be keen to understand what the federal government thinks its responsibility is to support an industry that is worth $6 billion to this country, that's been on its knees now for 3 or 4 years, and how we can help them and my community of Riverland to help them actually get on their feet, because they don't want handouts, they want help. And quite frankly, neither the federal government nor the state government appears to be really acting with much haste in terms of delivery of that help. But I look forward to your responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. Can I ask Hansard and Broadcast, I haven't heard a word you've been saying, sorry. Is it just me?
Do you want me to do it all again?
Sure.
No.
Yeah, sure, we'll come back tomorrow. So if you could, please. Thanks. I might not be here, but you're more than welcome. Senator Canavan. Senator Brockman.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Please, won't take long at all. Just going back to the R&D levies.
Yep.
Yep. Got the right people.
Yep.
So my back of the envelope calculation, based on last year's tonnes from WA, another record crop in Western Australia, is that the GRDC levy, which was sitting around $1 billion, would currently be in the order of between 1.2 and 1.3 after the last harvest. Do you have up-to-date figures on that?
Not with us, Senator, but we'll be able to get those. Yep.
Yeah. Right, so
For
am I in the
24-25 financial
Am I in the ballpark?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to take a stab.
All right.
We'll come back to
it. Let's just say it's in excess of $1 billion. I mean, this is a significant reserve. And whilst normally I would be in a position where saying, an industry body having significant reserves is a good thing, at some point it actually starts to punish the industry it is a part of. What is the mechanism in the grains industry of reconsidering that levy? Sorry, where that levy is set, not its existence, where it's set.
Sure. So the mechanism is effectively that in the hands, as my colleague spoke to previously in relation to wine, very similar for grains, where the representative organisations in relation to GRDC, there's two. There's Grain Producers Australia and Grain Growers Limited, and effectively through those representative organisations need to engage with their levy payers, and then I guess come back with a proposal to government about where the levy should be set, and then the minister would consider that.
Is there any other industry of scale, and grains industry is right up there with agricultural industries in terms of being the biggest. Is there any other industries with two responsible entities? Responsible organisations?
Representative organisations.
Representative organisations.
Right letters.
Representative organisation. Is there any other major industry with multiple representative organisations?
Testing me, I think cattle does. Yeah.
Okay. So do they have, for example, in the wool industry, there's the regular wool poll, which happens every 4 years from memory? 3 years?
It's every
4
3
years?
years, Senator.
3 years? 4 years?
3 years.
So is that baked into the legislation? Is that a decision from that particular representative organisation? Because we have here a situation where you've got two ROs, one of which has recommended a change in the levy. The Grain Producers Australia has, late last year I believe, represented a 20% reduction in the levy. Effectively, the other organisation, in this case Grain Growers Limited, can effectively act as a block on consideration of that change ever being made.
The way I'd characterise it is that it's important that GRDC...
Or is it a ministerial decision?
The way I'd characterise it, Senator, is that there are two representative organisations. Both of their views or recommendations to the Minister are important.
So the Minister could...
But the Minister makes the final decision.
In the end, it is a ministerial decision?
Yes. Okay,
so we've got a RDC, we've got a grower-funded industry R&D body that currently has reserves, which I've been told by numerous farmers in Western Australia, grain producers in Western Australia, agronomists in Western Australia. I've got information here from Paul McKenzie, who's an agronomist and grower in the Geraldton region. He's written to the Minister on this as well. Whereas effectively you've now got reserves equaling 4 years of spending, 3 to 4 years of spending on R&D with not another dollar coming in. At some point, that level of reserve should trigger some reconsideration of the level of the R&D levy borne by industry. I mean, yes, plenty of farmers are doing really well. We've had record crops in Western Australia. But there are farmers who are actually going out of business where, a change to the levy could make a material impact on their ability to stay in business, their ability to send kids to school, the ability to refinance, replan, restructure their farm business. What is the trigger mechanism in this case where you've got two representative organisations, one of whom has said, the levy should be reconsidered, and one of which has said it shouldn't?
So there isn't a formal trigger other than what we've outlined, Senator, which is the ability of those representative organisations to make representations to the Minister off the back of engagement with the levy base about the level of the levy. So I don't have too much more to add, but I'll ask colleagues if there's any further information that we can supply.
So, Senator, both organisations need to be consulted, but according to our levy guidelines, industry sets the levies. One of those representative organisations can undertake consultation with industry. It's on that organisation, whoever puts forward a proposal to the Minister for consideration, to show that they have broadly consulted with industry to demonstrate that there is overwhelming industry support for a change to the levy, and then the Minister takes that, it looks at that proposal with advice from us, consults with the RDC and the other representative organisation if there's more than one, and then makes a decision. So either one can put forward, and they do have to demonstrate broad, significant industry support for a change. In relation to your other question about wool and dairy, yes, they both have polls that are baked into the legislation, and that was in the legislation previously at the request of industry, so they happen regularly.
Okay, so in terms of the... so is there a formal process by which GPA has submitted their current report to the minister? Is that do they just produce a report and it sits out there? Is there a formal communique to the minister to say this is the consultation we've done and this is what we've recommended?
Yes, if they initiate a process, which they have, they need to provide a proposal to the minister, which needs to address all of the components in our levy guidelines, which are public and which we have spoken to them about.
And has that happened?
They have provided a proposal to the minister.
They have. And has the minister responded?
Not at this stage.
Right. And is there a time frame for that response either in the legislation or indicated by the minister to the department?
No, there's no particular time frame. So she will consider it on advice from the department.
Okay. Just getting back to my earlier question, and I'll ask the GRDC this evening, but can you break out the amount contributed over the last 4 years from Western Australia?
That would be very difficult to do, Senator. I'm not sure we can do that.
What? Explain to me why it would be difficult.
I'd need to, I don't know if the CFO is still here. Yes.
While we're waiting for Mr Lowe, Senator, we do have the 24-25 figures. We do have the 24-25 figures for GRDC, if that's helpful.
But that's around the 1 billion mark, isn't it?
No, it's much less than that, which is why I just wanted to put that on the record.
So that was 24...
So the 24-25 GRDC levy receipts from industry...
Oh, no, sorry, not receipts, total reserves.
Oh, sorry, reserves is a different thing.
No, I was talking about reserves.
So receipts is around 230, and there's obviously matching funding. Okay, so
that's what I'm guessing. It's around... It was the reserves were just around the $1 billion mark. So I'm guessing that now it's probably sitting somewhere between 1.2 and 1.3.
Yes, I'm sure GRDC.
So we misunderstood your question. Well, I think we can talk to the reserve.
But the reserves are 728.5 million at the close of 24-25.
At the close of 24-25, so middle of last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
728.5
And do you know
million.
what's the? So if a boat leaves in August, has that money already been paid to the GRDC or not? Like, what's the point of collection? When the farmer gets paid, when
I looked this up earlier.
When the contract is entered?
I think it's when it changes hands, Senator.
When the wheat changes hands, or the grain changes hands. I can check that tonight.
It is on our website.
Yeah, if the levies apply, the person who owns them immediately after harvest sells the grain to a purchaser or has processed it themselves.
Yep, okay.
Yep.
Point of sale.
The point of sale.
And to your other question earlier, Senator, about whether there's other industries with multiple, bodies. Sugar is another one. We have cane growers and the millers. Hort Innovation, a little bit different. They have 37 bodies, but there are a few others.
Yeah. I don't think anything of the scale of the grain industry, but put that to one side. Sorry.
Senator Matthew Dyson, Chief Finance Officer. With regard to your question around the 4 years just from WA, our system does have its limitations on how it collects the data. For example, a collection agent might operate on behalf of a number of levy payers, and when that goes into the system, that might be collected from multiple states or territories. So we are unpacking that, and I'll just have to take it on notice. It'll just require a bit further investigation as to whether we hold the specific data to track it just for WA, but I understand Dr Greenville might also have something further to add on this.
So I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Thank you.
So if it helps at all, Senator, the share of production that comes out of WA in terms of our total winter crop has averaged about 36% since 1990. At the moment, last year it was 39.6%, so it's close to the 40% mark.
But there's also, I think you'd acknowledge, Dr Grenville, there's bleed from the system in the east because our sales are 95+% export. There's effectively no bleed, or a very small percentage of bleed from the levy paying system, whereas in the eastern states there's a lot more domestic use. It's less easy to track.
Yeah, this is our production forecast. So in the ground, how much was produced in a given year in terms of tonnes.
But you couldn't equate that directly to levies because there's bleed in the east where there's not in the west.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
All right, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Brockman. Look, it is that time of the day for a marmalade sandwich and a stretch, so why don't we take a break and come back at 4:15. Cool?
Still in outcome.
And all good to go. Hello, Minister. Good to see you back again. Still in outcome one, Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I won't be long, but I just have a couple of topics that I need to finish off on, please. I want to ask some questions about the voluntary code of the food labelling. I was reflecting on the CEO of Cattle Australia said, with the collapse of so many of these kind of companies globally, honestly, I had no idea so-called alternative protein companies still existed in Australia. Well, that was fabulous. How many alternative protein companies still exist in Australia? Or, I'm sorry? Yeah.
No, it's not. That's chewy crap.
Sorry. I'll see if we've got that information. I'm not sure we have it on hand, Senator.
Okay.
My apologies.
Well, my question is how many of these still exist, or are we simply looking to accommodate multinationals who are trying to lever out natural foods and lever in these alternative proteins?
I'm reluctant to go off my own knowledge. I'm aware of alternative plant proteins in Horsham that manufactures plant protein isolate, but outside of that, I don't have any data available.
Does anybody else in the room have any data?
I'll see.
I'll make eye contact with ABARES.
Not on the number of companies, Senator, but we do have retail sales. So in 22-23, retail sales for plant-based meat alternatives were 148.9 million. So a pretty small part of the market.
Is that the latest you've got?
No, yes, that is the latest I've got, unfortunately, at the moment. So you can take on notice whether there's more recent data.
Please.
Okay. I mean, that is a good point. The protein isolators used for protein bars and things like that, what we're really looking at is alternate meat protein. And so it would be interesting to know, are there any Australian companies or are these all overseas multinationals that are seeking to influence government policy on labelling, food labelling? I don't know, Minister, if you'll be across this. I want to know why the government didn't follow the recommendations of the Senate committee into food labelling.
Hello, Senator. This is the committee that you were on. Is that correct? Yeah. Look, I can say this is the Don't Mince Words inquiry.
Yes.
Look, I can say that the government has focused on implementing its commitment to deliver the accurate, clear food labelling based on strong evidence, Senator, including from FSAN's research, published on the 30th of January this year, and a response will be issued in due course.
Okay, so the government's still not landed. I thought we now had a voluntary code being developed by the department.
Look, I understand that, and I know the department will answer, but I do understand that funding's being spent on consumer research and costs associated with stakeholder consultation, but I'm happy to hand over the rest to the department.
Senator, I can confirm that government will be working with the Alternative Proteins Council to develop a voluntary industry code of practice.
So you're working with the Alternate Proteins Council. What about working with the meat industry?
Yes, we will be doing that too. So as part of the working group that has been established and has met a number of times, that's comprised of the Alternative Proteins Council, but also a number of livestock industries, I suppose you'd characterise them as. Yeah.
So at the same time, the EU has voted to outlaw the use of meat terms in alternate or alternate proteins. Italy has banned the use of those terms, and yet Australia is still faffing around on it. It's 2002 that we did this, 2022 that we did this inquiry. When the government came in 2022, the Albanese government, they had a commitment to finalising it. I mean, how hard is this? 4 years. How many rounds of consultation have you done?
I guess the first point I'd make, Senator, is certainly aware of that and acknowledge the Senate inquiry's report. I think with any regulatory intervention, it's really important to ensure that you have a sense of, I guess, the extent of the market failure and the harms that are the harms that you're seeking to minimise, and that the regulatory intervention that you put in place is proportionate to the harms that that might exist. So that's why it was really important to do the FSANZ work to understand the level of consumer confusion that was out there, and that
doesn't pass the pub test. When you can walk in, thousands of people have sent me emails saying, yep, I went into the shop, I quickly grabbed chicken nuggets, but they weren't made with real chicken. I quickly grabbed this, it had a picture of an animal on the front. I thought it had that animal in it, it didn't. You know, this is just rubbish. And you're pandering to the alternate meat protein crowd, whose stated aims in their constitution are to get rid of broad-scale meat production. Happily, meat consumption is up by, or beef consumption's up by 5.2% last year. The average Australian consuming more than 22 kilograms of beef each year. But 92% of Australians who are buying beef in preference or buying meat in preference to anything else, and yet you're going to spend millions of dollars consulting again with this alternate meat protein group who was made up of multinationals who I don't think are even operating in Australia.
I'll ask colleagues to outline the details, Senator, but absolutely, while the voluntary code of practice will be worked up with the Alternate Protein Council, it will also be done in consultation with livestock representative organisations that are on the working group, if they choose to continue to participate. And I think we've had discussions in this committee before, Senator, about the importance of proportional regulation as well, and voluntary industry code of practice is a proportional regulatory step. And look, and it doesn't preclude further regulatory intervention down the track if there's, I guess, concerns that are increasing in relation to consumer confusion.
Well, I won't labour the point, but it absolutely gobsmacks me that the government is spending millions of dollars on consultation, Australian taxpayers' money, to consult on whether or not it's reasonable to say something is beef or chicken or pork or crocodile when it's not. It's beyond belief to me, but anyway.
And they're the types of things that will, I think, be clarified through the code of practice.
4 years. 4 years you've been doing this, though. This isn't rocket science.
I was just going to add, Senator, that the research we commissioned looked at all the products on the market. So they looked at 610 products. Of those 610 products, only 4% had any sort of animal imagery on them.
Right.
So very minuscule numbers of products actually using any animal imagery, and those that do, all of them are using a qualifier of some kind to demonstrate that it's not that it's a plant-based
tiny little letters.
Protein.
Yes.
And then we did a significant consumer survey of 2,946 respondents, and when we asked them, when we tested their level of confusion, there was no level of confusion, and it was a comprehensive survey. The results were very strong. It was a randomised control trial, so it was a very rigorous survey. And the evidence is that there is consumers know what they're buying. So that's the test in terms of market failure.
Sure. I won't labour the point, but I think it is absolutely ridiculous. And you wonder why people get frustrated with government. It is that we are still discussing whether or not it's okay to call something by what is common language for the product of an animal in something that's made from plant protein. or cardboard or who knows what else, because the Australian government has strict rules for export for meat. Imagine sending over to a customer in Japan or Korea or China. Yeah, I know you said you wanted, you know, shin meat, but we thought plant-based protein would be okay. We just popped that in the box. Anyway.
I'd be horrified.
Excellent. We're on the same ticket there,
Absolutely.
Senator. All right, I'll turn to the EU FTA. I want to ask some questions following. On the 5th of February, Minister Farrell stated in the Senate that to accept a deal with the EU would require a better offer by the EU on agricultural market access. What constitutes a better offer for Australian agriculture?
Thank you very much, Senator. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is the lead on the EU FTA negotiations, so it is there's limited things the department could say about that. I'll just check with my colleague whether there's anything to add to that.
That's correct, Senator. There's not a lot we can say in terms of the negotiations are ongoing. They're ongoing. I think we heard evidence this morning that up to and including this week. And given negotiations are ongoing, I direct that question to our colleagues at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but we remain closely in touch with Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, including the negotiators, as well as our representative in Brussels Post, an agriculture representative in Brussels Post, on the EU FTA.
Okay, well, I really hope so, because today we've heard of DQ running roughshod over agricultural interests. I hope that the Department of Trade doesn't take the same sort of line and length, and they're a bit more sympathetic to Australian farming interests than some of our other departments are. Are you getting feedback from industry peak bodies on the EU deal?
Senator, yes, we regularly speak to industry, including on free trade agreements.
What are their views?
We've heard a range of views, but because negotiations are ongoing, don't want to go into the specifics. Some of them have been provided, for example, in confidence. But very much we remain engaged in talking to industry, noting the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade are the lead on trade negotiations.
Yes, thank you. You did say that, Mr Campbell. So have members of the Australian agricultural industry, peak bodies, been provided with details of the current offer by the EU?
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade held a industry briefing with agriculture stakeholders last Friday to provide details of what they could say, which was largely that negotiations continue in Brussels, and they'll be continuing this week in Brussels.
All right. In 2023, members of the Australian agricultural industry were invited to accompany the government on the sidelines of negotiations. Has this occurred in the most recent round of negotiations?
Senator, I would kind of defer to our DFAT colleagues, but this question was raised at the industry webinar. But it was stated that the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade would remain in touch with agricultural negotiators, but they would not be outside the room like they were in 2023.
Do you know why they're
Senator,
doing it differently?
I would also just jump in and say that when we walked away in 2023, it was largely because we wanted to maintain a really good deal, especially for the agriculture sector, and our position hasn't changed on it.
Okay. Well, that's really heartening. Thank you, Minister, because that's the industry's raised concerns around the bringing forward of subsidies. Reportedly nearly $80 billion worth to secure domestic support from EU nations for the recent trade deal with the South Americans. So the NFF recently stated that the risk for Australia is being offered limited access in the deal, but while our European competitors might receive billions more in subsidies in order to get the support for both it and the recently announced EU-India FTA. The NFF says this would represent a double blow for Australian farming families. These concerns are legitimate with respect to the competitive position of Australian producers in global markets?
From our perspective, Senator, we will only go for a deal that will be fair for our sector and for the agriculture sector in particular, but for both countries. I've certainly seen the work that Senator Farrell has done in terms of the EU, especially also in including First Nations people and businesses through the EU deal as well in terms of the UAE. So I know that we will continue to push for the rights of the agriculture in terms of our international standing.
I think the point that industry is making is even if you sign, there's better access, but if in the meantime EU farmers have received $80 billion of subsidies, it's going to be impossible for Australian farmers to compete with that, isn't it? It will be a win on paper only.
Well, we will continue to push to make sure that our farmers have a fair outcome in whatever trade deal we make.
All right. Would it be reasonable to think that the same or better deal will be something like what Canada or Brazil got with the EU?
I'll hand over to Mr Campbell.
Senator, because negotiations are ongoing and because they are led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, I'd be unable to comment on that.
All right. Well, I am really concerned today. We've just had a series of issues where the Agricultural Department has been left out of consultation, whether it be the EPBC changes, whether it be emissions reductions policies, and now trade. All of it is apparently outside of the department's remit, and it won't be providing industry groups who are listening today with much comfort, I'm afraid, but I appreciate that you're limited in what you can say. Finally, Chair, if I could just turn to gillnet fishing, please.
We'll get colleagues up to the table.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm just going to do the squinty bit. Ms McCormack. Yes. Thank you. No, it's my eyes. I wanted to ask you about the termination of gillnet fishing in the Gulf of Carpentaria and the Great Barrier Reef catchment areas. Has all the gillnet fishing in the Gulf of Carpentaria been finalised?
George Day, Assistant Secretary, Fisheries and Aquaculture Branch. We can take that on notice, Senator.
All right. Well, then when you take that on notice, if you could also provide the full program of the implementation of the ban. What data does the department have over the last 5 years on the number of threatened and endangered species killed by gillnet fishing in far north Queensland?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, the information on protected and endangered species is reported to DEQ by the different fisheries. So in that case, the fisheries from Queensland would report the information to DEQ, Department of Environment.
I'll give you I'll steal the thunder on it. It's none. So we've shut down an industry because there has been no interactions. But that information I have to get from DQ, the data collected from the commercial fishers and the Queensland Department. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So am I right then that any scientific evidence around fishing in the Gulf of Carpentaria and the Great Barrier Reef, their effects on fish stocks, won't sit with this department, won't sit with fisheries, it'll sit with DQ?
I think for the fisheries you're interested in, Senator, that's the case. There are fisheries managed by the Commonwealth in that area. So that's the coral sea fishery and the northern prawn fishery managed by AFMA, but the gillnet fisheries up there are managed by Queensland.
Okay. All right. So it's always been a bone of contention because it was Minister Plibersek who wrote to UNESCO banning gillnet fishing, and yet the Queensland government has no evidence of the impacts. So I'm going around in circles. Oh, do you know if we're importing more seafood following these bans?
In terms of just general numbers?
Yes, the food, the fish that would have been previously caught, so wild barramundi, king threadfin and grey mackerel.
I'm not sure we have that granular level of information in relation to our imports, unless ABARES.
ABARES.
Yeah, import.
Mr Granville,
not sure if it will
do
be
you have that sort of information?
granular.
I think we've got lots of barramundi up our way there, Senator.
Well, I know, but you don't have gillnet fishing either, so...
No, but they've got companies who do barrel.
They do.
Thanks, Senator. As Senator Colbeck alluded to, we do have import data on fisheries, which we can pull up. I suspect that the key drivers are just what's happening in price and markets and so forth, and whether or not there's any correlation we could see between the actions, state closures and the like. I'm not sure that would appear in the data, but we can take a look at what imports are coming in. Do you want? We can provide that on notice, or we can have a go at digging that out right now.
Well, it depends on how tricky it is to pull out. I do want it to be accurate, and I do want to know, since the shutdown of Queensland waters fisheries, we know that we've now got more illegal fishermen in our waters. So I assume that they're coming in, they're catching the fish that we caught, we used to catch, taking them home, and then we're buying them from them.
So we collate fishery statistics every year, and a part of that is trade in fisheries products, so imports and exports. So we can give you an idea about what's happened to total fisheries imports, but we won't have specific information about various parts of Queensland, or the data doesn't go down to very fine level, species level information. It's quite aggregated, but we can give you that data if you like.
Let's start with, because previously we had more Australian fish going into the Australian market. I assume if it's not coming from Australian fisheries, either consumption's falling or we're buying it from somewhere else.
Yeah. So just looking at the aggregate import statistics of fisheries products, so the whole kind of categories, they've been fairly flat. I'd say they'd be slightly declining in real terms. We've got nominal values here. There was a step up from 21-22 to 22-23, but since then it's moderated, and so they are sitting somewhere under about $2.8 billion at the moment, I'd say, just as a rough guess.
Yeah, and edible fisheries products is about 80% of that. So edible fisheries products is around that $2 to $2.5 billion a year.
Yeah. There hasn't been significant changes by much of the data.
Okay, well the gillnet ban started last year, so, well, hang on, 2024.
And I think, Senator, even if we do try and be helpful, we won't be able to show causation for you because the data is at too much of an aggregate level in terms of total imports. There'll be a range of factors leading to, including price and availability and all sorts of other things. So I'm afraid we won't be able to tell that story in the data that we have at the national level.
So who would have that data?
I don't know if Queensland keeps any data, but I doubt it will be disaggregatable in any of the data, to be honest, because there'll be too many countervailing factors that people would need to offset to tell that story. So you could tell an anecdotal story, but I'm not sure there's a good way to tell a database story because there's so many factors in terms of consumer demand, range of other things that would factor into the reasons people are importing. So I know the point you're trying to make, but I just don't think the data is going to help us show that.
So I've stood at fish counters in places like Ingham and Tully and stood there as older people. I was going to say pensioners, but not all would be on the pension, I assume, who came in, looked in the window and said, why has fish got more expensive? While the fishmonger explained that because I can't take, it's no longer the gillnet fishers, they're also not supplying the other fish that they catch as they go out. And so fish prices have gone up across the board and that's why. Yeah. And these people saying, oh, and they go back and they buy a tin of John West or something that's come from somewhere else. So I guess unless we understand that data, then what do we just watch domestic wild caught fish decline and we never have any data on it?
Like I said, Senator, I think we have data, but it's showing the causation between the data about closing fisheries with the import data is probably. I mean, Mr. Greenville might be able to help me out here, but I think that's always going to be a difficult evidence story to tell.
Yeah, that's definitely the case because the multiple things are changing at the same time, relative prices with other proteins, and that cause and effect story we wouldn't necessarily be able to draw out. There's also other factors that are occurring in wild harvest fisheries which are contributing. We know warming water is having impacts on productivity of the stock. We see that in our Commonwealth fisheries. That's affecting fishes across the country and in different areas, and we see that the primacy of, particularly Commonwealth fisheries regulation around sustainability and so forth leads to a number of triggers, and we see changes that occur because of that. So
but all this, the FRDC says no, there was no impact. These were all highly sustainable fisheries. This was a purely political decision, and for me in the Gulf of Carpentaria, where we've lost, fishermen out on the water, at the same time Home Affairs has cut the number, Border Force has cut the number of surveillance flights by 22%, and we're getting these illegal fishing boats pulling up on the beach, waving to people on the shore, and the Prime Minister apparently made a statement in Cairns that he'd throw everything at stopping it. The Department of Agriculture seeing additional resources being provided to stop illegal fishing boats?
So, Senator, Minister Burke made an announcement today about a new ABF operation called Broadstaff. So, obviously that is a response to some of the concerning interdictions that have occurred in that part of the world. So, we do not direct that activity. Obviously, through AFMA in particular, this portfolio has an interest in illegal fishing, but others may want to add some more to what we're seeing on that front.
But less of our boats on the water means less of what we see and more opportunity for illegals to come in.
Yeah.
So the fact that we've said to our guys, you can't fish, they're not out there and they don't see and alert.
Yeah, understand.
And the background is that I think it's about 10% of requests from AFMA aren't being met by security flights availability. So we've got all of these things. We've announced today that we're going to make this intervention, but 10% of requests from AFMA aren't being met by Border Force. We've got less boats on the water, so there's less eyes out there all around, and we've got this increased impact of illegal fishing where we had a fishery previously.
And potentially biosecurity risks with all these, foreign vessels coming in and being unsupervised coming onto our shores. So we probably haven't talked about lumpy skin and foot and mouth in Bali and in our northern neighbours.
How come too?
Yeah.
I just want to jump in there, though, if I could. You're saying, Senator, less eyes on the water. You do have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rangers out there as well. I know it's not to the issue that you're raising, Senator McDonald, but I want to...
They do a great job.
And I want to, as part of my hat with Indigenous Affairs, be able to ensure that there is that connectivity, especially between Border Force and biosecurity.
Yep, no, they do a great job. I've had the opportunity to see them. Can I just ask, in respect of ABS, do you have in your numbers, we would have the Australian, so the Commonwealth fisheries, the catch we understand pretty well because it's reported to Commonwealth, to fisheries. But what about state fisheries? Do we accumulate data on that?
Yeah, actually, I was about to just jump in and talk about that. So
you mind reading each other?
That's good. That's scary. So every year we do a report called Australian Fisheries Statistics, and it collates the state data, the Commonwealth data, and the trade data.
Right,
so
go for a look for that.
For about the last 15 years, the total value of domestic production, so this is state and Commonwealth, both wild catch and aquaculture, it's actually increased.
Yeah, but a lot of that's off the back.
Sorry, is that dollar or volume?
Volume.
Excellent.
Volume, but a lot of that's driven by aquaculture. I've probably got some numbers in here. I probably do have a table here I could find
I'm
it.
very interested to see the wild catch stuff.
Yeah, I do have that here. I've just got to find the right table.
My suspicion would be that state-based wild catch fisheries are going down because they're all being closed down.
Yeah.
Total wild catch production, it's actually been fairly flat across Commonwealth and state over the last 15 or so years, but there's swings and roundabouts in there where some have gone up and some have gone down, but on the whole it's pretty flat. So most of the growth has been driven by aquaculture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm chair at the moment, so Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk about the algal bloom in South Australia. Excellent. And I know that some of my colleagues have already asked some questions, so I've made sure that I've gone through so that we're not doubling up and not wasting time of the witnesses. I will cut straight to the chase. Has the South Australian government requested that the marine harmful algal bloom loan that's being provided through the federal government funding be made available sooner?
I'm not. I think we're all, both the department and the minister, keen to make sure that that loan is available as soon as possible, in recognition of the effects of the algal bloom on fishers and aquaculture providers. I'm not sure if there's been any formal representations of that nature, Senator, though.
Could someone check and then maybe get that back to me on notice?
Yeah. What was the question?
So whether the state government of South Australia has actually requested that money be available sooner, because obviously we've got businesses that are going broke as we speak. There is no end in sight to the algal bloom, despite the Premier getting up at the end of January saying it's essentially non-existent, which anyone who's following at home can see that the Yorke Peninsula has had tens of thousands of fish and rays killed just in the last couple of days. I'm wondering if anyone from the state government of South Australia has requested that funding be made available quicker.
So Senator, short answer is no. There hasn't been any formal representations from the state government that we enact the loan sooner than early this year.
Okay, thank you. In terms of mitigation strategies across Australia, so we have the algal bloom in South Australia, are there any things that the federal government is looking at, pumping bilge water, ensuring that boats aren't inadvertently moving algal bloom to other jurisdictions? Has anyone done any work on that?
Probably if it's in relation to ballast water.
That would be a question for our biosecurity colleagues.
Okay.
I understand there was some risk assessment being done there, but that will be a question for our biosecurity colleagues in our team too.
In terms of what your department, we had a Senate inquiry into the algal bloom, which we sort of pulled together quite quickly. Has your department been directed by government to implement any of the recommendations from the Senate inquiry?
You go.
No, that's fine.
I was just going to say then, as a result of the government will respond to the inquiry, and that will dictate, I guess, the department's work in relation to the recommendations that were made.
You haven't been directed by the government to enact any of the...
I'm just trying to recollect if there were any specific recommendations that were relevant to us. I think
we've definitely been providing input into our colleagues in DQ who are leading the government response in relation to this. But in terms of particular directions, there might well be some actions that relate to DQ that they have commenced implementation of, but that will be a question for DQ.
Okay.
Senator, I can just say on behalf of the Minister that there hasn't been any direct approach to her in regards to a request for speeding up any loans.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I guess in terms of, is the state government communicating with government departments in terms of what is happening on the ground in South Australia? Are there regular communications happening in terms of how dire it is for people?
There is regular communication, is how I would characterise it, and has been over the course of, I guess, of the incidents of the algal bloom.
When they remembered to tell you months after it had first appeared, which came out in the Senate inquiry.
Certainly there's been regular engagement, and I guess that kind of tends to sort of peak and trough a bit as well, depending on kind of the needs of South Australian community and government.
Can I ask if the South Australian government has reported to the federal government in a similar vein to what the Premier has been providing to media in South Australia, that the algal bloom is all but non-existent? Is that something that's been formally communicated?
I wouldn't characterise our interactions with the South Australian Department in that way. It's about the work that it's more pragmatic than that, Senator. It's around kind of the status of the RIC loan, for example, and information exchange about the program. And as we mentioned to Senator Ruston, DQ is the lead department in relation to the algal bloom, so they're leading that interaction and engagement as well.
Can I ask what what you know as a Deputy Secretary of the Department, what's your view on the algal bloom in South Australia?
I wouldn't say I've got a view per se. I guess kind of similar to my comments to Senator Ruston, we understand that the algal bloom is I guess changing and moving. So the incidence of the bloom is moving, and I'm going to get my South Australian geography probably mixed up here, but from the Gulf of St Vincent, and its incidence is increasing in the Spencer Gulf.
In terms of federally committed funds, do you have a breakdown of what's been committed to sort of actual fisheries industry as opposed to caravan parks and other businesses?
I think we do have some information on that, Senator, if you'd just give us some time to put that together.
Yeah, my understanding is financial support for wild catch fishers and aquaculture operators totalled over 21 million of that. That's from the kind of broader funding amounts that are being provided jointly to South Australia, the joint package between South Australian government and the federal government.
And how much of that has been acquitted, do you know? Has that been given to?
Yeah, that's right. So a number of the programs which I talked to earlier are providing assistance at the moment, and we can talk through kind of what the uptake of some of those grants have been, if that's helpful. But in terms of the broader acquittal, again, because the broader funding arrangements are managed by DQ, we don't necessarily have that information to hand. But we do. I can talk you through some information that we have, at least in terms of our understanding of uptake of those grants.
That would be really helpful, because I think $21 million and what's being felt on the ground in South Australia is people aren't seeing the money. So they had a lot of promises and a lot of commitments, but they're not actually seeing.
Yeah, so the figures that I have to hand are from mid-January, and they talk to, in terms of small business grants, 113 grants of up to 20,000, which have been approved for fisheries and aquaculture licence holder assistance grants, 134 grants of up to 225,000, and we understand that the South Australian Government is also assessing 23 applications for industry response and resilience grants, and these are the ones that are between $25,000 and $150,000.
Fantastic, thank you. That is very helpful. And just finally, in terms of, you sort of mentioned some of our beautiful gulfs that we have in South Australia, and we do have a magnificent fishing industry, and I'm biased, but I like to think some of the best in the world. I guess, what is the department doing to showcase that? One of the biggest issues has been international markets, or one of the fears of the various fisheries in the state. Is the department doing anything specifically to help promote them?
Well, we certainly agree that the South Australian fisheries are some of the best in the world, along with many fisheries across Australia. I think more broadly, the work that we do, both internationally and domestically, is ensuring that our fisheries are regulated such that they're operating to a really high standard, and that ensures that the reputation of the fish that comes from those fisheries stands up on a global scale, and those export markets are available to our fishers to access.
But there's nothing specific you're doing for the South Australian?
We don't tend to, Senator, get involved in marketing on behalf of industries. Obviously, we have a lot. There are some industries collect a levy for that purpose. Others do it sort of differently. So we don't tend to, as a department, get involved in that. But obviously, a whole range of bodies are there to support that work.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'd like to go to, actually I might pull up the report, go to a report that ABARES put out last month on land sequestration. Sorry, December, so a couple of months ago. So this report finally, and thank you for giving it a crack, perhaps should have been, we should probably ask questions before we shoot, but better late than never. We have now a number of how much land could be locked up to reach net zero in Australia. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you've estimated that at 18 million hectares. Can I just check, is that 18 million hectares, I'm looking at table 1 in your report, that 18 million hectares, is that from today? Like from sort of, it's not factoring in land that's already been sequestered?
So that's the additional amount. So based on to sequester 119 million tonnes carbon in the landscape, it would take 18 million hectares.
18 million hectares. So that's 3 Tasmanias on my sums. So a lot of area. So in that table, actually I'll go straight to that table. You have there's a local government area that has an impact of more than 10%. I presume is that more than 10% of its agricultural production?
Yeah, so what we did to try and give that some context is to, I guess, condition that in terms of how important agriculture was in those areas. So it's effectively saying that you're losing around 10% of agricultural value that's created in that region, or it's been, the opportunity cost is that. But that's been offset by, revenue that would be coming in from participation in those sequestration markets.
So which local government area is that?
So we didn't publish the local government areas mainly because the idea of the study was to take that kind of landscape view and look at where the various, I guess, incentives were strongest and so forth. And so we've got one that's at most at 10%, and then we've got a few others that are, between that 5 and 10, and then the rest. And really, the point of that is to show that it's significantly spread.
Sure. Look, I know you didn't publish it. I've read the report, but I'd still like to know. That's the point we're having. That's why we have estimates. If I could just read about it, we'd need to ask you questions. So just ask again, which local government area is it?
So I think it's in South Australia. We just
which one are you asking about?
Oh, so table 1, there is a row in that table, number of local government areas with a first order impact of more than 10%, and there is apparently one that fit that category.
I might need to just check for you, make sure I know which one it is. I've got the 7.
Okay, we'll give us the 7.
But I've got to figure out which one is the one above 10%.
Well, I think the 7 is between 5 and 10, is it? So they're not. They'd be exclusive groups. So give us a 7 then.
Yeah. So
that's going to be my next question.
So we've got a couple over in South Australia. So Streaky Bay, Elliston. So
what was that one?
Streaky Bay. So Eyre Peninsula, part of the world. Tenterfield and
Tenterfield?
Warren. Yep. Warren in New South Wales as well. A few in WA, so Chapman Valley, Northampton, and Three Springs, and all of those are in that kind of Geraldton-ish kind of area. Right. And then one up in Queensland, Cassowary Coast, so that's up between Townsville, Cairns.
Yep. Okay, that's the 7, is it? I've got 8 there, I think. Did I miss?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We've got 8?
Yeah, so that's the one above 10%, and then the 7.
Oh, so one of those is above the 10%. You're just not sure which one.
I'll have to figure out which one. I'm pretty sure it's one of the South Australian ones, but I can just check for you.
Okay, all right, well, take that on notice for me. Thank you. All right, I just wanted to confirm these figures, I suppose, as well. You say that 50. Well, I'll read it out. The quote in the report says the remaining 55% is estimated to occur in the wheat, sheep, and high rainfall zones, where sequestration rates are generally the highest. Is that 55% of the land area, or 55% of the sequestration occurring?
So it'd be 55% of the land area
of the land
18
area,
million, so it would account for a disproportional amount of the sequestration.
Right. So and how do you define how high rainfall?
So it's the ABARES zones, which are on that map. You'll see the kind of interior zone, pastoral zone. There's the blacked out little line, which has the wheat sheep zone, and the high rainfall zone is towards the coasts of those.
What's the annual rainfall? How much rain do you need per year to be classified as high rainfall?
It'd be something like that, but we'd have to check for you.
We'll take that on notice.
Exactly on notice.
Okay, but the fact is that more than half of this are occurring in agriculturally productive areas of the country.
Yes, in those zones. That's right.
Okay. I meant to ask, I've got to go back, sorry. For these 8 council areas, 8 local government areas, is there any assistance for them to adjust to lower production levels as we go to net zero?
So this is...
It's probably more for the department, I suppose, but under the net zero plan that you have done, have you put aside any funding to help those local government areas adjust to lower production levels? I mean, some of them are getting a 10% odd reduction in output. That's massive.
So I think it's important to take the analysis that ABARES done at a holistic level. First of all, it's a modelled outcome, and Dr. Greenville and Mr. Galliano can talk about that in more detail. But in terms of support, I guess what we'd acknowledge is that the shift could also result in a potential $9 billion of profits per year to landholders from sequestration. $9 billion by 2050. And as we've discussed previously...
But that doesn't go to the local economies, it doesn't go to the councils. My question's about that $9 billion, the farmers that are lucky enough to get that money, there's nothing stopping them obviously packing up and moving and going somewhere else and taking that money elsewhere in the country. So what is provided for these particularly impacted areas from an increase in carbon farming?
Well, maybe if I could just address that question about where it goes and so forth. So one of the findings that we have in this report is that there's a significant coexistence occurring. So there's around 59% of all that land that's playing in carbon sequestration markets is occurring either through methods that allow agriculture to continue. So that's after an exclusion period, you're allowing grazing to come back in, or it's on a partial scale. So it's like adding sequestration activities into an existing enterprise. So you're continuing to do agriculture, but you're adding...
40% then, by your numbers, and it's in your report, 40%...
We're seeing more...
completely shutting down their farm production.
We're seeing, the entire cell that we looked at.
That's right. So to explain to everyone, correct me if I'm wrong, just so everyone's on the same page, when these 40% areas, you've got cells of the country, right, that are I believe when I read roughly equivalent to an average farm size, a few thousand hectares or so per cell. And in the areas, so just so I'm clear, in the areas that are doing carbon farming, 40% of those cells completely remove agricultural production.
That's correct.
And revert to carbon farming. I mean, that to me doesn't seem like a high level of coexistence. That's almost half, that's a lot, are not coexisting. They're completely getting out of farming.
Yeah, well, and there's a mix of activities that are going on, and so for those landholders, you're right, there's a change, and so because it's on an average farm size, those cells, in reality, it could be partial, with farms and the like, and there will be, and that's what we point out. There will be regional impacts. There is an opportunity cost in terms of agriculture production around that 2%.
It's a good piece of work.
Right? But on the context of a growing agricultural base as well. So we still expect agriculture to grow. And it's one of those things that, obviously you shift from one agricultural practice to another, you do less of one and do more of the other. So there's always an opportunity cost.
So where would agriculture grow if you've just taken out 40% of the productive land out of the high rainfall areas?
Just to be clear, it's 40% of the areas that are doing carbon farming.
Yeah.
Right.
And so in terms of percentages, just to give you a feel, so it's 4% of agriculture. So that 18 million hectares is 4% of agricultural land.
But does that include the pastoral land?
So that's
so
agricultural land as we...
4% is still a lot, in my view. So it's not... I suppose on notice, have you calculated for this interior zone, or you've really got 3 zones, do you? You have high rainfall, sheep, wheat.
That's our standard reporting.
And then inland, effectively, or
pastoral, we call it.
Pastoral. Thank you. So could you give us that equivalent figure for those 3 zones?
Which one?
So how much land is doing carbon farming? Or how much land is converted from agricultural production to carbon farming, carbon sequestration?
As a share of those.
Of the share of those areas. Because, by the more I look at the map, it is much less than 4% in the pastoral zone, because there's large parts of it that just there's no sequestration at all, obviously in the more arid areas of our country. And so therefore it'd probably be more than 4% in that, particularly in the wheat sheep zone. That seems to really get in the neck. The inland zone. So just heading, and you were hinting at there the impact. You say that agricultural revenue is estimated to be $2.8 billion lower than otherwise. Now, yes, it's still growing overall. It's a 2% reduction in revenue. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've 2.8 billion over we've got 100,000 farms in the country that are apparently the ABS has a measure that more than $40,000 of income. They're not just hobby farms, they're proper income producing farms of some nature. That's $30,000 per farm on average. Am I missing something? Is that right?
So that's in terms of foregone agricultural activity. For some of those farms, we would still be earning carbon revenue, so that would be in excess. So the farms that are earning carbon revenue are obviously going to be making that choice because the carbon revenue exceeds that foregone. So for some of those farms that would lose, they'll actually be in a better financial position.
Right.
And that's one of the pros.
But it's farm income that's lost to a community, that's lost to... Because I suppose the question here is, have you estimated the knock-on, the second round effects here of losses of employment in the farm sector? Because at least my assumption would be that employment levels rurally in particular will be much lower if someone's growing trees, which usually just lets to go to scrub, than if they were mustering cattle.
Yeah, so as you say, those second round effects depends on very much on how much is coexisting and so forth, in which case, there might be very limited kind of impacts on employment if you're adding an activity, particularly if it's a hedge and it's helping you support your viability of business to the extent that, you're replacing an activity at a larger scale and there's less purchases of inputs and so forth in agricultural markets. We haven't gone to those second round impacts. Given primarily the question we were looking at, and that's why we've used that ag share as a kind of indicative, which we think would be about indicative. Of course, there'll be some employment that's created in the context of delivering this sequestration, and that employment impact in rural areas and that creation, which will be another agricultural activity because it'll be supported through which we largely count as a nursery sector.
It's not food production, is it? I'm just absolutely horrified listening to this. So you're talking about, I appreciate that it's not in rangelands areas, it's in more productive areas where the percentage is high because it's higher rainfall, because there's not the opportunity for sequestration in the lower rainfall areas. There's not, because we've been down this road. So it's the places where you have the most activity, which is food production. And so what we're going to do is...
And least diversified economies too.
And we're going to pay people, and I don't know, is this going to be offshore income, the new carbon money, or is it going to be taxpayers' dollars paying farmers not to grow food, not to process the food in the cities, and certainly not to eat it?
Yeah, so I can't answer the purpose of the study was kind of like what we talked about in previous estimates, which is taking that question of, well, if we were to sequester 119 million tonnes of carbon in the landscape, what would it look like? The mechanisms that will drive the demand side, are a separate kind of question, and some of that comes through the safeguard and all those other than the demand for ACCUs as the country looks to decarbonise. So we put that question aside because we haven't looked at that aspect of the problem. I think that one of the key kind of positives out of this is that food production is not really at risk. Yes, we do have an impact, but the impact is quite modest. And so we still have
how, Dr. Granville, because it's the most productive areas.
But it's a small amount of the most productive areas.
No, it's a
18 million hectares.
Australia doesn't have that much productive land.
Correct.
Like it's about 4 or 5, not even 3 or 4% of Australia is actually productive for cropping and for intensive agriculture, and that's a bit you've just taken out a really significant portion of. And these are all the little farms that grow the food that we all eat. Australia's a food bowl for the
When you
rest
say
of
it's
the
modest, I mean,
country.
if I were to propose a 2% reduction in all public service salaries to fix the budget, what do you reckon? Would that be seen as modest?
Sounds good.
Probably not. I can imagine their reaction.
But in the sense that it's also offset by additional revenue.
You and I both
as well.
remember when they introduced paid parking in Belconnen. That was going to be a riot.
We saw some maladaptive behaviour as well at that time.
All right. I think because let's do this comparison. It's a $2.8 billion hit on your sums. I think live sheep exports is around $50 million or something of exports a year. So this is 60 odd. Is that right?
I'd have to check.
Go back and
It's about
see.
60 times that. So because anybody can make these comparisons, and the government reports to this all the time. It's only modest because our economy is $2 trillion.
Yeah. So
all right. Well, okay.
I think
look at everything we're having to do to shut down the live sheep industry, and everything, all the adjustment packages we need. And here we've got an impact that's many multiples of that, and there's zero assistance or adjustment being provided to these rural communities that will be affected.
And I don't want to downplay the idea that there are trade-offs, because we're all aware that there are trade-offs, but we also know that the agriculture sector is going to grow. So incomes and returns in rural areas and so forth are still going to grow. We're expecting productivity growth to continue, and farm profitability will, a large part rest on how future productivity goes.
So can I just question that assumption, given that the costs of production, fuel, wages, insurance, land taxes are all increasing, and we've just done less vegetation management opportunities, government is leaning into farm productivity at every corner, and yet you think profitability is going to grow.
Yeah,
That's not what farmers are saying.
But I think we're on solid ground with that. So we are still seeing productivity growth in the agriculture sector, and while I acknowledge that productivity growth is slow...
I think the Senator said profitability though, didn't you? So
Well, I'll come to that. But also profitability is growing. So farm profitability has grown over the last 20 years, about 3%.
We've had a pretty good terms of trade though. That's the problem.
With terms of trade, and also the sector is outperforming the market sector in terms of productivity growth, hands down. And so there are a number of positive things, despite, I don't disagree that there's challenges in the sector and there's these other changes and so forth. So I think it's not an unreasonable assumption to think that the sector could continue in what it's doing in terms of overcoming those challenges and experiencing some growth. We've got these significant investments we were talking about earlier in our R&D system, which are paying off and so forth. So there are positives in that sense. I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption to expect that the sector will continue to grow and profitability will continue to improve or at least be maintained, which is effectively where we're looking at. And in that sense, we can talk about, big or small, modest or whatever, but I think it does lay out that there is an opportunity space here. We can acknowledge that there's an opportunity cost, but in terms of the opportunity for some of those areas, it adds a diversification element to a farming system, which, as we kind of discussed, doesn't really exist. And as markets become more variable and we're dealing with geopolitical structures and the like, a diversification option is a good thing for landholders and for farmers. And in other areas, it will change the production mix around, and we will get some balanced kind of impacts. But
I feel like, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I feel like we live in two different worlds. So in Queensland, 40% of farmers growing fruit and vegetables have said they want to exit the market because of supermarket monopolies, price pressures, both costs going up and prices from monopolistic practices from supermarkets pushing prices down. These are in the areas with the high rainfall and the most productive lands, and yet we're proposing that this will be a terrific idea, that we should plant some trees, give them a subsidy, and they should just grow less. Like, this will be a massive impact, and it means that Coles and Woolworths continue to buy their fruit and veggies from offshore, so Australians won't even notice until the boats stop or there's some problem and we have a problem with food security.
Yeah. So just to qualify, so we've looked at the impacts on broadacre land, so we haven't looked into the impacts on horticultural production. So this is a broadacre story, so cattle and cropping and sheep. And so that impact as well is on that amount of foregone agricultural activity is foregone broadacre activity, not on horticultural and so forth. So given what the question...
So it'll be fine for the veggie farmers.
So the fruit and vegetable farmers and those issues are separate to, I think, the pressures that we're talking about and the opportunity cost and the lost production in this space that we've modelled.
Can I start?
I was just going to add to my colleague's comments, Senator Canavan, and just to kind of, I guess, again, encourage a broader view of this as well. We've talked about the challenging impacts of drought on farmers in this committee today as well. And I guess I'd just acknowledge that the diversification of incomes, income streams that this work points to, also provides farmers with an extra stream of income which supports their resilience during difficult times. And I guess we're both concerned with productivity in the sector, but we're also concerned with resilience.
So there's this, well, one thing, sorry, I've just got to correct the record. Mr Rick Wilson, the member for O'Connor, very diligent member of Parliament, he's been watching intently. He does correct me that live sheep accounted for $120 million, I believe. So we're talking about impact 20 times, just over 20 times, the shutdown of the live sheep industry. So it's very significant. And again, there is zero assistance being offered by this government for this impact on rural communities. Can I check, have you got any plans
That's
to...
not right.
Well, what is the assistance, okay?
Well,
please enlighten me what... Sorry, okay, Senator McCarthy, please enlighten me on the assistance you're providing to Cassowary Coast.
Well, you just asked the Minister.
Chair, I didn't ask a question. I didn't ask a question. Chair, I did not have a question.
You just called her on.
Chair, she interrupted me. Maybe you should listen, Chair. She interrupted me.
I'm listening.
Let's just turn the heat down.
So, Minister, you were going to say something.
No, she interrupted me, Chair.
Minister,
I had the call.
Minister was going to say something.
Before I was rudely interjected on, I was just going to say that we would never tell the farmers what to do with their land.
Okay, well,
exactly
no. But Minister McCarthy, you said that my claim that there was zero assistance is not true. So what assistance are you providing the Tenterfield Council to adjust to a 5 to 10% reduction in agricultural production in that area?
Well, I would be more than happy to take that question on notice.
But you just said you are providing assistance.
I jumped in to say, you said our government is doing nothing. I jumped in to say that we would never, ever tell farmers what to do with their land.
What has that got anything to do
So
with
that
my
is
claim?
my statement, and I'm very happy to take your question on notice.
I'll just
Senator
ask you, give
Canavan.
you another chance. Maybe your advisor's been in the back of the room there. You obviously
I will take
don't
your
know what you're
question on
talking
notice.
about.
I
So
have
maybe
answered
your
the
advisors
question,
could
Chair.
inform you.
I have taken the question on
I'll
notice.
ask again, Minister.
I have taken the question on
Minister,
notice, Chair.
sorry, Minister, Senator Canavan. Everything's been going along tickety-boo for a day and a bit, and all of a sudden we start to scream at each other. I can no problem, you want to go out the back and sort it out.
Well,
But let's not scream over each other.
We're here for another 5 or 6
So if you have a
hours.
question,
So if-
ask the question.
We're here
and
for
then
another
Minister
5 or
will
6
let their
hours.
call.
If
Thank you,
any
Chair.
of your staff or people in the department can inform us about what assistance is available for Tenterfield, for Warren, for Streaky Bay, for the Eyre Peninsula, for the Kasserine Coast. Chapman Valley, thank you, from my senator from Geraldton over there. Any of those councils, maybe somebody could inform us, inform them more importantly, by the end of the night, about what assistance is available to them from the government imposing a net zero plan which is going to lower their agricultural production on the government's own figures by 5 to 10%.
Senator Canavan, thank you for the question, and thank you to all of those who are watching, that we will definitely take the questions on notice for those particular areas that you have raised, which you could have raised a lot sooner. Thank you.
Well, the report was released before. The report was released after the last estimates, after my questioning about this. I've been actually questioning about this for years.
And I have taken the questions on notice,
And it
Chair.
was
I have taken the questions
well,
on notice.
there's another
Chair.
interruption there, Chair. The Minister keeps repeating the conduct.
But then I hear you, Senator Canavan, and then our good friend over there starts chirping in from Tassie. I mean, what is this? The lowest common denominator? Is this the lowest common? Don't start jumping at me, mate. I'm trying to keep the peace here. I'm saying, what is this? Let's go crazy.
You'd have a better chance of doing it if you were
just let's pull our heads in while people are looking. It's been very well behaved so far. I've been enjoying it.
I just want to correct the record here that this report.
All right, I lied.
This report came out after
Thank you, Chair.
the government had finalised an agricultural net zero plan. After they'd done the net zero plan. This is the first estimates we've had to ask questions report. I have given credit to ABS. I think it's a very good piece of work. It is just a shame that the government seems uninterested in the impacts on these small regional agricultural communities before finalising its own net zero plans and is providing zero assistance to them to adjust to the government's own plans.
That's not
well, I'm
correct.
happy for you to rebut me, but you provided no evidence, Minister. You provided no evidence that you are providing assistance.
I have taken the questions on notice, Senator Canavan, and I say to all of those farmers and all of those councils that are watching, we will certainly take those questions on notice.
Well, it would be better if you could actually have some assistance for them. Are you doing some additional work on the second round impacts we spoke about earlier?
So we've got a few plans to look at enhancing the model. We don't have direct plans on the second round impacts, and maybe it's worth putting a bit more detail on that measure that we've used, because it's a bit of a it's not as clear as saying that it's in terms of the LGA impacts as the impact on agricultural production in those.
Yeah. So just to clarify, actually a couple of things. I've got the LGA. It's Streaky Bay. So it was
That's
one of
the one.
South Australia. That's the one above 10%. This particular measure, it's broader than just the impact on agricultural production. It's the impact on agricultural production multiplied by a proxy of effectively how important is agriculture for that region. So if agricultural impact is large, but agriculture is only a small part of that community, it gets weighted down. Because the data on that is not great at the regional level, we use the regional employment data in agriculture and value add for different sectors to come up with that proxy. So it's trying to get at how big is that actual first order impact for that community, taking account of both the agricultural impact and how important ag is for that region.
Yeah. So I'd say in some ways it's trying to shed some light on your question about second order impacts and so forth, with acknowledging that there's a real paucity in data, to do any of those kind of assessments well.
There have been recently I've seen or I've heard from people quite serious concerns that from large corporations buying up agricultural land to meet either government imposed safeguard mechanism credits and or the corporation's own net zero objectives. Does this analysis capture those those activities?
So we've very much nested it in landholder behaviour and participating in markets. And one of the things you would have noticed at the end, we do make some comments around the way the market functions will be really important. And so, you know, having this ability for landholders to combine, you know, carbon into their enterprise and so forth is really key. So, and we've also looked at a fairly, I guess, you know, just assumption-driven, you know, demand path for carbon where it starts at very low and then just goes linearly to hit that 119 million tonnes. So we don't have, you know, the dynamics that might be created through, you know, things like you talk about in behaviour of large corporations. But if the market is designed and can function so we can clear and have a sequestration market that allows this clear participation, we think that there's more of an opportunity. So there is a view around where we think I guess that will happen to help deliver these kind of outcomes. And obviously it's a bit of a projection as well based on the Treasury modelling projection and what might actually happen in reality as the economy goes to net zero and different technologies come and the actual demand for sequestration. That will also make a big difference to what happens across in that pathway and those type of questions you've asked.
But those market behaviours by the big corporates potentially will be a big driver. We've seen it before. Now, some people might have different perspectives on which way that goes, but if you go back to the days of MIS where money was looking for a place to plant a tree, and whether it was the right place to plant a tree or not was not necessarily properly assessed. And you've I mean, different circumstance now because you're looking for a static sequestration rather than something that could be moved later, which was the problem. But you'll also have areas within this that are more productive in terms of sequestration as well. And so your example of Streaky Bay, I would have thought, is a much drier environment, therefore would be a lower uptake of sequestration compared to a plus 600 millimetre rainfall area, which...
That's right. The model is trying to find that sweet spot between, so it takes account of what's the foregone agricultural revenue, but also what carbon revenue do I get. So it's trying to balance that and trying to figure out, well, what's the most economic thing for me to do in this particular cell.
Yeah, okay. So you've used the critical word, which is the economics of it.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask you off the back of that, the comment around regional limits, or farm limits. So you've asked the question whether a 20% regional limit or a 20% farm limit. And this is one of the problems that actually does come as part of this, because you get a significant land use change and a community-based change, and you change the structure of communities and society in those regions, which is what drives a whole cycle of discontent. I mean, we've seen it in those communities previously. So in terms of those areas where you've got a higher productivity, and this does go to Mr McCarthy's point to a certain extent about what we support being done with respect to a property and how much, but those cultural changes and those changes to communities that occur as a part of this can be very disruptive. How do you've come down on the side of a regional limit in your calculations more so than a farm limit, but in some circumstances it's probably more appropriate. There's a...
Yeah, so I guess the way that we frame the analysis...
These are judgment calls, policy calls that have to be made.
That's exactly right. So we've put those scenarios in there to illustrate, you know, the costs and benefits of doing different things, really. And that 20% regional limit has quite a limited impact on the overall results. And so you were weighing off whether or not you've got a lower pathway to net zero, which has benefits for the agriculture sector as well versus the other. And really the purpose of that is just to highlight that there are costs and benefits, and if you go too far and there's a significant amount of restrictions, then there are going to be greater unintended impacts from that. But as you
usually
say,
unintended impacts when governments interfere in the markets anyway. So I mean, it's just a feature of life, and they're never what's anticipated, or completely what's anticipated.
That's right.
Sorry.
So just in those regional numbers, there would be some regions. There are some regions where you could regenerate up to 20% of agricultural land with minimal or zero impact on grazing area. In fact, I've been on farms, seen farms where that happens. Has that been factored into and worked into these calculations, and how does that work?
Yeah, it has. And so that's when we've got those figures about, that 59% is occurring where, there's kind of this coexistence with agriculture occurring. And so we've looked at, methods that, there's an exclusion period, and then after which, as you exactly say, you reintroduce grazing. And so in that case, those landholders in those areas will benefit from the carbon revenue, but they will be very limited to no impact on agricultural output from that. So we've factored those in based on the design, I guess, of the methods, or kind of methods that we've observed to capture that.
Yeah, it's based on the relative returns from the data that we've got from our surveys and elsewhere about what are the relative returns from cattle versus sheep versus carbon versus cropping versus whatever. So it takes account of that underlying economics and profitability.
Yeah. So does any of this also incorporate the possibility for timber production?
Not yet, not yet. So we haven't got the plantation method in the model yet, but that's something we're working on at the moment. We've just got some underlying sequestration data and some other data to do with the sawmill market and other things that we're trying to update to then put that into the model. So that's one of the things we're working on at the moment.
Because we're talking about facilitating farmers making a return, and timber production as a part of this process to continue the carbon sequestration cycle is a definite part of what that could be.
So, we agree, and that's number one on our next priority. There's also, we haven't looked at soil carbon, which also has a greater kind of co-look at, so we'll look to kind of add these in. 50%
of a tree's underground.
Yeah, and so one of the things I think we wanted to do initially was to respond to the acknowledgement that there was going to be further work out of the net zero modelling, and to particularly be able to answer the questions that this committee were putting to us around what would that mean and so forth. I think there's great scope to then think more broadly about the question that's been asked and the methods and so forth, and we can get into that as we go through time. But we see there's the next opportunity and the next kind of focus for us will be plantation method.
So is there any capacity to use the experience of MIS to incorporate or provide some overlay on community impact as part of this? Because, I mean, we're seeing it, we saw it through MIS. Got no question that in some locations you'll see it here. There's already some farmers who are working this process without reaping the benefit of the sequestration capacity because of the way the systems are working, or not working, probably more to the point. But you're also seeing it with renewable infrastructure, and managing that properly is critical to community acceptance.
Yeah, very great. And it's a big kind of driver of this work is to provide an evidence base to help the policy formation continue. And one of the key things at the Net Zero Plan and the Ag and Land Sector Plan was that it's an evolution. Like, this was the first, pointed out a number of things, steps to take, but it was going to be a continuing process. And so the more that we can do to develop an evidence base for these kind of decisions, the better.
Yeah, and consistent with that, I mean, these regional impacts results we've got in the paper, there's a risk of over-interpreting them. I mean, the whole purpose of including that in this paper was we knew people were interested. You can look at a map and see that it's spread out to a certain degree, but we thought, well, let's try and actually quantify that. Yeah. but it's quantified more from an illustrative point of view because the actual outcomes could be different. And the same with the farm limit and the regional limit. It was more, well, let's see how this might actually influence the outcomes, just to demonstrate there are trade-offs, but not to overread that and say, oh, well, you know, the answer is 2 or 6 or whatever.
But it might be that there are different limit values in different locations.
That's right,
based on other outcomes you're looking to achieve.
And if you're worried about the regional impacts, yes, you might want to implement some sort of policy, but there are trade-offs there, and you need to be aware of those trade-offs rather than just implementing something. So that was a point to try and illustrate that whole area.
So you talked about the exclusion of horticultural areas. So this is
broadacre.
Broadacre.
Yeah, that's fine.
No dairy either.
Yeah. So,
Senator, maybe just I could add to your point around, I guess, landholder decision making. One of the key focuses that we had in developing the Ag and Land Sector Plan was ensuring that as much as possible in this kind of changing market conditions, that we're putting in place programs and thinking about how we empower the landholder and particularly the farmer to make decisions that best optimise their farming system and enterprise. So that is also a focus of ours in ensuring that farmers are equipped to make the best decisions they can.
I get that in an ideal world, but when a big corporate has a desperate need to do something, sometimes it's not about the market, it's about the doing. And as I indicated before, in MIS there was stuff that was planted in the wrong place because it wasn't assessed properly. The results weren't achieved from a forestry perspective, an economic perspective, or any of the things that we desire down the track. So as looking at some of those market behaviours has to be part of the thinking. I mean,
agreed.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, agreed. I think we can all appreciate where the MIS scheme went wrong, and we're certainly mindful of that in the construction of programs like the Support Plantation Establishment Scheme.
It's also about land use and land use change, but also the impact of that on local communities. I mean, and that's what drives the field. It's why you've got people in the streets with respect to renewables, for example, and transmission lines, and in particular, and other stuff like that. I just want to go back to the horticultural land, and you said dairy, and so this is for the purposes of modelling, rather than what might actually happen, because there might be some dairy areas where some regeneration could be useful, because there are well understood benefits from partial regen around farms for windbreaks and things of that nature, reducing evaporation and all those sorts of things.
Heather McGilvray, Assistant Secretary Climate Policy, just to say that I'm sure this is sort of clear to everyone, but the ABARES analysis has modelled certain types of carbon projects on certain areas of land, because that's what's sort of available from a modelling perspective, and so you can start to look at some of the trade-offs in land use change. That isn't necessarily the options that are available to people at the moment in the ACCU market.
Which I was coming to, but in a market sense, some of those horticultural areas are very high value land and therefore are unlikely to flip because of the value and the productivity, despite how grumpy some of the farmers are.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be high sequestration land, but it's unlikely to offset the high value agriculture. That's right.
Yeah, so there are other things that drive the likelihood of land use change.
That's right.
Okay.
Just got a couple more on this.
Sure.
Yep, and I'm chair again, so I'll take the call. No interruptions now either. I might be able to deal with. So just a couple of quick questions. So this, I believe this report is based on a cap, if you like, of only 119 million tonnes of carbon sequestration.
Yeah, that's
in the net zero plan.
Yeah.
But my understanding of the government's net zero plan is there is no such cap as such. Is that correct? The agricultural.
I think essentially they had a projection, which was one story, and so we've just picked that up as the way to illustrate.
Yeah, I understand that, but there is actually nothing stopping the 18 million hectares being 20 or 30 or 40 million hectares. Is that correct?
I mean,
there's no cap. Well, maybe it's more a policy question the department could answer. There's no cap on how much land can go towards carbon sequestration for us to meet net zero?
No, there isn't, Senator. No, it's a modelled scenario, so the net zero plan itself is also modelled projections out to 2050. So,
I mean, the concern we have in rural areas is that our performance so far, I'm sure you're aware, over 90% of our emissions reductions, well over 90%, have come from this process. So if we're going to go to net zero at that sort of ratio, it won't be 119 million tonnes, it'll be more like 400 million tonnes needed. So it'll be 12 times Tasmania or so.
Well,
why hasn't there been, more for the minister I suppose, but why is this an uncapped process, particularly given what we've seen in the 20-year-odd history of reducing emissions in this country? It's been ridiculously, ludicrously skewed towards taking out agricultural production and not changing any conduct or behaviours in the major cities to reduce carbon use.
Well, certainly, I know we had this sort of evidence earlier today, Senator, in terms of where the vast majority of regulatory work and also investment, if you like, from government in different sectors of the economy reflects where the decarbonisation effort is going, particularly around energy, electricity, transport and heavy industry. So that is a sort of a core feature of the net zero plan. So a lot of that is in other sectors, not in agriculture. And I guess I would also note that there are inbuilt reviews in terms of some of the regulatory schemes, such as the safeguard mechanism, the ACCU scheme, that allows for checks along the way to see how progress is tracking against desired policy outcomes. So this is not an unfettered sort of 2050 approach. There are inbuilt gateways along the way to provide some confidence around unintended consequences and those policy trade-offs as well.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a very good question. I'll let you ask it, Senator Colvin.
So this is based on a sequestration price of 106.
That's a result of sequestering 119 million tonnes in
So that's an output from the modelling.
That's an output, yeah. So we said how much land and at what price would it take if you assume it's a linear increase from now until 2050.
Okay, so I was looking at the modelling that we discussed last time from DQ, and that was talking 200 or 300.
Well, yes, so the Treasury modelling, I believe, had a shadow carbon price that approached $300 a tonne or so.
So what happens to this at that sort of number?
Well, this is a very good question.
So we haven't looked yet. So you're right. The Treasury model talks about the marginal abatement incentive.
Yes.
Of that around that. I can't.
But
isn't that where the model isn't that where the process drives things? Because that's the overall cost of doing this. I mean
that's certainly a question for them. I think from the way that as Mr. Blong had kind of outlined, there's a range of different policies and programs in place to deliver net zero, and not all of them are market-based. There's certain targets for, say for our energy, renewable energy in the grid and all those type of things. So those things will happen, and then there's a residual amount of emissions which they looked at. The way that model worked and that marginal abatement incentive, you'll have to ask them about that. But we didn't say for example, if the price was, as you say, somewhere around 300, what would be the amount of land taken, but it would be...
We're going to abate this amount of stuff. Yeah. We think it's going to take this amount of area, and to do that, the number that comes out of that is 106.
That's right.
Yeah, and it also tells you where, and then that sums up to give you your 18 million hectares. So it tells you the best way.
Started with quantity, not with price.
Yeah, okay. But the reality is that the market won't work that way. It'll determine a price which will then drive behaviour, which goes back to the what if a big corporate's got a desperate need to kill off a whole heap of carbon, so we'll go in and we'll... Because that will be the driver. It's always about the dollar.
Yeah. So I think that comes to the broader, I guess, pathways and the policies that are used across the economy, which won't always be based on offsetting. Some of them are, standards that have to be met and all the rest. And so there's a range of different behaviour that would occur. But I think, not to ignore the point, because we haven't actually looked at, I guess, a more dynamic, examination of this.
But that's what it's going to be, isn't it? Really, in real. I mean, Company X will have a requirement to abate this. They'll do their calculation. It'll come out the other end. That's what it's going to cost. So we'll apply that into the market. I mean, that's.
We haven't looked. I don't feel that I'm qualified to give you a useful answer on that, because we haven't looked at that. But I think the thing that I would say is the observations that we've made about the ability for this market to work in a coexistence space, and that being a kind of key focus for where we would like the discussion to go.
Working in a market sense like that with a dollar base attached to it to start with, which being the driver, makes the rules around it even more important.
That's right.
So the 20% regional, the 20% farm, those rules become even more important because it's the dollar number that will drive the land use change, which is what's happened in the past. It's what's happening in some circumstances now. That's going to be the thing that drives it, not an assessment of how much we need to abate and then divide it backwards to get, this is what we think it'll cost, which is effectively where we've gone to here.
Yeah, I might be repeating Senator Colbeck. I just was distracted for a second. But he's raised a really, really good question. So if the shadow carbon price is around that $300 a tonne, and in your model, what did you get up to? $109? $106 a tonne. Doesn't that mean that in the uncapped world, people will do more carbon sequestration? So the 119 million tonnes seems a massive underestimate by Treasury of how much we'll do of carbon farming.
It will depend, again, and this is getting out of my area of expertise, Senator Canavan, and I'm not sure if colleagues can add, but it will depend on the policy mix, and it will depend on kind of the various other policy mechanisms that are in place to incentivise
that's direct abatement. Treasury's factored that in their modelling, presumably, to get to the $300 carbon price. I'm saying in an equilibrium state, without you put a binding constraint on not being more than 119 million tonnes of carbon farming, without that constraint, which we don't have, as we've discussed in the real world, in equilibrium, you'd expect the prices to converge, wouldn't you? Because it's arbitrage.
I think it still does depend on the way that's constrained, and the best to ask Treasury how the
don't worry, I definitely will. How do they get the 119?
You can, in terms of a residual, in taking, subtracting away from the modelling that was done, if you've got a mix of responses, different interventions, some of them are regulatory and requirements, and some of them do allow for offsets, you'll get different shadow prices in different parts of the economy and so forth. And so there's a whole range of policy choices that will drive that, to Senator Colbeck's point, and market design as well. And so I think the takeaway that we would say is that market design is important, as you've mentioned, and we've put forward some of the relative trade-offs.
So is there another way to look at this process? And I'm thinking back to 2008 in this room, in this respect. When ABARES did some work back then on this, it was based on a range of price points. And they had varying greater impacts as it went through the system. Is it possible to look at this in that context? Because that's the reality of how the market is going to work, isn't it? Unless there's some parameter put around or a limit put around.
I would answer that question by yes, anything's possible. And then the question is, how would you make credible judgments about different prices and so forth? And ideally, you would have a different way. I think
like happened back then, there was some speculation about what the market price might be.
Yeah.
And I think it started at something like $36 and went up to whatever it might have been, and had and a range of impacts.
Yeah.
That had significant changes in what might be occurring in certain areas. And I remember it very vividly because you talked about something like, in the initial report, you talked, ABARES, I shouldn't say you, but ABARES talked about something like 60% of Tassie's agricultural land going into trees. And then there was, no, that's not right, and a remodelling done for me. So points for you guys, because you did and they came back and had another look at it. But that's what the driver's going to be. That's the reality of how the market's going to work. I mean, appreciate the list, but...
And we do make the observation, say, when you put those limits on, so 20% limit, there's an increase in that price by $8 per tonne. At a 20% limit, it goes up to 49. So there's both demand and supply aspects to that price question.
Okay. Right, my last question on this is just what's been the reaction? As I say, I think you've done a brilliant piece of work. Has the Department of Climate Change reached out to be briefed on this?
We proactively brief them, as well as the NFF. They did listen, and they usefully engaged in the process. We had kind of went back and forth on
you told us that about the forestry sequestration stuff, and we've still got a crazy answer.
No, I'm just glad someone's doing the work that should have been done earlier, but that's not your fault per se. And what about the Minister? Have you briefed the Minister on the work?
And we've certainly briefed the office, yes. We have
provided a brief to the Minister. Has the Minister returned that brief? I think, has she read
the nature of the brief was a verbal brief.
Okay. Yeah, so the report hasn't gone up to the Minister?
The report's publicly available. The report's publicly available.
And the office receives notification of all the minister publications.
It's only a 14-page report. It's very well written too. So,
just to acknowledge the case with business, the Secretary said we do send all our reports to the office as a part of our due course.
Well,
we can recommend it.
Look, thank you again. So I've got just well, actually, Matt, do you want to finish yours? Sorry, Senator O'Sullivan, finish yours, and I've got a few to finish off.
Thank you. I want to ask about the policy to declare 30% of our oceans to highly protected areas, 30 by 30.
Yes, Senator, we might struggle. As far as I understand, this is a DQ kind of led commitment. So in that context, we'll assist as much as we can, but we might tap out pretty quickly.
Appreciate it. 24%. So look, I'll ask my questions because they are about what input you might have had into it. Currently, 52% of Australian waters are marine protected areas, with 24% are in highly protected areas or no-take areas. And I understand that these highly protected areas mean that no commercial, no fishing, commercial or rec are permitted. Is that your understanding as well?
Where it's highly protected, sorry, I missed what you were saying, but highly protected is no take.
No take, so that's for commercial and rec as well, or fishing, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, thank you. So this would mean that DQ would need to ascertain another 6% of protected areas to be no-take areas to get to 30, is that correct? Simple maths, obviously.
Yeah, that's right. So 24%, as we understand it, that's right, is currently under highly protected.
So has DQ consulted with you, with your department, in relation to this plan to increase the 24% of highly protected marine parks to 2030? 30% by 2030?
Yes, we have had some engagement with DQ on that. In terms of the specifics of that, I might throw to my colleague.
At this stage, it's preliminary discussions with Parks Australia as part of the Department of Environment.
Okay, can you just outline put a bit more colour on what those discussions have been?
It's outlining the process, where they're up to in terms of their work and how they'll consult with the fishing sector. So our engagement is to make sure that the fishing and aquaculture sector have been involved in consultation and outline any key fisheries issues in areas that are being identified, but we haven't seen any of those areas yet.
Okay. And have you looked at what the impact would be upon commercial fishing industry if we had increased to 30%?
Well, I think that will depend on the nature and location of where any extension of parks are.
Yeah, so has there been discussion then on the locations?
I don't think we're there yet, no.
So has there been any particular marine parks that have been looked at to be expanded? Or is it at the moment just at a higher level? Can you, again, just give me a bit more colour as to the extent of these negotiations or outlining?
Yeah, it's to do with the review of management plans for marine parks. So there's the Temperate East, the North, the Northwest and Southwest and the Coral Sea Marine Park. So it's really around excluding the Southeast, which has been done recently, but it's the rest that involve 44 marine parks in total.
So 30 by 30, what's the science behind that? And I want to put this to you, that like they're obviously two very round numbers. One could argue that it's just a slogan, that it's sort of conveniently put together, 30 by 30. Like, why does it need to be 30% and why is it by 2030? These sort of nice, neatly come together figures.
This is where I might just suggest that those questions might be better directed to DQ, Senator O'Sullivan. We're happy to talk to kind of the interaction in relation to fisheries, but we reserve comment on 30 by 30 more generally.
Okay. This is the same conversation as forestry. This is exactly the same conversation as forestry that we have with respect to native forestry and the activists who say just say no. We've been through several cycles of this process since about 2010. The marine parks were declared in 2017 after two cycles of consultation. So where the fishing industry is well understood by everybody because we went through it all. It took 4 years from 2013 through to 2017 before the marine parks were declared. I can nearly bet my bottom dollar that the Environment Department and the Green Groups will come back after the same areas they tried to shut down last time. And there is zero rationale for no take in a lot of these areas, particularly for pelagic fisheries. So this is the same argument. Why is anyone listening to this department with respect to the productivity of our marine environment? And as Senator O'Sullivan said, over 50% of it's in marine parks. So we have the highest proportion of marine parks on the planet of any country. And because environmental groups have got a slogan of 30 by 30, DQ are coming back and trying to close more areas that are productive for our food production. I mean, this goes to our food security process again.
So what?
I mean, it's just a never-ending creep.
So, what consideration have you given to the impacts of commercial and recreational fishing if these parks are increased to 30%?
Yeah, certainly. What I would say is, as per other work that has been done in relation to marine parks, we will make sure that DQ in their assessments and considerations are considering the information that we have in relation to commercial fisheries, including the data that we have. So ABARES plays a role in that, and I can see my colleagues have joined the table to.
Yeah, Senator. So just most probably Wes and Mr. Galliano can walk you through, but we have been engaged in, I guess, making transparent some of the impacts that different configurations of marine protected areas might have on some of our commercial fisheries.
Yeah, so
I mean, the southeast stuff that was declared recently is bloody terrible because there's all these straight lines that go out that stop, fishing industry working
and we're seeing draft maps that follow lines on land that all of a sudden go out into the sea. Like what fish don't follow these lines. Like they don't read maps.
You know, and we were talking before about the pelagic species that head off to South Africa or.
Anyway, you're going to take us through some of the thinking, so that'll be helpful.
The way we've been involved for the southeast and for the reviews about to be undertaking other marine areas, we're involved in assessing what the impact might be on commercial fishing catch and GVP. So there might be proposals to expand or change zoning or whatever, and using the commercial fishing data that we've got from the jurisdictions and the Commonwealth, we have a contract with Parks Australia to say, well, that configuration, you'll be displacing this much fishing effort and this much GVP. And so we're involved in...
They're about accumulating. I mean...
Sure, but we are providing them information. If they're thinking about a particular proposal, we can provide them information about, well, that's going to impact on this fishery or this fishery by this much. So we're engaged in that way.
Okay, so tell me, what impact will this have on commercial and recreational fishing?
Oh, we haven't done that work yet. So early days of that work with Parks Australia.
Depending on what their draft maps are as to what
depending on where the draft maps are, where the fishing activity is, and I suspect that it's not a all-at-once process as well, and so we'll do different bits of work as it goes along. So to answer your broad question about how much for 30%, I suspect it'll be some time before we could get to that. Whether or not we'll do a certain number of fisheries at a time.
My memory of the timing, this is a bit hazy. I'm not sure whether Mr Day knows more about the timing, but I think it's over about the next 18 months or so, but I'd probably need to defer to colleagues.
Clearly not that far away. So if this is going to impact upon commercial fishers, are they going to get the same sort of notice that the commercial fishers in Western Australia were given in relation to the demersal fishing ban? There's livelihoods, there's huge capital investment, there are jobs, there are communities that rely on these industries. They can't just be at the beck and call of a line on a map drawn by a bunch of people that have got no interest in actually the sustainability of these industries.
Don't disagree, but I think the questions around the implementation and so forth are best answered by DQ, but we could, and perhaps it's best on those, we could tell you the time frame in which we will undertake the assessment and provide them, and I think that's the kind of key input that we're going to bring.
Does your modelling do local effect, or does it do effect that, so you can take the local effect of the zone, the area, but the reality is, in a fishing sense, the effect is much broader because it might be you can't pass through this area or something of that means, which means the whole fishery is impacted. Does your modelling look at those things?
We're only looking at the direct displaced effort from or fishing catch from that particular area. So we aren't looking at thresholds and things like that about when does a fishery become not viable or any of that sort of thing. We're not looking at that level of detail. No.
Yeah, or extra rules, as you say, about whether you can train.
That's why I asked the question, because I just wanted to understand. So you're looking at the direct impact of
direct
the local
impact
area. But the problem is that isn't real. It is the local. But I mean, in the last cycle, I saw lines on maps that were designed to shut down a complete fishery. Now, they didn't eventuate because the process was changed. And there was a better consultation put in place.
Certainly, I was just going to say the South East Marine Park review, those issues were drawn out in consultation with the fishing sector, and some changes were made to the boundaries to minimise impact. There were areas where pelagic fishing was allowed in, given it wasn't impacting on what the marine park was. Yeah, correct.
Well, and it makes no sense. This is the frustration. It makes no sense for some fisheries, particularly the pelagic ones, to put in these restrictions because the fish don't understand a line on a map. They swim through. Tuna salmon, small pelagics, which we've had plenty of fights about in this committee. I mean, they move around and they're not based in the zone.
So just a couple of things. So, sorry.
I was just going to add, Senator, to your point, we are engaged and will continue to engage with DQ in relation to this work and drawing out some of those themes that you've pointed to, Senator Colbeck, as well. It's really important for us as we engage in this process to maintain resource certainty as much as we can and work through, I guess, a balanced outcome, as Mr Day pointed to. We did in the southeastern example.
The balanced outcome needs to be built into the process. By the time a fisher or a fishing industry gets to see on a map, a line on a map that's having an impact, they then have to have the fight to move it. That consideration should be made up front. That was the problem with the process the first time around.
And
we had
that
to
will
change
be
it.
one of our interests, is to have as much as possible kind of our access to information and our understanding of the dynamics of fisheries introduced into the process early on.
So just a couple more things. So are you also looking at when you're looking at the impact on the fishing industry, are you looking at the changes that will have to happen in terms of importing of seafood into Australia? Because of local markets that might have dried up? That question.
It's really just as kind of conveying with Senator Colbeck, it's the foregone catch and the value of that foregone catch from those areas.
So, Minister, there's probably a question for you. You've got a declaration like this, 30 by 30, increasing the marine parks, limiting the space that fishers can fish in. And then you've got other programs like offshore wind that have exclusion zones around them, a 500 metre exclusion, but each wind turbine is a kilometre apart, so that means you've then got a good 30 odd kilometres. You've got significant exclusion to regions that are otherwise productive for fishers. Is the government trying to squeeze out fishing industry in Australia? I mean, why is the government taking these sort of steps to impact upon fishers and both recreational and commercial?
Thank you for your question, Senator. And just listening to your conversation there, I can say that the Minister does meet with the fishing industry quite regularly. And we certainly are not about diminishing fishing opportunities, especially for those, whether they're out your way in the west or my way up in the north or even over this way in the east. That is certainly not the case.
Senator, if I can add to...
Can I just ask one question of Avers, and you'll know the answer to this? Is there a fishery, Commonwealth fishery, that's overfished or subject to overfishing at the moment?
There's a handful. I can dig them out if you like, but there's a small number.
I know where to go and find it, but I'm just interested in but most of them are...
most are either not subject to overfishing or not overfished. And most of the ones that are overfished, it's a historic kind of...
so they're in recovery?
Issues, either in recovery or for some of them struggling to recover, but it's a whole other topic. But yeah, most are not overfished and not subject to overfishing.
I've got the numbers if you like. So our latest report, although there's a bit of a step change in timing, but we had, of the 56 stocks assessed, 47 stocks were not subject to overfishing, 38 stocks were not overfished, 37 of those were both not overfished and not subject to overfishing, and we had only the 2 stocks that were subject to overfishing and 4 stocks that were overfished. But there's only one that fit in that last category that you mentioned of both overfished and subject to overfishing.
Oh, I've got a funny feeling it's an IOTC stock. Yeah, I think it's striped marlin from memory. Let me have a look. It's striped marlin on the west. So international fish stock. Australia's a very small share of catch.
So the stuff that is within our waters and we manage ourselves within our waters are all in pretty good shape. And I mean, the other international one is a great news story is SBT, which has made an extraordinary recovery over the last 10 years.
I have to say, Senator, thank you, because you're most probably the only other person in this room who knows what all those categories mean.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, I'll put those other questions to Keir.
Sorry, Senator, I was just going to add to the Minister's comments and your comments. It's what we would refer to as this marine spatial squeeze, this pressure on marine space. And there is increasing pressure and demand for marine space. I think you'd absolutely acknowledge that. We're certainly focused on it, and there is a piece of work, the Futures of Seafood work, that's an initiative of Seafood Industry Australia and led by the Blue Economy CRC as well. And we've contributed, the Australian Government, has contributed $450,000 to that project, $250,000 from the Department and $200,000 from DQ as well. And there's further investment that's been supported by FRDC on that. So I think to just acknowledge your comments, we take them really seriously. We take the challenge really seriously, and certainly we're focused on, through that project, acknowledging those pressures and thinking about how we can deliver greater resource certainty.
The point is we do it really well.
We do.
You know, the data shows that we do it really well, and so the need to go excluding for a campaign purpose or for a rationale that we can't explain. Somebody maybe can, and DQ maybe, but
the evidence shows that
the evidence doesn't show the need for
the managed fishery is much more science-based and evidence-based than just having lines on the map.
Acknowledge. We should spend more time acknowledging what we do well and getting other countries to do the same sort of thing, rather than trying to take more away from our guys and limiting our capacity.
And again, I'd just echo your comments. I think we would argue our fisheries are managed incredibly well. You'll hear from AFMA later this evening, who's a very sophisticated regulator of our Commonwealth commercial fisheries, but also it is a focus of ours, and my colleagues work on the international fisheries forums, and our expertise and the level of sophistication in our management in Australia is acknowledged worldwide.
Because of how good it is.
So your comments are reassuring. The problem is that when you've got, Minister, these programs that are really marketed as a slogan, 30 by 30, you can understand that fishers are nervous. In Western Australia, where a demersal fishing ban has been imposed, you can understand the nervousness of fishers when it comes to this, because they see these slogans, they see these programs, and don't really see it matched with evidence when it comes to, we know that managed fisheries actually are more sustainable, and as my colleague Senator Colbeck's saying, is actually leading the world in terms of evidence and output.
As I said earlier, though, Senator, the Minister is working very, very strongly in this space, and I would just encourage you to meet with her directly if there's those particular issues that you're having in Western Australia that you want to be on her radar. Absolutely have a talk with her about it.
We're on her side. We want Murray to rack off.
That's right.
Are you just saying that because she's from Tasmania and so are you?
No.
Minister,
I mean, I've had the good fortune to have a lot of involvement in this.
Oh, I know. You've had a long history.
The value of the work. But like Senator O'Sullivan, I just don't get the rationale. We've got over 50% of our EEZ in marine parks, 24% in no-take zone, and that's not a problem with that. But I don't understand the rationale to go to 30, because I don't see the rationale. Because and the numbers tell the story in the reports that ABARE presents. That's what sits behind why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's not for any
No, I hear what you're saying.
I was part of the
you know the
government that
minister,
set up
you travel on the plane with her, have a chat to her.
established 24%, 50%, and I'm proud of the work that we did in that sense. But it was important work that supported the commercial fishing sector, protected the environment, and gave us the marine reserve system that we've got that's world leading. But we don't need, for some slogan's sake, to go taking more and having a greater impact. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, there's a statement. Now, did you...
Got a few questions. We'll definitely wrap up before 6:30, and I think this might be it, if I don't want to jinx it. But look, I just quickly wanted to raise issue of, well, actually, is just make sure this is an outcome one. I've got a question about protocols for export breeder cattle to PNG. Is that
the right outcome?
This is the right outcome? Okay, great. So I wrote to the Minister in November.
Oh, sorry, I've misled you. It's outcome 2. I apologise.
It is outcome 2. Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
It's always a bit confusing. We'll come back to that one. I have a question about the EU Free Trade Agreement and dairy in particular. I believe the Australian Dairy Industry Council has written to Minister Collins. The letter I've got here is dated 18th of December. This letter raises serious concerns about the potential for the free trade agreement to impose a costly compliance costs on our industry, particularly in regards to geographical indicators. Has the Minister met with the Australian Dairy Council about these concerns?
Senator, thanks for your question. Aware of that letter. I believe it's a joint letter to both Minister Collins and Minister Farrell, and we've worked closely with our Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade colleagues on a draft response for that, and I can chase up the exact status of the...
I believe they've asked to meet the Minister, though. Has the Minister met with the Dairy Industry Council? Since the letter.
I don't believe so on the EU FTA, but I have to take that on notice of the specifics.
Are there any plans to organise a meeting with the Dairy Industry Council?
Again, we'll just have to check with the office.
Okay. You haven't? Did you say you did meet with Dairy Secretary?
I've met with dairy producers,
but not
dairy
this,
processors. Yeah,
not this
particular body.
Council. Okay.
Senator Canavan advised that her office has met with them.
Her office has met with since the letter. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. That'd be great for Hansard. Thanks. All right. What's the Minister or Minister's Office Department doing in response to these concerns raised by the Dairy Industry Council?
Senator, as per my previous evidence, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade lead on the negotiation of all free trade agreements, including the EU Free Trade Agreement. Upon receipt of that letter, we immediately reached out to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, had discussions about industry's concerns, and that's how the process to kick off the draft departmental response started, noting that we've received correspondence from various people on the EU FTA, and that's our general and standard process to make sure that those are immediately brought to the attention of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who lead those negotiations.
Okay. Just also, apparently, well, according to the Dairy Industry Council, the tariff rate quotas that have been proposed at the moment are actually below those offered to Canada and New Zealand. Is that correct?
That would be a question best directed to Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Okay.
All right. Just moving on. Just going back to a question from last estimates, question 454. This is in regards to implementing recommendations from the Australian National Audit Office in regards to the Inspector General of Biosecurity, in particular whether the costs of the changes to biosecurity are going to be cost recovered. The question said, or the answer I should say said from you, that these activities are already covered under the Department's cost recovery framework through levies, including program management and administration. So can you just clarify that the costs of responding to the Australian National Audit Office report on the Inspector General of Biosecurity will be cost recovered to the industry?
Sorry, Senator, that is an outcome 2 question.
Oh,
so
as well, after
apologies.
all that.
Yeah, biosecurity related ones are all outcome 2.
Okay. All right. Sorry? Did someone say something? Oh, okay, right. I thought someone wanted to say something. Well, with that, we've got a few to ask on outcome 2, but Chair, I'm done and I'm recommending an early dinner. In your
Thank you,
hands,
Senator
though.
Kenneman. All right, that's the end for outcome 1. Thank you. We'll have outcome 2 and we will recommence at 7:20 p.m.